Man on the Road to Infinity. More than 30 years ago, I came into possession of a very interesting and compelling painting. It was brought to this country from China a number of years earlier by a thoughtful and sincere collector. After his passing, it was turned over to me. The previous owner had called this painting The Lone Traveler. It presents an old mystic, or pilgrim, standing on the edge of a cliff, his only companion a rugged tree. He is looking out over a vast expanse of mist and clouds across a wide valley, and in the distance, above the mist, rise the peaks of mountains. It is a very simple and wonderful expression of the Taoist way of life, which has immediate implications for us. For out of these old paintings and the moods that they inspire, out of the wisdom and gentle thinking of long ago, there may come flashes of inspiration and understanding that we need in this confused and troubled day. Taoism is founded upon a simple but powerful concept, and this concept has to do with man's acceptance of the eternal values of life, which continue even though they may be obscured by the pressures of any given generation. Man is a traveler, a wanderer. He moves down through history collectively, as though on a great pilgrimage from somewhere to here, from here to somewhere. The individual learns in the course of time that more important than his adjustments to man-made society are his adjustments to this tremendous motion, the motion of space itself. It is better to be a good citizen of space than it is merely to live under the pressures and adjustment of our material existence. Many people realize this, and they realized it in China 2,500 years ago, but just as we have difficulty making this realization operate in our lives, so they had the same problem. We observe that man seems to stand still in the midst of a tremendous motion that sweeps around him. Each person, trying to hold his own ground, trying to be permanent in the midst of impermanence, comes finally to violent conflict with the very motions of life. We have to realize that the individual cannot stand still. He cannot be the same yesterday, today, and forever. The person himself must move with the motion of his world. Lao Tse emphasized very strongly that in spite of the involved way in which we work ourselves into the cultural patterns of our time, each individual is actually always a separate person. He is always alone as far as his own existence is concerned. His contact with all other human beings is comparatively superficial, no matter how intensely he attempts to strengthen these contacts. Even our associations with those we love are essentially associations with strangers. Each of us has his own purposes and his own values. Each person is forever an individual, one against the many. Each of us, then, is a kind of irresistible force blocked by an immovable object, the immovable object being the world in which we live. Whatever we attempt to do, obstacles rise against it. Whatever pattern we assume, we find an adversary. No matter how hard we labor, we find the resistance and pressure of time moving in upon us, frustrating our endeavors. Thus, the individual lives to try to accomplish his own purposes in a world made up of hundreds of millions of others trying to do the same thing. The only possible way we can extricate ourselves from this confusion is by marked changes in our attitude toward life. If we can change ourselves, we can accomplish the only adjustment possible to us, for it is impossible for us to hope that the whole world will change to meet our attitudes. If, as Lao Tse points out, and the Chinese mystic artists have always deeply appreciated this point of view, we will accept the facts of our relationship with life, we can then begin to build a certain internal value that is more important to us than the applause of the multitudes. This means accepting ourselves for what we are, travelers in a distant land. We are not actually citizens of this state in which we live. Physically, we may be citizens. Morally and spiritually, we are living beings, part of a living universe. Our roots are in space and eternity, not in the earth and time. Our minds, the subtler parts of our own imaginations, break through the boundaries of physical things. We are in this physical world, but we are definitely not of it. We are in this world for some reason. We are here for a purpose that rests in the consciousness of the cause of things. We cannot dogmatize the reason for existence. We can only speculate, but we do have certain powerful intuitions about it. The wisest and best of people since the dawn of time have assumed that we are here to learn something, to grow, that we are here to pass a test or an examination relating to universal citizenship. Our life here means something only in terms of an eternal life that is not here. Our adjustments here, the growth that we attain, these things do not culminate here, nor do they lead to any security here. Yet we are very much like the Greek who is said by an old philosopher to have built a business as though he were going to live forever. This is our problem. We build here as though we are going to stay here. We clutch this earthliness to ourselves as though it were our only hope, when in reality, the earth will dissolve us, we will not dissolve the earth. Taoism points out very definitely that there is a way of life by which our journey as travelers can be important. This journey can be interesting. It can be a very happy experience, but only if we take the right attitude toward it. Let us imagine that for some reason of business or other immediate purpose, it is necessary for us to visit a foreign land, to make a long trip somewhere. Now, we do not have any particular desire to visit this foreign land, but there are many ways in which we can take advantage of this necessary trip if we will develop an interest in it. Perhaps we can stop off along the way and see other interesting countries. We can make new friends and acquaintances. We can explore unusual ideas. In other words, we can make this trip, which is a business trip, also a cultural adventure. This, in a sense, is the same problem we face in the journey of life. We are moving here to elsewhere, inevitably and continuously. Every day brings us farther along this journey. Yet it is not necessary that we sigh and say that we are merely waiting for transition, as though that were the only event of significance in life. We have the right and privilege to make a journey that we must make, but we can make this journey just as interesting or just as dull as we want to. We are going to travel. Therefore, our problem is to do it as graciously, as wisely, as lovingly, and with as much improvement, pleasure, joy, and advancement to our growth as possible. In this way, the journey becomes more pleasant, and what might otherwise be a tedious experience becomes a gracious and important one. In order to make this journey of life valuable in every sense of the word, we must determine, as far as it is possible for us to do, the essential reason for the journey. We must recognize that what we are now is important in terms of our eternal existence. We are not just here today and gone tomorrow for no good reason. We are here with faculties and power to enjoy life. We are here to grow, to be friendly, to cooperate with others along the path of life, and to have a rich experience. We are not here to sulk or to shake our fists against heaven because it is unkind to us. Thus, we can take any attitude we want along our journey. We can grumble every step from the cradle to the grave. We can resent that we were born. We can wish for death. We can live as badly as we choose, but we are still on that journey. This fact we cannot change, any more than we can change the fact that we are on a little ball of earth making its eternal journey around the sun, and, with the sun, around great centers of further space. Our problem, then, is to try and make this journey valuable, and to make it a source of immediate comfort and consolation to consciousness. Now, if we settle down to a dull materialism, the journey is meaningless, but we cannot assume that nature intended this. It is not right or reasonable for man to take the attitude that life is unimportant. Nature does not waste energy in this way. Nature does not go into the intrinsic process of creating living things only so that these things can bore themselves to death. And if we are unable to grasp this important message, it is time we gave it a lot of definite consideration. To make life important requires certain effort, a certain understanding of life. Granted, our neighbors do not seem to be making much of importance out of living, and they probably think the same of us. At the same time, however, we know that the superficial kind of world in which we live, with its superficial attitudes and its inadequate cultural concepts, will not give us the encouragement or insight for a valuable life. This has to come out of ourselves. It has to come gradually from our own integration, our own conscious understanding of experience. Lao Tse, in his philosophy, gives us a very simple code, namely, man as a being is actually mostly superphysical. His body is merely an appendage. Actually, his whole life is an invisible experience. It is invisible in his feelings and thoughts. He can have affections, he cannot see them, but he can express them. He has thoughts. They are all invisible. He has dreams and aspirations that other men cannot see. He lives almost totally within himself, and wherever he does brush against externals, the experience is painful to him. Thus, with man having such a powerful internal life, this internal life must be ordered. It must be made into a leadership, the only leadership that can actually carry man along the course of his purposes. He cannot attain this leadership entirely on the basis of worldly education. It has to arise from certain maturing insight that develops within his own character. In mysticism, and particularly in Oriental mysticism, the individual always comes into conflict with concepts that are a little difficult for him to understand. When you tell a person that he has to remake his own life, that he has to get over the bad habits he has carefully cultivated for years, when you tell him that essential principles of his own temperament, which he has learned to cherish, are wrong, when you point out to him that his miseries are due, in large measure, to his own conduct, he gets very unhappy about the whole situation. He decides to go elsewhere for advice, to someone with a broader point of view. The average individual has a very simple code. He wants to do exactly as he pleases. Any effort to prevent this is merely to frustrate him. And when you try to tell him that he should change his ways, he will look at you a little hopelessly. Compromise is not the easy way. The individual who always does as he pleases is not following the easy course of life because he is constantly multiplying difficulties that will take all his resources to resolve. He will realize that adjustment is the easy way, not the difficult way, that this endless process of submitting to impulse the moment it arises in consciousness is not the easy way. It is not even a successful lazy way. Lao Tse takes the attitude, which I think someday psychology will take, that the abnormal is not the norm, that the individual is not by nature a confused, miserable creature. He has to attain this by careful coaching of his own mistakes. He has to be wrongly educated. He must be indoctrinated continuously with ideas that are not valuable and not right, and he must be pressed on by the force of circumstances in order to remain miserable. The simple situation that Lao Tse points out is that man is naturally a human being, endowed with those values that will make him a friendly, happy, well-adjusted person. Assuming that man is naturally good, then it is only necessary for him to be himself in order to be good. We must not change the basic energies in man, but the false concepts that result in the misuse of these energies. Ancient Chinese medicine, for example, assumed that health was normal. Today, we assume that health is abnormal and sickness is normal. In the psychological literature of today, we find books that advance the idea that man needs to have a bad temper. It is important to him. If he does not get angry occasionally, he is going to be sick, says the book. The truth of the matter is that if he is angry often enough, he is going to be sicker. This is not the answer, inasmuch as anger is not good to begin with. Therefore, whatever it produces cannot be ultimately good. Buddha taught this, so did Lao Tse. So instead of taking the attitude that our superficial opinions must be served by the full nature of consciousness, the Chinese mystic was rather simple about the whole thing. He found great consolation in simply reestablishing a contact with nature, with universal realities, and thus making an effort, once more, to break through the little walls of human enterprise and visualize the eternal enterprise with which man is associated. In Chinese art, therefore, you will find great numbers of paintings of kindly old scholars or poets or philosophers sitting in their little cabins on the sides of mountains, or meditating by the bank of a river, or like our lone traveler, gazing out along the path of a journey that leads beyond the stars. These elderly gentlemen follow good Taoist and also Buddhist practice, namely the realization that man has two patterns of responsibilities, which he must keep at the same time. One pattern involves those burdens, debts, or obligations which the individual has lawfully contracted in life. If he has raised a family, he must provide for that family. He must do those things that are proper and reasonable. But he must also look out toward the mountains. He must begin to sense his relationship to infinities. He can go out on the side of a hill, sit down and look across the valley, with perhaps a little lake or a river between, with small ships, their sails against a misty sky, or at night, he can gaze into the heavens lighted by countless flames, and he can gradually begin to allow the universe to move back into his awareness, where it should always have been. If we were doing this, we could say to ourselves, as I look out to these stars, and I see these lights flaming in the sky, I wonder how much they are concerned with who is assemblyman from the 6th precinct. I wonder if these stars beckon in amazement when we have a special sale of local merchandise. I wonder if there is any place among these stars for bargain hunting. We might wonder also whether these stars twinkle their disapproval if we fail to be extravagant. These questions we can answer only if we just get out there and relax. And after we have relaxed a little while, perhaps we feel like the lone traveler. Perhaps we will realize that we have made a great deal out of things that were not much to start with, and that we have, in this process, lost all the values that we might have found. Values come across bridges of contentment. They are not found in endless discords. Values represent understanding, and the individual actually striving to know more and to feel better. There is so little time for this in our way of life, yet there is plenty of time to waste. We are confronted today with what may become another major catastrophe in our national life, and that is this incessant determination to cut working hours. Most people want them cut. They would like not to work at all. But as we cut these hours of labor, what do we put in place of this labor? What do we do except give the individual more time for his own discontent? What have we solved? Can we demonstrate that these people who are going to work only 5 or 6 hours a day will immediately take those other 2 hours and use them for self-improvement? Have we any reasonable hope that this will be true? We will only have more spending in those hours because we have associated all pleasure with spending. These things continue to present us with problems, and as a nation, as families, as individuals, we are not solving these problems. We drift along with them, and of course, our complaints are gradually silenced, as one by one the generation goes to sleep, and the future generation has no opportunity to really receive the benefit of the experience that went before it. So perhaps we should go out again and sit by the side of the hill and try to work this problem out in terms of our relationship with infinite existence itself. If we do not make some relationship with life and eternity, we are not going to have much pleasure here and now. And sitting there on the side of the mountain, looking out across the vistas of space, certain things can happen to us, and we can begin to understand something of Chinese philosophy. In the Chinese doctrine, there are two forces constantly operating in space, the yang and the yin. The yang is the principle of continual and eternal bestowal. It is forever giving. The yin is forever accepting. Therefore, the life of the individual is a process of learning how to give and how to receive. It is a process of learning how to accept that which descends from superiors, and how in turn to bestow that which we are and that which we have. This struggle to accept and to give locks most people in a terrible emergency. We do not understand or appreciate the laws of gracious acceptance and gracious giving. These two principles, instead of being happy expressions of our lives, become problems in our psychic existence. The simple basic rules governing life now hurt us because we have not learned to understand them. We have not learned to obey them or to accept their meaning. To be a Taoist in our time, then, is to begin to realize that each person is a complete, self-sustaining entity. In spite of pressures, in spite of the high cost of living, our destiny is almost completely in our own hands. This means that each person has to solve his own life, and he must do this in terms of enriching it, of making it useful, valuable, and acceptable to himself. If he is satisfied with a very poor life, then he must expect the consequences of this psychic poverty. Very few people want to be dull. They simply attain this state by not trying to be anything else. Most people do not really want to complain, yet they find complaint practically their only self-expression. They do not want to be ignorant, but it is very easy to assume that nobody knows anyway, therefore all effort to learn is a waste of time. One by one, disillusionments move in upon us, until it is difficult to maintain a point of view that is adequate to our psychological requirements. On this basis, we can try to work out a program of life that will make things better for us. First of all, we have to realize that all inevitables are unchangeable, that there are factors and forces in life which we cannot change, and which we must learn to accept. In these instances, we follow the yin quality. As the earth accepts the light of the sun, so the wise man must accept the light of heaven. He must acknowledge that these basic acceptances come first in his own consciousness. Each individual must accept common responsibility with other people and accept the results of his own action. He lives under a pattern of laws that he must regard as inevitable in his time. Therefore, his problem is not to break law, but to live even better than the law requires. But these laws do not have to burden him, because if they are reasonably correct, they also represent processes that he knows to be necessary. Thus, he can relax away from a great many of these inconsistencies, and he can learn to be receptive to inevitables. This in itself is a great source of relaxation. What are the inevitables that we must accept? These inevitables, for example, involve human relationships. Human relationships cannot be enduring. The law of nature does not permit relationships to go on forever. Nature therefore sets up patterns of meeting and departing. We must live by these acceptances. Some of the worst neuroses arise in people who cannot accept changes in relationships. They simply cannot allow a child to grow up. They cannot allow a son to marry according to his own convictions. They cannot allow any of the things that they think make them happy to be changed by the eternal motion of things. Yet everything must change, and happiness arises in the individual who is not unhappy because things change. If we demand any kind of a basic personal requirement to happiness, we will never be happy. The man who says, "I will be happy when I finish this job," is not happy when the job is done. The individual who says, "When I reach a certain age, I will retire and enjoy myself," finds himself bored to death. The person who says, "When I have my 10th million, I will stop," never stops, and today generally ends up with a federal indictment. There is no rest or end in these things. The individual should not say to himself, "When I get what I want, I will be happy." The man sitting out on the side of the hill says, "When I do exactly what Tao requires, then I will be happy. When I learn to accept life without forcing my own determination upon it, then I can live, but as long as life has to be exactly what I demand it to be." These things apply not only to our possessions, but also to attitudes. A person whose attitudes are not those of generous acceptance will always be a psychological problem to himself and other people. The moment our attitudes become fixed, they are as dangerous as our possessions. When we develop attitude habit patterns, we create misery for all concerned. An individual who permits suspicion to dominate his thinking ruins his own life. His suspicions produce nothing for him, because Tao does not want us to be suspicious. If we are jealous, we accomplish the same malignancy in ourselves, because this is not the way of heaven. If we are stubborn, this is again not the way of heaven. Heaven is constantly moving, bestowing, and accepting, and we must be the same. If we become too addicted to any policy, if we make too much of our own opinions, if we try to force our notions upon others, if we become locked in orthodoxies or prejudices, we are violating the law of heaven. For heaven wants the individual to move graciously, lovingly, and kindly, with deep appreciation for the problems of others, but never, under any condition, attempting to gain his own ends by destroying, disillusioning, or hurting other people. So wherever man relaxes and accepts life as a beautiful mystery, he begins to experience happiness. But while he remains tension-bound in his own desperate determination to achieve a victory over life, he is in trouble. No one can be victorious over Tao, for Tao is forever the victor. And it is this strange victory that in itself seems so amazing to us. We look out into the vistas of space, and we do not sense out there some terrible policing power. This great mystery of things that surrounds us simply fulfills its own purposes quietly. It rises against no man. It turns its hand against no man. It simply goes on its own eternal way, a way that is eternally right. And this law by which it operates is not simply a machine, although it may almost seem to be that at times. This law is infinitely sensitive, tremendously gentle, wise, kind, and at the same time strong. Most creatures never rise in opposition against this law. We have no evidence whatever that planets resist the laws that govern them. We have no reason to doubt that the sun is adjusted to its own parent cause. Out in space, everything seems to be moving by an acceptance. It does what it is primarily required to do. There do not seem to be any fretful stars or discontented comets. They do things they are fashioned to achieve. Only man, having the peculiar state of mentation within himself, seems to live in the objective case. He is constantly determined to question, to doubt, to deny. He wishes, for some reason, to impose his own uncertainties upon space. He looks out into this great machinery and will not rest until he finds both a god and a devil there. He has to make these modifications. He has to assume that there is stress in space because there is stress in himself. But when he relaxes, his own stress ceases, and the space stress fades away. Taoism is based upon the simple facts that these laws, these basic principles, are adequate, and that they protect everything that is created. By these principles, we were created. By the bounty of these principles, we exist. By the tolerance and temperance of these principles, we make our mistakes and still survive. Everything in nature seems to fit into a kindly conspiracy of all things to work together for some vast good that is difficult for us to comprehend. As lone wanderers in this world, we will sometime experience the need to take this quiet view toward life. Taoism also points out that some activities in life are much more Taoist than others. When we begin to admit that there is in space something gracious and beautiful and wonderful, we also begin to realize that this wonder is in everything that space fashions, that all great and noble works of man and nature are built upon these principles and upon these laws. Thus, in the cultivation of our internal maturity, we begin to turn our attention from those things that are profitable in the material sense to those things that are satisfying in terms of soul consciousness. We find that there is much more to be gained from the quiet reading of a good book of poems than from arguing with a neighbor. We realize also that the contemplation of a beautiful picture is much more valuable and useful to us than the careful perpetuation of a fragment of choice gossip. We gradually learn the importance of creativity and find that if we can fashion and make things, even if it is only some simple little object, this is better for us than to spend time tearing down the reputation of someone against whom we have developed a strong hatred. Always in Taoism, creativity, experience of appreciation, acceptance into ourselves of beauty, truth, and graciousness. These things are far more important than the perpetuation of feuds, than grief over loss, fear of the future, or worry about the pressures of the day. If we can find creative outlet or even contemplative activity, we gain not only a certain mental liberation from our negative habits, but something begins to awaken in us. For out of all beauty, man begins to discover the principle of beauty. Out of the constant contact with the graciousness of great achievement, he begins to realize that the proof of true nobility is that the individual himself is a superior person in the quality of his understanding. All the way through life, we find tremendous time exhausted in the perpetuation of grievance. Some people cannot get over their regrets and live with them for 30, 40, or 50 years. Others say, yes, I can get over my long regrets, but I can't get over my immediate antagonisms. These antagonisms flash up in us, regardless of what our intentions may be. Somebody appears to, or actually does, cause us some injury or some unhappiness, and we feel inevitably impelled to snap back, or we wish that we had, which can be about as bad. If, however, we have really begun to cultivate an insight into value, we will not feel like doing this. We will try, rather, to understand this other person's difficult relationships with space also. We will learn to appreciate that the individual is his own worst enemy, that it is not necessary for any individual to be an enemy to anyone. Nature, in its own way, penalizes those who make mistakes, but it does so wisely and seldom beyond the capacity of the person to accept the correction. But when others move in upon nature and try to take over, then everyone is a little the worse for the pressures that result. I believe that it is perfectly possible to start with small children and point out to them that the most valuable experience of their lives is this experience of being friendly with themselves and their own hearts. this experience of learning to know a little more of life by feeling about life. And as we grow older and problems become a little more stressful, this ability to set aside moments for the quiet contemplation of our place in eternity becomes more and more important. Actually, our whole journey through life is aimed at the rediscovery of our true place in space. We must somehow restore ourselves to that lost citizenship of which, according to some scriptures, we were deprived by original sin. Whatever was the cause, man is, in some way, a kind of lost creature. He is lost in an area where there is nothing but God, and this is the strangest part of it. He is not lost on the outskirts of some inferno, but in the midst of a universe in which nothing can be lost. The only reason he is lost is because he believes that he is. He is never any further from eternity or from God than at any other time. Even his mistakes do not take God away from him. Rather, he himself departs from an acceptance of God. The reason why divine power is not immediately available to all men is only the wall that men themselves build around it. They have not the skill or understanding to simply relax and allow the infinite life that is infinitely here to have its perfect work in them. They build barriers of individuality and personality, of attitudes and purposes and convictions, and then they live behind these walls, trying to shut themselves out from an infinite and inevitable reality. Yet the very energy with which they create the barrier is itself part of the divine energy which is moving in space. As a traveler along the way, we can see that the road we are walking is merely a road through space. The great values never have become less, but we have created great fronts or foregrounds in which we seem to see the near as more important than the great. Little by little, we have locked ourselves into districts and areas, locked ourselves into the problems of real estate and mortgages, but we are still in a world in which values are eternal. We can buy and sell property till the end of time, but the land belongs only to the Lord, and no one else will ever actually own it. Certainly, we can buy it, get a deed for it, and sell it to someone else who will also buy it, and get a deed for it and sell it to someone else, but we are never going to own it. Actually, we cannot even own a painting or a beautiful flower. We can share with its life, and we may be able to pay a little for more intimate association with that life. We may be able to buy that beautiful painting, and it may be a great joy to us. And as soon as we are dead, our children will sell it, because they cannot tolerate it. But regardless of this, it will again be bought by someone who loves it, and so it will go on in the keeping of people who love it. But what are they actually buying? They are buying something that can never be theirs, something for which, at best, they can only serve as custodians. That beautiful painting has been bought 100 times before. It has belonged to 100 previous owners who have loved it and have passed it on. So we may be one of those owners, but the painting will never belong to us, except in the sense of stewardship. Our great responsibility is to pass it on in as good condition as it came to us. It is the same with everything in life. We do not own anything we cannot. Our checkbook can tell us that we seem to own things, but actually, everything in the universe belongs to itself. The earth belongs to the earth, the stars belong to the stars, and the human soul belongs to the human soul, and all these other values that we try to create are like slavery. We try to force our ownership upon other human beings, and it fails. Everything that is false must fail. We must relax to these things. Whether we own 1 or 10 is not too important. The point is to enjoy the richness of the experience of sharing, or enjoying for a time that which must always belong to itself, whether it be a painting or our own children. If we get the right attitudes toward these things, our tensions are lowered, and life becomes much easier. So we can take our pilgrim staff and start out across the world, and as we travel, we can see either the houses or the towns. We can take the attitude of Plato, who advised men to climb up onto a mountain and look down at the whole village. Or we can take the attitude of Aristotle, who thought it was better to walk through the streets and become aware of the intimate things, but perhaps never realize the proportion of the town itself. We can look out upon space and see all the things that men have built, or we can look out into space and see all those values that were here before men came, and will be here after the last man goes. We can, if we wish, think of ourselves as builders of destiny, as formers of empires, and then read history and see how our toys fell apart. Or we can simply recognize this as a garden, a road, a pleasant place along the way of our journey, where we can pause to refresh ourselves and share in certain pleasures, and then go on. It is much like the caravan routes of ancient Asia, the roads that lead across the mountains and the valleys. These caravan roads existed to enable men to transport merchandise, but they also became the carriers of culture and the custodians of knowledge of the two great worlds separated by deserts and jungles. We are all on this kind of road, and it is very important that we get a good attitude about it. We must realize that we are never really going to be one with this road, in the sense that we will never really understand it. We will never actually be one with anyone whom we meet along this road. We cannot ever own the flower that grows there. We can pause for a moment and admire it and carry a memory of beauty as we go on, but we cannot stop. Everywhere this road leads on, a strange, inevitable pressure forces us to this road, which leads not only to the horizon, but upward and onward beyond the stars. Where this road goes, we do not know, but we are all traveling this road together. In this journey, we have the companionship of an infinite multitude with the same essential and inevitable procedure as ourselves. We are united with everything that lives because it was born as we were, because it is living with the same forces and energies that we have. Therefore, we have many things in common. We also have in common the tremendous conviction that beyond that sleep of death, there is another life. These things we count upon, we believe them. Yet in the presence of these great values that we have in common, how can we labor continuously in misunderstanding and discord? How can we impose upon each other, exploit each other, commit crimes against each other, when actually we are all simply travelers going from nowhere to nowhere, or from everywhere to everywhere? All of us must make the same journey along a simple road, and each of us, in his own way, is striving to find the answer to that journey, and trying to make the journey as happy and valuable as possible. With these tremendous things in common, why do we not understand each other? Why do we have to wage war? Why do we engage in all these misunderstandings of selfishness and ambition? Lao Tse was of the opinion that the reason we do all these things is that we have never really learned how to soak up a sunset or see the beauty of things around us. We have never been able to sit down quietly and love life and feel in our own hearts a gentle sense of kinship with the bird and the flower. Instead, we have lived this strange, tense, artificial, separated existence, which began sometime long ago when we built cities and towns and moved away from the countryside, when we lost that contact with the earth that belonged to our remote agrarian forebears. And with this loss of naturalness, we have also lost health and peace of soul. We live a brittle existence, suffering from day to day, hurting and being hurt, in a universe where none of this is necessary. So instead of thinking ourselves as peculiar creatures entitled to special privileges and settling down here as though this were our home for all eternity, let us accept the Taoist symbolism that we are just lone travelers. We can be friendly and we can have friends, but we are still alone. And in this loneliness, we are seeking a reality which alone can bring peace and comfort to our hearts. Sometimes a flash of this reality is shared through another person. Perhaps from the words of Lao Tse himself, the thoughtful of 100 generations will gain inspiration and courage. Perhaps from the simple ministry of Jesus, millions of persons have found a peace that could never otherwise have been theirs. Perhaps we can do something for each other, but all we can really do is give a little hope, a little sense of faith that there is something to find, something worthwhile, something more beautiful than the pressures and sorrows of the day. When we have this kind of thinking, we will no longer enjoy nagging people or be happy about the fact that we have had a brilliant victory over some miserable adversary. We will begin to think in terms of the eternal victory of beauty and truth over darkness and ignorance. As we travel along this road toward that which is beyond, we also envision, in some way, what we think is beyond. We want to know where this lone traveler hopes finally to find rest. But perhaps the lone traveler is no longer burdened with the concept that heaven must be rest. To us, heaven is rest because we are weary, and we are weary because we are constantly making trouble for ourselves and each other. If we stop doing this, perhaps we would not get tired. Perhaps the universe is just really full of fun. Perhaps it is much more interesting and wonderful to go on and to see the landscapes that lie beyond the present mountains. Perhaps when we get to the stars, we can look out upon still greater fields, where we shall see universes spread around us. We do not know exactly what may be there, but we have a very profound belief that as we get nearer and nearer to the infinite insight, the infinite being, the infinite purpose, we will come to happiness. We will come to peace of soul and peace of heart and mind. In a universe of understanding, perhaps all weariness will vanish, and instead of slowly plodding our way over the mountains, like our lone traveler in the picture, we shall float, as it were, from space to space, carried only by the graciousness of our own desire to live and to learn and to grow. These changes may come, but whatever lies beyond must also lie above the level of our present understanding. What we are really searching for is to find the reality of things, to find the presence of God in ourselves, and to find our own place in the infinite plan of things. When we achieve this, then we can obey and keep the law, and we can accept the truth into our own consciousness and abide by it. We are far, as yet, from these infinites, and we have other, more immediate things to do. The most immediate of these is to come into the experience of a gracious, accepting kind of life. In this kind of life, the mere fulfillment of desire that we call happiness no longer dominates our purposes, for we have found a larger happiness, a greater and deeper one, in fulfilling the desire of truth itself. Out of our searching, as Lao Tse points out, we come in the end to a universe that is a magnificent, brilliant exposition of the dynamic simplicity of natural goodness. Everything is right. Everything is wonderful in its own rightness, and this rightness is as tender as the tiniest thing that lives, and as strong as the motion of cosmos itself. If we can experience something of this rightness, a little more of it every day, we will gradually come to a good life. We will find that our journey through space is taking us to happiness and peacefulness, and to the realization that we live in our Father's house, where there are good laws and infinite wisdom, love, wisdom, and strength. The search for truth is an experience of the part searching for wholeness. It is a discipline of acceptance. Although the term seeking is the best we know, truly we do not seek truth. We accept, we receive, yet we do not find. All that lives and exists bestows something. Reality is forever flowing in and through all that is. The bowl is a symbol of the mental capacity to receive. Hence, the devout Buddhist may accept in it only that which is necessary for a single day, and nothing but food. Rice is the bread of Asia. The Christian in his prayer exclaims, "Give us this day our daily bread." The Buddhist mystic does not even ask. He carries the bowl, and those who feel within the impulse of the good law will share their rice with him. When food is offered, the mendicant may not refuse it. It is told of the Buddha Gautama that on his last day upon the earth, a poor farmer, out of the generosity of his heart, put into the Buddha's bowl a portion of his food. Due to the poverty of the giver, the food was spoiled, but the enlightened one received it and, turning to his disciples, declared that the time had come for his departure from among them. Then, knowing that the food was tainted but the best that the poor man had to give, he gravely ate it and died a short time after. The story is obviously allegorical, but the meaning is perfectly clear. To receive the law is to be fed. Through all that lives, the law is brought to us, and in any case and under any circumstance, we may receive the law and achieve liberation. The experiences of the day, the problems of life, karma, and dharma, all must be accepted into the ever-open bowl of the consciousness. No lesser object than food is permissible, but who shall declare what is or what is not food? At the end, experience is perfected in law. The one who has attained liberation turns the bowl over. When the law is perfected, then the time of receiving is past. Until then, the monk in his yellow robe wanders up and down the world carrying the bowl. Read over several times, thoughtfully, this section, giving special attention to possible double meanings. These cannot always be pointed out, or the discipline itself will fail. The practice of concentration should be limited to a brief period, with special attention to regularity and continuity. If realization cannot be achieved by adjustment, the extension of the discipline is worthless. The disciple should concentrate for not more than 5 or 10 minutes at any one time, once daily. Truth is timeless. The advisable daily period, then, is 5 minutes, a number mystically associated with the control of the 5 sensory perceptions. Either mornings or evenings are suitable times. The middle of the day or night is less favorable, especially in the case of the novice. Day and night are the yin and yang. Between them are the suitable times. The time, the place, and the chair having been selected, the mood itself must next be attained. The faculties of the attention must now be gathered up by a simple, direct, effortless technique. Under no conditions should the mind be made blank. Nor should the disciple wait hopefully for thoughts to think themselves. It is too soon for the law to flow in with the forms. The artist must first paint his picture of the law. Choose an appropriate symbol. This symbol will be your mandala, and in most cases, its cultivation will require considerable time. Do not be discouraged if it takes many months to clarify this symbol. Do not change symbols frequently, and never give up one design for another until the law has been found. The symbol may be an object, an ideal, or a pattern, but it must be capable of some definition. That is, it must be perceptible to the mind, if not to the senses themselves. Abstract virtues like goodness, kindness, or unselfishness are not suitable in themselves as concentration symbols. It is for this reason that in the Eastern schools, all of the virtues are pictured. Buddhism is personified by the Buddha, itself a personification of all of the abstract virtues of the doctrine. In Christianity, the perfection of Christian virtue is figured forth in the life, sacrifice, and death of Jesus the Christ. The teacher is not the law, but bears witness of the law. In concentration, the disciple cannot concentrate directly upon the law, but upon some pattern or imagery which bears witness. And he must never confuse the image with that which is imaged. Frequently, it is advisable to derive a concentration pattern from some phase of life which is pictorially meaningful. It has been pointed out that men often find truth according to the inclination of their tastes. To the scholar, his books are sacred. To the artist, the laws and canons of art represent his natural approach to the discovery of the law. The developed mathematician finds God in numbers, and the astronomer finds truth in the stars. Choose, therefore, as the first pattern for concentration, some form or device which has already proved to be an inspiration and has brought you some measure of realization. Thus, through the gateway of the known, you pass naturally and normally into the presence of the knower. There is no broad restriction imposed on the selection of the proper subject. If you have found merit in it, or have gained merit through it, it is proper. For the sake of an example, let us suppose that we are nature lovers. We have found inspiration and strength in contact with growing things. We have found the law in growth. We cannot concentrate upon the abstract principle of growth. Therefore, let us select some one growing thing as the symbol of growth, always bearing in mind that we are not limiting growth itself, but merely specializing it, so that it will remain within the boundaries of human comprehension. In this way, we shall escape vagary and indefinition, abstractions which in turn would lead only to involvements and platitudes. Of the growing things, a tree is one of the noblest and most complicated of all forms in the plant kingdom, and at the same time, the most symbolical. The tree, from time immemorial, has been used as a basis for diagramming many forms of human knowledge. In old prints and manuscripts, we find trees of law, trees of medicine, and trees of religion. Races frequently are represented in the form of a tree and its branches. Several of the old philosophies have represented the entire universe in the form of a tree. Reflections upon a matter such as this is a proper prologue to concentration. It posits the realization of self-unfoldment by disciplines of realization magnitude and reminds the intellect of the universality of a selected symbol. It is enough that a suitably symbolic subject be decided upon preparatory to the study of the following chapter, which continues the discussion of concentration. Pierce the form. The entire subject of this chapter is realization with the keynote, pierce the form, learn to recognize all ideas as essentially formless, but perceptible inwardly as manifestations of the law. When you read books, when you listen to teachings, when you contemplate the old wisdom, pierce the form. Ponder the words of Maimonides. Beneath the body of the law is the soul of the law, and beneath the soul of the law is the spirit of the law. Search for the spirit of the doctrine. Accept nothing less. In everything which occurs to you as incident or circumstance, recognize symbols of the formless. Realize that all visible physical bodies and all tangible conceivable forms of knowledge are indeed the many-colored fringe on the robes of the infinite. Remember the inscription on the temple of Sais in Egypt. I, Isis, am all that has been, that is, or shall be. No mortal man hath ever me unveiled. Recognize the world as the veil, and realize that he who is entering into the hidden place must rend the veil of the temple from the top to the bottom. With the sword of insight, pierce the veil and find the law. An Eastern fable explains part of the mystery of concentration. It conveys certain implications that cannot be expressed in direct words. All spiritual values must be realized, inwardly comprehended. They cannot be communicated as mathematical formulas can be passed from one person to another. The emperor of an Eastern country built a palace, which he called the House of the Singing Floors. When the palace was finished, he desired that gardens be planted about it so that the palace itself should stand in the midst of an earthly paradise. The emperor sent for the wisest and most skilled of his gardeners, and commanded him to landscape the palace grounds. The gardener, who was very old and very wise, went out from the palace, and selecting a place nearby, built himself a crude sort of chair, with a canopy of branches, as a protection from the elements. The old man then seated himself there quietly. Summer slowly passed, and the man sat silently watching. Autumn came, the leaves of the trees changed their colors and fell, the birds departed. The clouds gathered, and at last the snows of winter lay upon the ground. Still, the aged gardener sat and watched. The winds whirled the snow, banking it up against the rocks. The trees bent under the fury of the gale, but the gardener merely drew his woolen cloak about him and reached for another steaming bowl of tea. Then springtime came. The snows melted, the little streams were filled, the squirrels came out from their holes, the spring flowers sent their green leaves through the patches of earth and melting snow. The gardener sat watching the motions of the seasons. At last, the summer came again. Having remained for a full year sitting in his chair of tree branches, the gardener rose, entered the presence of the emperor, and announced that now he would plant the garden. A year later, the earthly paradise was completed. Rare plants flowered on every hand. Curious fishes swam in the streams. Exotic birds nested in the trees. Little shrines stood upon the rocks. Old stone lanterns bordered the pathways. In all the world, there never had been so perfect a garden. When it was all in readiness, the gardener led the emperor out onto the broad porch of the palace and said to him, "O son of heaven, my work is finished. In every season and with the passing of every year, this garden will retain its perfection. As each plant grows, it will become a living part of a balanced completeness. When the leaves fall, they will form patterns upon the ground, and within the openings in the branches, you will see the snow-capped mountains. When the streams rise, they will form pools and eddies, each of which will become perfectly patterned with the rest. It is for this reason that I sat in meditation for a year. There can be no conflict here. Each passing season will express its own beauty, in winter, in summer, in autumn, and in spring. There will be always harmonious beauty. As your majesty advances in years, your tastes will change, but the gardens will grow also. As long as you live, you will find happiness in them. and when at last you return to the sky from whence you came, those who follow after you will find themselves in this garden as you have found yourself. I have built a miniature world that reflects the mysteries of a greater world. This, O Son of Heaven, is the wise man's garden. To every man, the fabled emperor is the self, the garden, his life, and the aged gardener, his wisdom with which he must build his earthly paradise. Wisdom opens the way and gives the example of concentration. The exercise and discipline of philosophical attention, which we call concentration, is exemplified in the gardener's year of meditation. Through the observation and consideration of all the universal processes which go on about us, we become aware of the ever-changing seasons of the soul. Summer changes to autumn, and autumn to winter, winter to spring, and spring to summer again. This mystery of change cannot be understood by the reading of words, but it can be felt inwardly as a spiritual experience during concentration. Not only must we focus attention, but we must sense as eternal truth the gentle flowing of time through consciousness. We grow, but in time toward eternity, gently, peacefully, inevitably. There must be no haste, no tension, no strain, and no striving. We must behold all things, value all things, feel our participation in all things, and from all these experiences, find the garden of our living. When we do this year after year, life after life, we understand. Tao, the way and the end in one, teaches that the method is forever flowing into the accomplishment, always. The things we do are becoming part of the thing we are. To understand this eyes concentration, not merely the concentration of the mind with its tendency to scatter its resources, but more completely to understand our relationship with life, so that the unity of our purpose is strong enough to bind all confusion together in one ever-flowing harmonious pattern. Sometimes, it is difficult to understand that concentration is not essentially an intellectual process. While the mind is the instrument of concentration, the exercises fail if they are regarded as directed toward mental control through effort. Also, it seems hard to understand that concentration involves the simultaneous activity of every part of the consciousness. There must be attention without tension. There must be feeling without emotion, visualization without fixation, and all must be bound together by an inclusive one-pointedness of purpose which does not include any inference of limitation. The process is more difficult to describe than it is to achieve, because it occurs simultaneously on different planes or levels. It depends for its success upon the capacity to realize the identity of the parts of one's own consciousness, for example, that feeling and thought are one, and that the things sensed are identical with the power to sense. There is no division between the flower and its beauty, the bird and its grace, or the river and its song. We may become aware of all values at the same time. This is properly termed spiritual perception. To the artist, the tree is form, to the woodcutter, it is fuel. The musician hears the rustle of its leaves. In it, the mystic sees growth. To the pilgrim, the tree is shelter. To the farmer, its fruit is life. To the squirrel that lives in its hollow trunk, it is protection. To the physician who makes medicine from its bark, it is healing. To the carpenter, it is walls and roof. The tree is all this and more to the sage in meditation beneath its branches. It is felt and known in all of its innumerable qualities and attributes. It is spiritual experience. It is law. It is God. It is truth. Concentration is the power or discipline by which all these values become simultaneously accessible as spiritual power. Most of all, it is realization. Truth brings to the wise man exactly what the wise man brings to truth. Therefore, truth is a sort of mystic fable, a living legend, which he interprets according to himself. Each finds in truth what he himself is. According to his own knowledge, he understands. Through the practice of concentration, the individual finds himself in all things and through all things. This is the reason why the old masters of the hidden road, as they were called in Korea, often gave contradictory definitions. Concentration, they would explain to their disciples, was a mental process. Then, in the very next breath, they would insist that the mind had no part in it. The very contradiction was part of the fable, part of the mystery. It confused the foolish, enlightened the wise. When Plato pointed to heaven as the abode of the gods, and Aristotle pointed to the earth as the abode of the gods, the confusion and contradiction seemed hopeless. Yet, it takes but a moment of real understanding to know that both were right, that all differences are proof of unity. The materialist will scoff and declare such reasoning to be little better than madness. But to the wise, the materialist is the maddest of all. Yet, the sage and the materialist are both right. Realization will prove this, for realization is forever finding the right and abiding with it. When you begin your practice of concentration, the rapidity of progress depends entirely upon the full understanding of what the discipline means. A bad start, that is, an effort inspired by inadequate comprehension, will result in years of comparatively fruitless striving. So, there should not be too much haste or too much eagerness. Success depends upon thoroughness of understanding. It is for this reason that these pages reiterate in several ways the basic concepts. If the foundation is right, all that follows will flow in the proper course. It may prove beneficial to consider your own personal proficiency in 3 basic capacities: your capacity to think in terms of spiritual realities, to feel in terms of impersonal participation in a universal sharing of life, and to visualize in terms of seeing values through forms. This probably sounds rather confused, yet it is a common experience that the normal individual at this stage of universal growth usually has a greater capacity in one of these qualifications than in the other 2. Some think better than they feel, others react more correctly to visual stimuli. Try sincerely to strengthen whichever of these qualities seems the weakest in yourself. Your spiritual consciousness must be compounded from a balance of these 3 powers of your soul. The lack of one will unbalance the others and result in an imperfect approach. It is also true that any tendency to introvert, the degree to which we cut ourselves off from the flow of life in others, damages our own sensitivity. All of the experiences of normal living contribute their part to our own soul power. If we restrict the flow of our own lives and narrow the sphere of our personal experience, we frustrate the universality of ourselves. This is a common mistake among metaphysicians. There is no virtue in aloofness. We are not greater or more dignified because we separate ourselves from others. Our true greatness lies in the nobility of discovering ourselves in the dreams and hopes and labors of our world. All of which means that the true concentration may be said to come about of itself. If we fulfill the law in living, the law sets up its own motion within our consciousness. We will then concentrate naturally as forms occur naturally. We will release soul power as the tree releases its buds and branches. Concentration is natural to man, but only when man himself is natural. Concentration is the next step in the unfoldment of the inner self. Man cannot cause concentration, but he can prevent it. Unfoldment, therefore, is not the forcing of the exercise, but the removal of the obstacles to a perfectly natural and beautiful process in the consciousness itself. If you can understand, you will do. Your action must flow from your understanding as from a fountain. At this point, little can be added to the discipline. You must find the way. But if you will meditate earnestly upon what has been implied, you will not go astray. If the words are not yet sufficiently meaningful, you must understand that consciousness itself is not yet sufficiently free from limitation of attitude and complexity to permit of proper concentration. Under such conditions, you must continue the preparational disciplines. Do not be afraid to admit insufficiency, but rather accept insufficiency as a challenge from reality to yourself. And without disappointment or regret, but with the deepest realization of universal wisdom, set yourself to the task of fitting your consciousness and your life into the universal plan. When the time comes and you are ready, you will know. Alchemy. The word alchemy is compounded from 2 words, al or el meaning God, and chem meaning Egypt. Literally, the word chemistry means the science of the Egyptians, alchemy, the divine science of chemistry, or the divine science of Egypt. Chemistry was identified with the Egyptians because among ancient peoples, it was believed that the secrets of chemistry were first communicated to man by the priests of the Egyptian temples. Alchemy is spiritual chemistry. It is the secret doctrine concerning the perfection of man, concealed under a terminology of chemical terms, allegories, fables, and symbols. Alchemy is an integral part of the European mystical tradition and also occupies a position of similar importance in the Taoist metaphysics of China. Many of the greatest of the Taoist saints were celebrated for their proficiency in alchemical research and experimentation. I have many times been asked why it was necessary or desirable to conceal spiritual truths in elaborate systems of fables and emblems. A student once asked me why it would not be much simpler and more helpful to leave all symbols behind and just explain the whole mystery at the beginning so that everyone could understand the facts themselves. By this time, it is hoped that you have reached the point where you will understand why it is impossible to describe any spiritual reality except in terms of symbolism. No one can describe growth without recourse to a description of something that grows. Spiritual realities are internal, formless mysteries, incomprehensible unless clothed in tangible lore. The fable becomes the vehicle of communication. A man crossing the void between one mind and another must be transported in some kind of container. The Buddhists call their sacred scriptures baskets. When you have received the idea and made it a part of yourself, you then may discard the basket. One of the saddest tragedies of mankind is that the average human being saves the basket and throws away the contents, or, mistaking the basket for the contents, he worships the basket, believing he is pious because he preserves the shape of the idea that has come to him, even though he is unaware of the purpose. Frequently, my students have objected to the extremely fantastic nature of religious and philosophical symbolism and fable. This wild extravagance of fantasy is part of a well-planned purpose. It is a constant reminder that the symbols obviously are too extravagant for literal acceptance by the thoughtful, that they conceal principles which are beyond the sphere of our physical and so-called normal perception. Take, for example, the alchemical symbolism of the unicorn. Out of fabulous antiquity has descended an account of a weird animal differing from any creature familiar to man. It was shaped like a horse, but had a cloven hoof. On its forehead grew a long, slender horn of twisted gold. The tail of the unicorn was similar to that of a lion, and its mane was of spun silver. It lived alone in remote parts of the mountains, and there was but one alive at a time. It endured for many ages, and permitted itself to be seen at certain intervals. The unicorn of European mysticism is the Qilin of the Chinese, the lion horse with a single horn, a fabled animal that announced the birth of Confucius. How does it happen that two races dwelling on opposite sides of the earth should share a belief in this mythological creature? How beautifully the story of the unicorn fulfills the purpose of the ancient priests who devised it. Medieval zoologists frequently included the unicorn as an actually existing animal, assigning as its habitation some little-known and inaccessible place, such as the Sahara Desert. The museums of Europe include in their collections several drinking goblets that belong to feudal princes, which are reported to have been shaped from the horns of unicorns. Men wanted to believe that the fable was true, therefore to them it was true. There was no mystery to the unicorn. It was merely a rare creature, one that found its way into the heraldry of many nations and families, who bore the symbol but never sensed the meaning. The modern world gave considerable debate to this fantastic creature. One modern school decided that the unicorn was a highly glorified rhinoceros, that the single horn peculiar to this animal had given rise to a strange story in the disordered minds of primitive people. Still, the symbolism was preserved, and the modern scientist was happy at having solved the mystery to his own satisfaction. The alchemical Book of Lambspring gives the key to the real meaning. The unicorn, with its one golden horn and living alone, is the human soul dwelling far distant in the impenetrable forest of the senses compounded from the numerous aspects of the anima itself. This white horse with the horn is a proper symbol for the most profound meditation. There is no way to tell its story to the foolish, nor is there any way in which its mystery can be concealed from the thoughtful. No man can describe the soul in direct and simple words. It is a subjective experience. But each man may restore for himself a certain pattern of the soul by meditating upon the appearance and temperament of this strangely docile animal, described by Basil Valentine as so shy that it runs before the hunter can reach it, so wise that it can never be captured in any net devised by man. A symbol of the soul must likewise be a symbol of soul power. The golden horn, never used to injure any creature but around which the knight-errant tied the silken scarf, is the power of concentration, the one-pointedness of the soul, the harmless strength of truth. But how could this be explained to men who would prize the unicorn's horn as a wine goblet? Whoever the initiated guildsman was who first fashioned that horn into a beaker undoubtedly was acquainted with the mystery, for if there possibly could be devised a vessel to hold the mystic wine of the Feast of Cana, it would be the unicorn's horn. And so, the mystery grows, each part fitting into the rest, each circumstance conveying an inference that literal words can only crucify and destroy. As the soul must be sought in the farthermost and the innermost intricacies of our lives, so truth will be found hidden in the mystery of symbols. Symbolism is the old appointed way of telling the story. The universe is the first symbol, man, the most perfect symbol, and truth, the hidden reality behind all symbols. Realization. The alchemists belong to that group of mystics who are said to follow the cycle of the quest, that is, their symbolism is based upon a search for something lost or hidden. The Knights of the Round Table seeking the Holy Grail, the Illuminati seeking the Pearl of Great Price, and the alchemists seeking the threefold elixir, all belong to the symbolism of pilgrimage. Truth is viewed as separated from man by a strange, intangible sense of distance, a space of time or place that must be crossed. But it is a distance of becoming, a search for that which is farthest from the known, but nearest to the self. It is indeed a foolish mortal who mistakes spiritual distances for material intervals or permits himself to dream of reality in terms of place. Alchemy is devoted to the quest of three hidden truths, which are three concealments of one truth. The first of the veils is the transmutation of metals, the second the discovery of a universal medicine, and the third the creation of the elixir of conscious immortality. There were two kinds of alchemists. To the first, alchemy was a superchemistry, the transmutation of metals of physical possibility, and the universal medicine an actual compound against disease, the elixir of life, a subtle fluid which could prolong physical existence indefinitely. To the second kind of alchemist, the three quests were entirely spiritual, and were to be attained only through the practice of the mystical disciplines, of realization that had descended from the ancient rites of the Egyptian temples. In an old manuscript left behind by some unknown writer of the 17th century, a mystic alchemist sounds the note of warning. Woe, woe, woe unto the gold makers! This is the burden of all alchemical writings. The fables are told, but woe to him who accepts them as the substance of the doctrine. They are but the shadow, the substance lies beyond. To the modern truth seeker, alchemy conveys the light of another facet of the philosophical diamond. It gives further instruction in the mystery of the search for the self. But first must come the mystery of the metals. There are two kinds of metals, the earthly metals and the philosophical metals. There is a gold that is mined from the earth, and there is a philosophical gold that is mined from the air. There is a mercury which falls from the rock, and a philosophical mercury that abides as a vapor in space. There is mortal iron and immortal iron. There is a tin in the earth, and a tin in the heavens, a copper that corrodes, and a copper that is incorruptible. There is a lead that is heavy, and a lead that has no weight at all. In the formulas of alchemy, there are 7 sacred and profane metals, as in the formulas of theurgy, there are 7 parts of the soul, rational and irrational. The 7 irrational parts of the soul are the 7 base metals. The 7 rational parts of the soul are the 7 mysterious and perfect metals. Also, there are 7 sensory perceptions of the soul which extend outwardly from within to comprehend the order of the base metals. And there are 7 rational extensions of the soul which extend inwardly to contemplate the divine metals. In addition to the metals, there is vitriol, not the vitriol of chemistry, but the vitriol of the philosophers. It is the devourer of the metals, the slayer of the metallic souls. This vitriol is the indispensable solvent of the metallic principles. It destroys them as metals and mingles their essences. It dies with them and produces from their minglings the supreme mystery of the philosopher's stone. This is the stone Petra, the rock upon which must stand the temple of truth. This is the stone that the builders rejected, the stone that destroyed the giant of Nebuchadnezzar's dream. This is the sling stone of David, the white stone, the magical stone of the shed that gave Solomon power over all the worlds. This is the emerald of the Sangreal and the sapphire stone of the commandments. This is the diamond soul of the Tibetan lamas, the priceless jewel in the forehead of the Buddha. Words can but imply the meaning, for in alchemy, as in Oriental mysticism, we are dealing with wordless principles and nameless facts. But dimly, we may perceive or sense the majesty of the concept. Omar Khayyam knew the secret of the metals when he wrote, "The vine had struck a fiber, which abutif clings my being. Let the Sufi flout of my base metal may be filed a key that shall unlock the door he howls without." The mystery of the metals is the mystery of the recognition of the twofold nature of all consciousness, all form, and all thought. When the alchemist wrote, "You shall take 1 part of the philosophical iron and add thereto 3 parts of the philosophical mercury, and be sure that they have been properly distilled and augmented," he was using his own quaint, picturesque terminology to convey a truly transcendental secret. Those searching for the mystery of the inner life can use in their quest only the higher and most attenuated faculties of sense and thought. The ordinary human mind is of very little service, the human emotions of very little good. We must seek within and find the spiritual powers of the mind, the spiritual powers of the heart, and the spiritual powers of the hand. In other words, we must use only the spirit of the metals. It is useless to bring only the mortal perceptions and the mortal limitations to bear upon the problems of the immortal self. Our physical experiences are not enough, they must be distilled and augmented. Our physical education is not enough, it is but a base shadow of something greater. Our thoughts, our sciences, our emotions, our arts, our actions, our crafts are mortal and physical symbols of immortal powers. We must read all the symbols, we must seek all the shadows. This is the beginning of alchemy, that we shall discover our every word and deed to be but symbols, our hopes and aspirations only fables, our histories and traditions merely legends. All that we know, like the symbol of the unicorn, is an indication of that which lies within. The almost inconceivable reality beyond all our experience and all our knowledge is an essential subject for our meditation. It must be a very sane and gentle meditation. It must not lead off into absurdities, but lead inward toward reality. Of all the fables in all the world, we ourselves are the most fantastic. We are a creature stranger than any sphinx or chimera. The sphinx has the head of a man, the body of a lion. But what of man himself? He has the spirit of a god, the soul of a mortal, the body of an animal. He has dreams of space, the longings of the air, and the motions of the cosmos. Yet he is bound down like some Gulliver chained by Lilliputians. He is, of all creatures, the most mysterious composite monster that dream ever fashioned. In the ancient temple of Serapis at Alexandria stood a gigantic image of the weeping god. His body was fashioned out of the twigs and branches of trees. His hair was grass and grain. His eyes were precious stones. His garments were made of metal, and his body was overcloaked in the skins of animals. He was crowned with the feathers of birds, flowers bloomed in his hands, and insects gathered honey from his mantle. This weeping god upon whose headlight shone down through the open roof of the temple is man himself, the symbol of all nature, who bears within him all questions and all answers. Thus, we learn from the story of alchemy that each must gather the elixir from all the lives that make up mankind, and compound therefrom the elixir of his own life. From all the secrets that are man shall be fashioned the secret power that shall save man. Retrospection. Retrospection is one of the best known of all philosophical disciplines, the Pythagorean exercise of retrospection. It is recorded that the members of the famous school of Crotona practiced a daily retrospection according to a formula laid down by the great master himself. Retrospection is the mental process of reliving in reverse order the incidents of the day. The purpose of retrospection is to discover the moral weight of action. The average person passing through the experiences of daily living is only partly aware of the significance of passing events. Some of the most valuable lessons go unnoticed. Failure to heed and observe, failure to discriminate and place right emphasis, and most of all, failure to be thoughtful. All these shortcomings deprive the consciousness of the experience of action. The result is that much valuable time is wasted. By means of retrospection, we may live again the incidents which have occurred. We may view them impartially. We may read our own actions as from a book. It is possible to see in greater perspective the intimate relationship between cause and effect. Theoretically, at least, retrospection enriches life, resulting in a greater thoroughness in thinking and feeling. More recently, the discipline of retrospection has been interpreted as a form of vicarious atonement. The person performing the retrospection sets himself up as a sort of judge and jury over his own actions. Reviewing the incidents of the day, he attempts to rationalize each of them. Subjecting his thoughts and emotions to a series of mental rewards and punishments, he sincerely regrets the mistakes he has made and with equal sincerity acknowledges and applauds his more commendable accomplishments. This technique is regarded as highly beneficial in neutralizing karma. Unfortunately, it does not appear that this form of retrospection was practiced by the Pythagoreans. So we have no rule of conduct laid down by the master in this particular. The practice of retrospection offers certain advantages if properly understood. But like most esoteric exercises, it has been gravely misunderstood by most of those who have attempted to use it. It is the natural purpose of the universe to keep the attention of man focused directly upon that hypothetical division of time which we call now. It is written in the scriptures, now is the accepted time. Present action is the focusing of all the accomplishments and propensities of consciousness upon the problem of the moment. The now eternally is drawing out of man his resourcefulness, his courage, his integrity, and his understanding. What we call time is so illusional that many philosophers have come to the conclusion that of all the dimensions of time, only the now is real. Any exercises which lure the point of consciousness away from the now are dangerous to those who are not well grounded in the disciplines of realization. He who lives in the future abides in a vagary of hope. He who lives in the past lives in the vagary of regret. Both hope and regret are inferior attitudes as compared to the active certainties of the now. A man working with a present problem is gaining much more of soul growth than can be achieved by dreaming of unborn tomorrows or moping over dead yesterdays. When we become very wise so that we are untroubled by memories and are unmoved by repining, we then may find profit in the contemplation of our own misdeeds. Until such time as we have gained this philosophical equilibrium, too much retrospection is likely to prove harmful. There is a certain fatalism about the past, and so little can be done to unmake or remake that which already has occurred. As we have done, we have done. We may desire heartily and sincerely to take back the hasty words we have spoken, but we have spoken them to the air, and the winds have carried them far beyond our reach. We never can bring them back. The kindly deed we might have performed is useless now. The occasion came and went. Performed tomorrow, it will be useless. The opportunity for experience which was offered and which we overlooked has passed on to others. We cannot lure it back. All we can do is settle back in the midst of our realization of failure and disappointment, discouraged by the helplessness and hopelessness of our miserable state. This negative attitude robs us in a very subtle way of a certain vitality. Realization is not a discipline of repentance. It is a positive statement of conviction. It flows along the impulse to do and to be, and it has little in common with vain regret. It is better for man to search for truth than it is for him to wrestle with his errors. Another problem that arises with the discipline of retrospection relates to the implications of self-correction. Going through the experiences of the day, the disciple is supposed to administer his rewards and punishments according to the merits and demerits of action. This implies that the student knows what he should have done, and also that he knows what he should not have done. A critical survey in many cases indicates that true knowledge of correct courses of action is beyond the capacity of most students. Therefore, the judgments made during retrospection are opinions little better than the actions themselves. For example, a certain sect or school may teach that a disciple should eat only a certain kind of food. Quite thoughtlessly on some occasion, the disciple eats something that is not included in the list. Later in his retrospection, he realizes the enormity of his offense, enters into the process of self-chastisement, which involves deep repentance and devout assurance that his sin will not be repeated, and feels a tremendous sense of personal failure. Yet the truth of the matter may be that the group or sect which forbade the eating of the certain food was entirely wrong in its original condemnation. The dietetic restriction was not based upon a solid philosophical foundation, but upon the personal tastes of the founder of the sect. Perhaps this gentleman did not like onions, therefore he forbade his disciples to eat them. In just this way, the whole retrospective process becomes a vicious circle of misunderstanding and wrong emphasis, simply because the disciple does not know what is right and does not know what is wrong. In the deeper systems of philosophy, the old teachers would have said that until the disciple actually knows what is right, retrospection is impossible, and when the disciple does know what is right, retrospection is unnecessary. There is little virtue in a discipline that leads only to an inferiority complex. Retrospection arises in all instances where the element of forgiveness of sin is present in a religious system. Here there is some compromise of basic integrity. If the human being believes that there is any escape from the consequences of action, the standard of living will be compromised. Thoughtfulness must come first, not afterwards. A little wisdom is more precious than an ocean of repentance. To do what is right first is to be wise, and so it is the first duty of the truth seeker to search for the right. Having performed an action according to the noblest standard of consciousness, there is no cause for regret. If a mistake has been made, universal law will reveal it through karma. There should be thoughtfulness, but not overemphasis upon the daily process of living. Often there is conflict between the larger vision and the smaller vision. I know individuals who have been possessed by regret and remorse for the greater part of a lifetime. Such persons sing their vices but never have found their virtues. All too often, their self-condemnation is based upon hopelessly inadequate standards of integrity. They are blaming themselves for faults which either do not exist or which have been highly magnified by popular ignorance. In advising the discipline of retrospection, I recommend a specially modified form of the exercise. This would agree almost exactly with the original Pythagorean formula. Appoint a few moments at the close of the day, become silent, relax, and permit the incidents of the day to flow through you as a series of pictures. It is customary in retrospection to reverse the order of the images, moving backward from last occurrences toward the beginning of the day. This is done in order that the relationship of effect and cause may be rendered more obvious by observing effects first and then tracing the causes of those effects backward along the line of incidents. If the retrospection can be performed without any personal involvement, without any sense that the incidents are occurring to ourselves, the retrospection becomes philosophically useful. We should see not the weaknesses of ourselves, but the strength of the law. We should not see ourselves as poor mortal sinners forever wrestling with the hosts of evil like Jacob with the angel, but rather we should see law molding us eternally into the shape and purpose of its own reality. Instead of worrying about our own soul growth, instead of being possessed by the desperate delusion of growing, instead of longing after some Elysian field, we should become aware of the workings of an ever-flowing law by which all finite natures are being impelled and propelled. Law is real, we are not. Law is good, we are not. Law is immortal, we are not. This does not mean that we are worms of the dust, insignificant, unimportant things, beings to live in misery and despair. Rather, it means forgetfulness of ourselves. It is turning the effects of attention away from self-condemnation toward the face of fact. We know as a physical truth that he who forgets himself is happy. We are reminded of the biblical statement that the man who saves his life shall lose it. This applies especially in the field of religion. Throughout the whole world of belief, men are trying through their doctrines and their dogmas to save themselves. Through prayer and fasting, through rituals and dogmas with candles and pig-sides, self-centered mortals are bending to the task of saving themselves. Through self-depreciation, through self-denial, with flagellation and austerity, with gifts and offerings, the rich and the poor, the humble and the great are seeking divine favor. Always for the same reason. Always inspired by the same fundamental motive, self-preservation. The soul must be saved, and strangely enough, the salvation of an immortal principle is made to depend upon the ill-founded opinions of a frail and mortal part, the human personality. Men meditate to save themselves, and they practice retrospection to save themselves. Always they are thinking of the self, always plotting and planning for the self. The lay disciple, falling into one of these pitfalls of the way, comes inevitably to the dual conclusion that not only is he worth saving, but that he is in dire and constant danger of being lost. In this wild game of saving and losing, of being redeemed and then relapsing, the beauty and nobility of living, it is the purpose of realization that consciousness shall flow away from the personality toward identification with law and reality. Posit the real, not the unreal. This is not a platitude, but a great spiritual truth. This parable, which originated somewhere in northern Asia and traveled far to be incorporated in the Christian traditions, is a statement of realization. It is applicable to the daily life of each disciple. By it we should judge others, and by the same rule we should judge ourselves. This does not mean that we should continue to cultivate old faults, but rather that we should strive to cultivate universal virtues. We should not excuse our own mistakes, but rather we should see through them and realize that they bear witness to a failure of adjustment between personal and universal understanding. We should not try to correct faults one by one, but rather with single-pointedness search for the one realization and the one truth that in itself corrects all faults. Retrospection is serviceable if through the aid of it we come closer to the one. But if we are not more aware of good because of the exercise, then the exercise is not good for us. Any discipline that makes us feel our own inferiority is as wrong as one which makes us feel our own superiority. Man is neither great nor small. He is a channel through which eternal principle is flowing. He may think he is great, and then he truly is small. He may think he is small, and then perhaps he is great. But knowing he is a witness to a greatness that is not his own, which abides forever in the innermost and the furthermost, he is a sage established in reality. If the retrospection appears to the consciousness as a practical method of growing, it may be practiced sparingly, but it should never become a crutch or an escape mechanism, should never be thought of as a compensation for action or inaction. If practiced at all, it should be keyed to the realization of works. Through observation and attention, we should become more aware of the workings of universals through us and in us. If this is possible through retrospection, and the mind can protect itself from the processes so often associated with the discipline, then the effects can be beneficial. Usually, the discipline should be limited to from 3 to 5 minutes a day and should be practiced regularly immediately before retiring. The mind should remain impassive and entirely calm. There should be no emotional reflex of any kind. It should be an experience in which we become aware, but to which we do not react as personal beings. The mysterious order of adepts. The traditions of alchemy refer frequently to a mysterious order of adepts. It was believed of them that they possessed a complete knowledge of the mysterious elixir of life, could travel about the world appearing and disappearing at will, communicating their secrets to such as they deemed worthy. These adepts carried with them the powder of projection, which they called the red lion. A few grains of the red lion dropped upon a molten mass of crude metal would cause its instantaneous transmutation into the finest gold. According to one account, the powder of projection could transmute 100,000 times its own weight. This same powder dissolved in wine was the philosophic elixir, the universal medicine against all corruptions of the flesh. According to von Welling, a minute particle of this red lion, if placed on the surface of water, would begin to revolve violently, passing through all the changes and periods which occur in the formation of a solar system. In the majority of cases, those alchemists who claimed to possess the powder of projection had received either the powder or the formula for its preparation from one of the nameless adepts. It is not, therefore, difficult to understand the veneration in which the invisible brothers were held. The great number of stories circulated describe the curious circumstances under which the adepts revealed their secrets. Undoubtedly, it is true that advanced alchemists possessing profound knowledge of the universal mystery did wander about medieval Europe, but the accounts of the adepts, like the story of the unicorn, were philosophic fables devised to deceive the unwary into holding false opinions regarding the alchemical operations. The adept is the self, the divine principle that manifests within the human personality, the reality behind every man. This self possesses the true powder of projection. Wisdom, for wisdom and wisdom alone, can transmute all the base substances of human experience into spiritual power. The inward quest is the search for the self. The purpose of concentration is to discover the self. The end of all seeking after spiritual things is to be united with the divine part within. The conscious union resulting from the release of principle from personality, of the subtle from the gross, of the eternal from the temporal, is accomplished by means of the secret chemistry of the soul, the alchemy of the old world. Within each of us is the adept self, the rose diamond. On rare occasions, we glimpse for an instant the tremendous implication of the self, and we become aware that the personality is indeed merely a shadow of the real. These infrequent mystical experiences, these rare occasions when the sincere seeker feels himself to be in the presence of his own divine nature, were described in the old books as a visit from one of the adepts. In the extension of consciousness, which resulted from such rare spiritual experiences, came a newer, fuller appreciation of the mystery of the quest. The personality was instructed in sacred matters. It participated for an instant in a larger fact, and in this way came closer to the universal mystery of knowledge. The laboratory is life. The alchemist is the truth seeker. The formulas by which he attempts to control the metals are his disciplines of concentration and contemplation. The adept teacher is the oversoul, and the powder of projection is living wisdom, which transmutes all substances and all natures into the imperishable truth for which all the world is seeking. The transcendent personality. Illustrating a preceding chapter is a figure representing the creation of the transcendental personality within the consciousness of one who is concentrating. We turn now to consideration of the next illustration of the same series, showing the extension or multiplication of the personality into 3 transcendent attributes. These figures require understanding and thought. It is customary in Eastern theories of metaphysics to represent the heart as a shrine. Often this shrine is shown as a small Buddha-like structure within the breast. In some systems, especially the Buddhist, the heart is described as a lotus bud. When this bud opens under the gentle influence of the concentration, the seated figure of the meditating Buddha is found within. The heart is indeed a house of hidden places, the very sanctuary of the body, the symbol of the throne of majesty in man. It is proper, therefore, that this, of all the organs in the bodily economy, should represent the self, the reality, the most sacred part of the whole nature of the universe and of man. The purpose of concentration is to become aware of reality. When this awareness is achieved, it is described as coming to the one who discovers it and taking up its abode in his heart. The three transcendent attributes, the realization of the three states of the self, the highest or supreme state is that of Adi Buddha, the unmoved mover of the world. The beyond or intermediate state is Avalokitesvara, the realization of the one, the comprehender. The smallest figure is the terrestrial Buddha, the observer, the beholder of the unreal, the objective personality with its attributes. Actually, this is part of a symbolic story, but it conveys the idea. In China, the oversoul or the reality sometimes is depicted as riding on the phoenix. It appears in the heavens and flies rapidly from cloud to cloud. At last, gliding downward, it disappears into the body of the disciple where it sits upon the lotus throne in his heart. When this mystery takes place, a certain contact has been established. A bond has been forged between the personality and universal values. This reality within is called the transcendent being. It is man's concept of the universal being. It is not the pure universal substance for the reason that the human consciousness is not capable of envisioning the absolute itself. The transcendent being is the absolute as we are able to understand it. It is the infinite made finite by our own perception, yet incredible and unknowable to the concepts of the uninitiated and the uninformed. To the degree that we are able to preserve and maintain the beauty, impersonality, and dignity of the transcendent being, to that degree we remain true to our philosophy and to our doctrine. As a mother carries her children within her body, so the disciple carries the transcendent being within his heart. It must grow up within him, ultimately to be born from him as a free and independent spirit. But the personality cannot survive the birth of the transcendent being. When the universal is born, the personal dies. It is written in the East that the mother of the Buddha lived but 5 days after the birth of her child. The transcendent being is the abiding presence. Once it has been realized by concentration, it dwells with the disciple. This transcendent being never questions, never speaks, never demands. It merely remains, waiting. Understanding increases it. Lack of understanding apparently causes it to diminish. But through this, it gradually strengthens, becoming ever more dominant. It is variously figured in Eastern mysticism. Quite often, it is called the Maitreya, the Bodhisattva, which is to come. In this aspect, it is the universal Messiah. This is the true import of the Messianic doctrine. The coming Savior is the transcendent being. In China, Maitreya sometimes is represented as a very rotund, smiling personality whose body seems to be perpetually shaking with laughter. It is a happy spirit abiding in man. There is nothing depressing or introverting about it. It is the joy of realization, the peace that truth alone can bestow, a fortunate and desirable presence, the coming of which is to be marked by appropriate rejoicing. The disciple, having envisioned the real, that is, having become aware of his relationship to fact, is said to have attracted the transcendent being. From that time on, the being grows with the rapidity of the evolution of the disciple. This is Jacob Boehme's tree of the soul, which grows up in the heart until it fills the whole world. Gradually, the transcendent being increases until man's personality becomes merely a dying atom in the substance of this universal reality. Man begins his growth as a lowly creature like an atom in space. In the end, however, he achieves space. His consciousness is identified with space. He no longer is isolated but encloses space within himself. In the Brahmanic books, Krishna is described as towering far above Arjuna, his faithful disciple. The transcendent being, Krishna, has in this manner so increased that in comparison to it, the personality of the human creature is as nothing. The development of the transcendent being requires many lifetimes to consummate its final emancipation in a life of realization. If I can convey in some way to you the meaning of the transcendent being, you will share one of the choicest secrets of Eastern esotericism. Here again, we can make use of a fable. Once upon a time, there was an emperor who longed to have a son. Although he had many wives, Allah, in his infinite wisdom, gave him no sons. So the emperor resolved to go upon a pilgrimage to ask the advice and guidance of a great and noble saint who lived alone in the midst of a deep forest. After many days of journeying and numerous hardships and troubles, the king reached the hut of the hermit. Here he was nobly received by the holy Sufi. And to this aged and learned man, the great prince of the earth told the sad story of his longings, of his desire that an heir might be born to him. The Sufi listened to the sincerity of the king's appeal and said, "You shall have a son upon one condition." "Anything that you ask," replied the emperor, "on behalf of my kingdom. By Allah, whose name be praised, I swear it." Within the year, a son was born to the emperor. All his people gave thanks, and the king was prepared to fulfill his vow. The holy Sufi came into his presence, and the emperor said to him, "Ask what thou wilt." The Sufi replied, "While I sit quietly in my hut in the deep forest, I wish you to remove the forest and to build in its place a great city, so that without leaving the little garden around my house, I may see the whole world go by and be among the concourse of peoples." So the emperor built the city just as the holy man had desired. In the very midst of the city, protected by a beautiful marble dome, was the little hut of the holy man with its square of earth. The holy man sat and watched the princes, the merchants, and the travelers from all over the world pass up and down before him. Several years had passed when he sent for the emperor. "I have seen enough," the saint observed firmly. "Remove the city." So the emperor took all of his people and all of the merchants and their shops and the palaces and the gardens and had them moved. What he could not move, he deserted. And the holy man was alone again in the silence, surrounded by the ghosts of an empty city. This is the legend of Fatehpur Sikri, the city of red stone and marble that today stands deserted. But it is more than a deserted city. It is the story of the transcendent being. The emperor is the truth seeker. The son he desires is his own immortality, continuance of himself as a spiritual truth. The holy man is the secret doctrine, the wisdom which finally becomes personified as the transcendent being. The pilgrimage to the holy man's hut in the forest is the practice of the disciplines. The city that the emperor builds represents the cycle of incarnations in which the pageantry of lives takes place. The concourse of people who pass to and fro before the holy man's hut represents the various personalities that comprise the cycle of incarnations. The holy man's hut, around which has been built the temple with its marble dome, is the abode of the transcendent being seated in the heart of the city, spectator to all that occurs. The transcendent being demands, after the passing of many years, that the city be moved and deserted, so that it may be left to sit alone in peaceful contemplation, the transcendent being having come into complete rulership over the life. Finally, nothing remains but the transcendent being, a creature built from the noblest hopes and aspirations, which is the real self. The ego of the personality is dissolved in a universal essence. Man no longer lives for himself or by himself. He exists to fulfill the impulses of the transcendent being. He lives to bear witness to the will and purpose of the universal spirit that has taken up its abode within him. Through contemplation and concentration, it is possible to realize the transcendent being as very real and entirely substantial. It is a substance akin to the substance of a fact, shrined within the Holy of Holies of man's temple. The transcendent being becomes purposeful living, and the objective personality becomes its willing and obedient servant. "I bow before the lotus throne," chants the enraptured Buddhist. He means just that. As a personal creature, he bows before the lotus throne of his own heart, where sits Sakyamuni, the light of Asia and of the world, the priceless jewel, the transcendent being. To feel oneself, or to realize oneself as the keeper of a sacred trust, is a great experience in consciousness. In some way, it adds to one's dignity, at the same time keeping one very gentle and humble. It is thus that each becomes his own high priest, his heart the altar, the transcendent being the God that dwells in the holy place. Religion becomes an intensely intimate and personal matter when the transcendent being is the direct object of all religious observance. It is the God which abides with man. It is not a God, but a ray of the God, the principle, the truth. It mingles through a mysterious alchemy with the mortal parts of man, though it is never limited or destroyed by them. It stands, has stood, and shall stand. It remains the silent watcher. It is not the voice of conscience, for it never criticizes, never blames, never doubts, never questions. Like the passionless face of the meditating Buddha, it sits in the heart and waits through the ages during hundreds of lives, unmoved and unchanged, with ever-closed eyes and imperturbable passive features. It waits for the day of liberation. There is no hurry, for there is no time. There is no delay. There is only a timeless mystery waiting for liberation, waiting and yet not waiting, for here waiting has no reference to time. Timeless waiting is a mystery that is all wound up in realization, in the sublime secret of personal awareness. Of all the mysteries of Asiatic metaphysics, none is more sublime in its concept than the doctrine of the transcendent being, the ever-coming self. While man builds his own soul, he really is building the universal soul with virtues not his own. He is building virtues with wisdom that rises not in himself, and he is perfecting a wisdom apart from himself. All the constructive and creative powers which man expresses fall into his personality from some deep and hidden source. Their purpose is not to build his personality, but to perfect the transcendental being which, born in the manger, a symbol of its material environment, unfolds and develops until it becomes a world savior, truly the savior of each man's world. The genii. In the Taoist system of philosophy, the genii, that is, the intermediary spirits, frequently are depicted as riding through the air on strange, brightly plumaged birds. Such pictures convey a profound philosophic meaning and are part of the meditation symbolism. In the old mysteries, genii represent the intellectual extensions of the personality. For example, in the course of numerous rebirths, the self or oversoul gathers the harvest of experiences. Each life, with its sequence of incidents, enriches some part of the composite spiritual nature. In one incarnation, the emphasis may be upon observation, whereas another life may be confronted especially with problems of discrimination. When the sattva or self emanates a new composite personality at the beginning of each physical incarnation, that personality is composed of the substances of previous experiences. Thus, the personality may be regarded either as a single entity or as a compound made up of numerous separate and distinct experience sequences. When considered as a single entity, the incarnating ego is called the personality, but when considered as a composite structure, it is made up of numerous separate experience cycles, which have been named the genii. These diverse experience principles, riding on the brilliant plumage of the thought birds, soar about through space, flying up and down the world, each living out its smaller cycle within the larger cycle of the complete life. The genii are usually depicted as grotesque little creatures, somewhat human in appearance, huddled up in voluminous cloaks and robes, carrying or accompanied by the particular symbols of the qualities which they represent. The genii convey to the Eastern mind, by the manner in which they are drawn, a definite airy or unearthly quality. Their robes flow about them in whirls of color. They ride amidst the clouds. Frequently there is a humorous, mischievous look on their faces, and nearly always they convey the impression of traveling with great haste toward some strange undefined destination. The genii may be likened to vagrant thoughts. We sit down quietly to think about some serious or weighty concern. Suddenly, in the midst of our contemplation, our thoughts fly off to some entirely irrelevant subject. Then we must gather up our minds and start again. And even as our mental fingers reach out to catch the flying sprites, they slip away again with mocking smiles. As the Chinese poet said, the thoughts of men are ever escaping from the bondage of the will, longing to return to the sky. There is considerable difference of opinion as to the proper method of coping with the complex phenomena of the personality. It has been usual in the Western systems of philosophy to attempt to point the mental processes into a single power administered by the dictatorship of the will. All of the faculties of the intellect must become one-pointed and one-purposed, having no freedom of their own. The result is a constant struggle in the self to reconcile the contradictions which arise among the senses and perceptions. The Oriental mystic does not favor this technique of development. Rather, he prefers to permit the consciousness to flow outward along the magic airways of the mind. In the imperial collection of paintings on exhibition in Peking is one which illustrates the Oriental viewpoint. In the background of the painting is a dim blue haze of distant mountains, symbolizing the unknown elements toward which all life is ever seeking to escape. In the foreground is a thought genie seated astride a heron. Beside the genie, holding onto the flowing robes of the little spirit, is the figure of a philosopher riding off to the mountains. The whole painting is one of joy and adventure. The reason is flying away on the wings of its own fancies. To examine the subject more critically is to explore into one of the deepest mysteries of the contemplative life. Philosophically, the personality is not one being, one entity, one principle, or one force. Each new personality that comes into birth is a gathering up of other lives of distant times and of diversified impulses. As the woodchopper comes home with a bundle of faggots on his back, so the body brings into birth a bundle of twigs, which it has gathered through innumerable incarnations. One of the great experiences of living is adjusting to the fact of internal diversity. Looking about him, man realizes that he is personally confronted with problems of adjustment. He must learn to mingle with the multitude of other human beings who make up his world. He must adjust to numerous temperaments, and he must develop patience, sympathy, understanding, and all those qualities by which contact with others becomes just and harmonious. Turning inwardly to contemplate the subtle mystery of himself, he again finds himself in the presence of diversity. His inner nature is not one, but many. If it were not so, there would be no richness to living. It is the manyness within himself which makes it possible for him to mingle constructively and reasonably with the manyness that makes up his outer world. Within each of us is a universality, and this universality makes it possible for us to sense or to be aware of the universality of space. The parts of man's consciousness bear witness to the parts of world consciousness. The egocentric philosopher dreams of the time when he shall be all-knowing. He is conceited enough to believe that from his mortality may be fashioned a vessel which can contain all the knowledge of the world. He always is trying to find truth within himself and to bind it there, but he has not yet advanced into the mystery of finding himself within truth. As surely as all of the laws and truths of life are represented within man, so man himself is part of all the laws and principles of life wherever they may be and however they may be manifesting. This brings us to a consideration of the extension of the personality along the lines of conscious impulse, the transcendent personality and spiritual alchemy. The transcendent personality is related to spiritual alchemy. Paracelsus, among others, refers to the mystery of the creation of artificial human beings. Such creatures were called homunculi, and usually are described as crystal-like in appearance and as produced by art rather than by nature. Art is always to be understood as philosophical discipline, as contrasted to nature, which more slowly accomplishes the same ends by the gradual process of evolution. The homunculi were said to be born within eggs of glass. Their food was the universal medicine. They might not be shown to anyone who was not initiated, and they continued to exist as long as they received proper nourishment. They grew like human beings but never became old. Although the homunculus is often referred to in alchemical writings, no tract containing any complete discussion of the subject is known to exist. As a result, this entire cycle of symbolism and the meaning which it conceals has for the most part been ignored. It is extremely difficult to explain the subtle process taking place within the unfolding consciousness of the developing mystic. It is evident that as realization increases, the personality undergoes definite change and modification. Through growth, each becomes a new or different person, yet the old personality is still present. Nothing is lost, but something is added. This new something is an intangible personality made up of understanding, appreciation, realization, and many other attributes of soul power. If the disciple progresses normally in his unfoldment, this new and transcendent personality becomes his true self, more real, more tangible than the temperament and character with which he was born. Most important of all, this transcendent personality has a freedom about it, a space quality. It is not limited by the habits, attitudes, tendencies, and characteristics which afflict and limit the mortal personality. This is the secret of the second birth. The transcendent personality is born within the consciousness of the mortal personality and grows up within the mind and body until it reaches a condition wherein it is capable of independent existence. Having achieved its maturity, the transcendent personality, though still connected with the nature which is the source of itself, becomes capable of independent existence and may go and come as it pleases through the numberless gateways of consciousness. For the transcendent personality, all walls are doors, and the whole world is a gate. This is the secret of Zen, which reveals how differently the East and the West view the mystery of life. The Occidental, seeking for salvation, has been taught that the gate which leads to eternal life is small and narrow, difficult to find. The Zen priest believes that the gate which leads to eternal life is so broad that it is no gate at all. It is everywhere. All life is forever flowing through it. It is the gateless gate. Man cannot find it because he cannot realize that space itself is the doorway to eternity. He is looking for a small door through life when life itself is the doorway. The transcendent personality goes and comes through the gateless gate, gradually revealing through the life he lives, the life that is living him. For the purposes of meditation and realization, you should now attempt the gentle contemplation of the structure of the transcendent being. Realize in terms of freedom. Think not of life that is limited by state or estate, but rather of life lived in space. It may not be possible for you to travel physically to all parts of the world, or to read all of the books in the world, or to master all of the arts and sciences of the world in one lifetime, or even in many lifetimes. Yet we can always and forever move freely to and fro across the world. We may abide with all learning. We may sense through appreciation all of the learned accomplishments of man. Otherwise stated, we may abide eternally in the presence of the desire. This likewise is the mystery of the Sufi, the Persian mystic who, seated quietly in meditation, transfers his consciousness from his mortal personality to his transcendent personality, and by this means releases himself into the greater sphere of the mystic world. Motive. Now comes a very vital and important consideration, motive. If man seeks release for motives of escape, he fails utterly. The rose garden of Sati is not for those who are merely tired and weary and discouraged, rebels against the four walls of their little rooms. The rose garden is for the one who loves the roses. It is fulfillment and not escape. It is opportunity, not evasion. The transcendental sphere is not for those who would run away from living, but for those who would hasten forth toward life. It is hard to describe the difference in motives, but once they are experienced, the differences are obvious. The element of ulterior motive is involved, that certain deceit about many of our impulses, which are inspired by a phase of selfishness, or self-pity, or egotism, or even ambition. A textbook on the art of Chinese poetry explains the matter very simply. 3 manners of men attempt to write poetry. The first and lowest of these composes rhymes to sell, and his motive is profit. He can never become a true poet. The second composes his lyrics to impress others with his superior abilities, or in the hope that they will advance him in reputation or preferment. His motives are egotism and ambition, and he can never be a poet. The third class, and their number is comparatively small, are impelled only by the universal impulse of beauty. Poetry writes itself through them. Desiring neither profit nor fame, but moved by an irresistible impulse to express poetry, they alone are the poets. They have no personal motive, but a universal motive possesses them. It is the joy of beauty to reveal itself. Likewise, it is the joy of the transcendent personality merely to be. It moves back and forth through the world like a spinning shuttle, drawn where beauty and nobility abide, rejoicing in the contemplation of that which is noble and good. In the words of Jami, it is enough to be close to the beloved. The transcendent personality finds the beloved in space. The realization of these mysteries brings with it a very gentle mood, one still and peaceful, not sad or solemn. There is nothing grave or somber about the real. It is just that, in the presence of true joy, as in the presence of deep sorrow, the self is silent. Only that which feels little and lives superficially reacts boisterously. In your meditation, if you have understood correctly, you may meet your own transcendent personality as one you have long known. You will discover a very simple, gentle creature, slightly humorous, very human, childlike in simplicity, but old as the world in wisdom. As you open the gates, which lead outward into the spheres of your realization, this transcendent personality, bearing yourself with it, will move out through all the gateways, exploring, examining, experiencing, enjoying. Most of all, you will be with it in everything that it does. You will share its experiences. As time goes on, you will realize that this transcendent personality is actually yourself. All that it does, you will do. As you have built it, so now it builds you into itself. The transcendent personality is symbolized in Christian mysticism. It is truly the Christ in you, the hope of glory. Its creation in you is the second advent, and its coming of age within your consciousness is the true christening. In one of the apocalyptic gospels, there is the story of the child Jesus and the birds. While playing, Jesus fashioned pigeons of clay and tossed them into the air. As he did so, they came to life and flew away into the sky. The transcendent personality is the magician of old, the Merlin of innumerable myths and legends. It possesses the magical power of bestowing life. It is the creator, the controller, the master of the genii. It is this transcendent being which releases the thought spirits that fly about it. Omar Khayyam pictures them as shadow shapes that come and go, the golden cage. In ancient times, there lived in China a great and powerful emperor who richly patronized the arts and crafts. He surrounded himself with painters, sculptors, and ingenious artisans who competed with each other to provide the emperor with extraordinary examples of their talents and skill. One of these craftsmen built a golden cage so intricate in its design and so perfect in its workmanship that the equal of it could not be found among all the treasures of the earth. The cage was fashioned in the likeness of a temple, its many roofs encrusted with jewels and its interior divided into numerous rooms with mechanical doors and gates. So delighted was the Son of Heaven at receiving this remarkable treasure that he immediately bestowed upon its designer, the Jade Button, and made him a prince of the empire. The emperor then called together his hunters and fowlers and bade them go forth with their nets to capture for him the strangest and most beautiful birds in the world. After many adventures which rivaled the strange tales in the Arabian Nights, the fowlers returned and presented themselves before the emperor. Each in turn recounted his exploits and presented the rare birds he had captured. At last, the chief of those who had gone forth brought as his offering the phoenix bird itself, which he had captured on the Mountain of the Moon. The emperor set up his golden cage in the palace garden, and in each of its rooms he placed one of the rare birds. He then ordered the throne to be brought out, and seating himself, he spent many hours contemplating the beautiful spectacle. While he was seated thus, surrounded by his mandarins and princes, a Taoist monk knocked at the palace gates. There was a mystery about this monk. He did not walk down the road, he came from the sky in a cloud. He was a spirit. Entering into the presence of the emperor, the monk seated himself with dignity and inquired about the golden cage. The emperor explained what had occurred. The old man sadly shook his head and discoursed in this manner. "O great majesty, set not this example for your people. Release the birds and destroy the cage." The emperor was displeased and astonished. He ordered the sage to explain himself. The monk then continued, "You, O Son of Heaven, are the symbol of righteousness to all that live within your domain. You are the model man. Your actions are the laws of your empire. Your conduct is the rule for right and wrong. Great is your responsibility because all must look to you as to the source of common good." This cage, built in the form of a temple, is a threefold mystery. First of all, it is the world with its many rooms within which all life is imprisoned. In the second place, this cage is China, the middle kingdom of the world. And you, O Emperor, and all your glittering court are the imprisoned birds. Their bright plumes are your robes of state, and the phoenix is your very self. Your palaces are prisons, your temples are cages, your powers are nets which catch yourself. In the third place, this golden cage is your mortal nature. And these little feathered things are the dreams and hopes which are imprisoned within the very bondage of yourself. All that you have learned of poetry and music and art, all the beauties which you have come to understand and appreciate and comprehend, are held prisoners within the cage of your mortal consciousness. O Emperor, release them all, and in releasing them, release yourself. Hold nothing captive. If you keep these birds in their gilded cage, they will cease to sing. Each in turn will pine away and die. It was not the purpose of life that it should be imprisoned or bound, and the one who keeps these birds in the cage will destroy them, and in the end destroy himself. You have found joy in capturing the birds. Now find the greater joy, the truly imperial privilege of releasing them." As he finished speaking, the old monk drew his robes about himself and disappeared in the very presence of the emperor. The emperor, himself a scholar, realized that the being who had appeared in the robes of the monk was no ordinary mortal but a celestial creature, the heavenly guardian of the birds. And as heaven had directed, so the Son of Heaven obeyed. He ordered all of the cage doors to be opened so that the imprisoned birds might fly back to the sky. Then he took the cage to the mountains and left it with all of the doors open, setting aside the place as a sanctuary for the birds. As the years passed, many of the birds returned to the cage and built their nests in it. And when the emperor was tired with problems of state, he would go out and climb the mountains to stand for hours watching the birds that flew in and out through the open doors of the cage. At the end of his life, he wrote a poem describing the understanding that had come to him from the contemplation of this mystery. The story explains itself, yet it tells much more than might first be understood. We live in a world which each of us in his own way has the impulse to dominate. We desire to capture life within the nets of will and thought. We measure success in terms of dominion. We feel that we are great in the measure that we possess. These reactions and impulses are entirely contrary to the contemplative life, yet the attitudes involved are so subtle and insidious in their operation that we learn our mistakes only after lifetimes of error. The difficulty with so-called spiritual ambition is the limitation which it inevitably imposes upon the free motion of life. As a concrete illustration, assume that all honest and sincere persons desire truth. Each in his own way seeks to capture the real, yet each seeker consciously or unconsciously thwarts his own ends. He does this by imposing the limitations of his own ignorance upon the very reality which he seeks to discover. Student number 1 destroys truth by declaring that one must practice yoga to discover it. Student number 2 destroys truth by affirming that he can discover the real through the intensive study of chemistry. Student number 3 destroys truth by taking mathematics as the key to universal knowledge. Student number 4 destroys truth by maintaining that it can be discovered by the practice of austerities. Student number 5 destroys truth by insisting that reality can be achieved through pilgrimage. Student number 6 destroys truth by declaring that understanding can be won through contact with holy relics. Student number 7 destroys truth by maintaining that it can be discovered in books. And student number 8 destroys truth by denying that it can be discovered in books. Each in his own way follows along the lines of his own endeavors and tries to capture eternity with the instruments of his own opinions, demanding that truth be what he expects it to be. Unconsciously, he sets himself up as a judge over the unknown, while in his ignorance he takes the attitude that could be reasonable only if he were all-knowing. It does not follow that reality is not to be achieved through meditation, or through study, or through mathematics, or through the practice of austerities. Each grows according to his own understanding. But as theology has corrupted religion, so formulas have corrupted philosophy. The doctrine of the transcendent personality assumes that the quest for reality is not a formularized attempt, but a spontaneous adventure in consciousness. There is no need for prodding the consciousness toward the quest for the overself. Man's spiritual nature is not a lazy schoolboy who must be browbeaten into a state of learning. It is the impulse of the self to flow toward the real. There is no need to stimulate this impulse. All that is necessary is to remove the artificial impediments and obstacles set up by the chemistry of the physical personality. As the bird flies from the cage when the door is open because the bird belongs to the air, so consciousness flies to the real when the cage of material limitation is opened. Meditation and the transcendent personality. In meditation, the transcendent personality is first visualized as born in the aura of the heart. Here it remains seated in contemplation of the law. As realization increases, the transcendent personality ascends along the course of the vagus nerve to the brain. Here it seats itself upon the 1,000-petaled lotus, the aura of the pineal gland. As the disciple proceeds, his personal consciousness mingles with that of the transcendent personality, with the result that the center of awareness ascends likewise to the brain and mingles with the transcendent personality to form the transcendental being. A simple example of this power of consciousness to localize or directionalize is the mystery of pain. Pain is a process of becoming acutely aware of a condition. The consciousness localizes itself in the area of distress and participates in the condition which it observes. The same is true in the contemplation of the transcendent being. Consciousness localizes itself in the heart, and later in the brain, and participates in the realization of the transcendent being. Realization as conduct. The degree of realization which the student achieves in the studies of the mystical can be determined in part by his reactions toward the exquisite and the fine. If he still prefers the bric-a-brac with which the uninformed surround themselves to the dignity of the blank wall, it is evident that realization is lacking. Take a man into an art gallery and ask him to point out the picture that he likes best. It will then be possible to tell the degree of his understanding. It will not be a measure of his technical knowledge of art, but of his internal reaction to the pictorial, study the habits of human beings, and most of all, your own habits. By observing your reactions and reflexes, you can determine with certainty whether what you fondly believe to be spiritual expansion is merely an intellectual conception. Realization as conduct is the performing of truth. Realization as observation is the perceiving of truth. Realization as appreciation is the enjoyment of truth. Realization as speech is the utterance of truth. Realization as meditation is the contemplation of truth. Realization as veneration is the acceptance of truth in a spiritual mystery. Discipline as truth is obedience to the law, and sight as truth is the discovery of reality in form, line, color, and composition. Thus, we have a measure of checking to make sure that our realization is not illusory. If we are honest with ourselves, we know the degree of actual growth which we have accomplished. We know, without being told, the degree to which our tempers have subsided and our irritabilities have been subdued. We know the measure of our honesty and the degree of our integrity, at least approximately. If after several years of metaphysical study, these temperamental qualities have not changed markedly for the better, we are not studying correctly, regardless of what others may say or how good our memories have become. We have no real understanding unless our lives are better in practical terms. We have a poor memory indeed if we cannot remember the laws of life. If memory does not sustain its continuity so that the thing remembered becomes the thing done, little has been gained. A flowing of understanding into action as truth within the individual is released through realization. Let it be understood as impelling to conduct identical with its own nature. Practice the disciplines of the law. Know the law in the motion of your thinking. Feel the law in the quality and directing of your emotions. Express the law through the rhythm and coordination of your actions. During periods of meditation, practice simply at first and later with greater diversity of application, the experience of the law. Place before you on the table a simple but significant object, preferably something small and fine, something that you greatly prize. During the process of realization, and with the consciousness rather than with the mind, extend your hand and pick up the object. Observe this simple motion. As your realization increases, the action of picking up an object will become symbolical of the entire development of your consciousness. You will find that the impulse will slowly change from a muscular reflex to a motion rich with meaning and rhythm, impelled by definite understanding, clearly purposed, and executed with exquisite grace. As your understanding increases, the motion toward picking up the object will become slower and slower until, like the Zen monk, you will be able to accomplish the action without movement by realization alone. Philosophically, this is immovable motion. The object will be picked up by realization. This does not mean that the physical object will be levitated or will be carried to the person by mental power or any physically miraculous means. It implies, rather, that the reality of the object, the significance, and the purpose, which are its real self, will be picked up by the consciousness of the meditating individual without actually being moved at all. As realization extends throughout the departments of life, the simple act of picking up something will become symbolic of all motions. First, it will be beautified. A grace and harmony will be conferred upon action, and gradually coarse action will practically cease, all action being performed within realization. Illumination. To the mystic, the word illumination means inward enlightenment. As the sun lights the physical world and sustains all life with its energies, so the self, the spiritual sun, lights the inner world of spirit and preserves with its power the spiritual aspirations and ideals of mankind. Many are the popular misconceptions about the metaphysical significance attached to the word illumination. Illumination is not to be interpreted as some kind of an external experience. It is an entirely natural consequence of living an enlightened life. Illumination does not confer perfection, nor does it bestow a sudden extension of spiritual powers. Rather, it is a kind of dawning within the self, the beginning of a greater light, the aurora of Jakob Boehme. Illumination should never be interpreted as an acceptance into some elite body of initiated adepts, nor as an introduction into some arcane storehouse of secret lore. It has no association with fantastic pageantries, robed figures, priests and altars, soul flights, or similar absurdities so often suspected by the uninformed. Illumination is simply a process of awakening, of opening one's eyes, lifting another veil, opening another door, and looking toward the face of truth. It is the consciousness, having penetrated a little farther into the wonders of living. There is no cause for pride in illumination. If anything, the illumined student becomes more gentle and more humble, but there is no groveling humility. The disciple approaches truth because it is his birthright. He neither demands nor supplicates. He obeys the law, fits himself to receive light, and the light comes. Illumination is not a single experience marked by an abrupt transition from a state of ignorance to a state of wisdom. It is a series of related experiences, a series of spiritual discoveries. There will be moments that seem more radiant than others, but the whole experience will extend over a period of many lives. Growth is a sequence of unfoldment, an orderly procedure marked by the gradual increase of internal light. The child in school struggles heroically with the mystery of the multiplication table. To him, it is a mystery, and his mind is seeking to grasp the elements and principles which underlie the theory of multiplication. Weeks pass before the processes are mastered, and then the child suddenly realizes that it understands the workings of the multiplication table. No longer is there a mystery. The problem has been mastered. A secret inward flush of victory follows, a feeling that now the whole world is conquered. There is a new sense of strength and a new determination to attack other problems and to solve them. The flash of understanding in the young student's mind, which solved the mystery of the multiplication table, was a sort of illumination. It was consciousness becoming aware. Some light flowing into the fumbling mind revealed the mystery. In the schoolboy's flash of understanding, there is something spiritual and mystical. If that inner light had not come, he would have studied in vain. And without understanding, learning is useless. Neither would he expect his new understanding to become a universal panacea for ignorance. What he does find out, and soon, is that after mastering the principles of multiplication, he must learn the rules of division. Here he is confronted with new principles and new procedures. Once more, he must grope for the laws, and again he must find them within himself. A little enlightenment does not bestow immunity from future effort, nor does it promise peace and security in some psychic summerland. There is nothing impractical about mysticism. The difficulty is that many impractical persons seek refuge in mysticism without making any effort to correct their own shortcomings. We have learned that realization is a gradual extension of universal energy through the personality of the human being. Also, we have learned that in order to become enlightened, we must identify the personal consciousness with this universal force, then we may consciously participate in it and be moved by it as it moves through us. Wherever there is a point of contact between personal consciousness and universal consciousness, there is an extension of the personal consciousness. This extension is properly called illumination. As two electric wires brought together will produce a spark at their point of junction, so the meeting of the lesser and the greater selves is always accompanied by a temporary expansion of the lesser self. This flash of energy is interpreted through the personality of the human being in terms of the sudden extension of awareness. Something sought for is suddenly found, something desired is suddenly felt. Illumination always takes the form of solution, solving the problem most imminent to the self. The composer with his unfinished symphony, the artist with his unfinished canvas, the poet with his unfinished verses, and the scientist with his unfinished experiments. Each of these is confronted with a problem. Each has gone as far as he can proceed unaided. Having exhausted the resources of conscious personal knowledge, each is groping for a solution. It may require days, months, or even years to complete the unfinished task. Without realizing it, each of these men is waiting for a miracle. Only a revelation, only some mystical extension of consciousness can make possible the completion of the work. Then the light comes. How, no man knows. When, no man knows. Why, no man knows. We do know, however, that effort is rewarded with accomplishment. That which we earnestly desire and honestly strive after will come. We may see the answer as in a dream. It may flash into our minds. It may leap out at us in the motion of the millstream, in the ripples of a pool, or in the flight of a bird. The clue may come from the thoughtless words of a friend, the notion of some mere acquaintance. But within the reason, there is a little burst of awareness. The whole body and mind thrill with the acute knowledge that the answer is known, the solution is found. The experience of genius bears ample testimony that without consecration and perseverance, there can be no illumination. It is a reward for effort, not a substitute for effort. The philosophic life is in itself the noblest of all the arts. To live well is the supreme test of wisdom. It is impossible to perfect living without illumination. It is only in those moments of contact, during which the self is revealed, that the purpose of life can be more adequately realized. There can be no enlightened living without a realization of the reason for living. This reason cannot be supplied by the intellect, nor can it be discovered by the senses. The true reason for our existence can be found only through communion with the self. Only the self knows its own purposes. As personal beings, we are merely shadows cast by the self. As mortal creatures, we are the instruments by which the self accomplishes its purposes. Illumination comes when the instrument begins to discover the reason for which it was fashioned. Modern psychology has invented the term mystical experience to explain the mystery of illumination. Havelock Ellis, in summarizing the effect upon his life, which was produced by a mystical experience occurring to him, wrote in substance, "After this experience, nothing seemed to matter anymore. Everything was so supremely right, so entirely as it ought to be, that no longer was there any space for doubts, concern, or dissatisfaction." Havelock Ellis had glimpsed the law. For one brief second, he had looked out through the window of his personal self into the greater world that lay beyond. Light had come within. The mood could not be sustained. In a fraction of a second, it was gone, but the consequences of that mood were profound and lasting. No matter what he might say, no matter what others might say to him, no matter what conclusions might be reached by the 50 jarring sects, Havelock Ellis was sustained by a personal experience. Others argued he knew. Others wondered, hoped, and feared, but he had experienced a certainty. He could not convey that certainty to any other living creature. If others ridiculed or disapproved, he could not confer his understanding or convince them. The certainty was his own, but he could not share it. He could state it, but he had no power to force conviction. To the earnest student, the desire for illumination may become a serious handicap. If you are too conscious of the ends you desire, you may become neglectful of the means by which you hope to achieve those ends. To exist from day-to-day longing to be illuminated is to fall almost certainly into the illusions of wishful thinking. If the longings stimulate the imagination, it will soon bring about pseudo-psychic experiences which to the hopeful and imaginative soul assume the proportions of cosmic enlightenment. Illumination can never come until the causes for it have been definitely established. It is the crowning effort. Do not wait for it. Do not hope for it. Do not wonder about it. Do not fear that it will not come. Develop realization, normalize and beautify life. And illumination will be the normal and natural consequence, not as a single episode, not one tremendous burst of enlightenment, but a steady release and increasing flow of understanding into and through the lower faculties of the reason. It has often been pointed out that tension and effort are detrimental to spiritual progress. This is especially true in so abstract and sensitive a subject as illumination. The story is told of a Zen monk studying in Kamakura who practiced the disciplines daily for 20 years in order to earn for himself the merit of illumination. At the end of that time, he was still untouched by the flame of the self. Discouraged at last, he climbed to the top of a tall pagoda, determined to cast himself off. He had given up all hope. Having come to the final resolution and being utterly resigned, he flung himself from the pagoda. As he fell, realization came, and so great was the enlightenment that manifested through him that he landed unhurt at the foot of the tower. He immediately rushed to the abbot for an explanation of this phenomenon. The old man listened gravely to the account and then nodded his approval and understanding. "My son," he explained, "for these 20 years you have tried to force the real. You have dominated that which will not obey the orders of any living thing. You have desperately striven to discover that which no man can discover. Truth must discover you. At last, having failed in all your efforts to grasp the formless aspect of light, you became utterly discouraged. You gave up. You relaxed. You tried no longer. In your very desperation, you came to a state of peace. Life was purposeless without reality. You no longer desired to live. For an instant, all of your psychic organisms were calm. And in that instant, the 20 years of your discipline bore fruit. The light came. You were no longer plagued with the intensity of your own desires, that which could come only during desirelessness. Detachment is truly a part of the mystic disciplines. Too many beginners in metaphysical matters are longing after liberation. Too few are performing the disciplines of liberation. There is no liberation except through realization and illumination. These are the only escapes from the wheel of the law, yet they are not really methods of escape. More correctly, they are the outgrowing of the limitations by which most mortals are afflicted. As birth is the only entrance into the physical life, so enlightenment is the only entrance into the spiritual life. However, we must not desire too intensely after spiritual release, or we shall cheat ourselves out of some part of physical experience. For the philosopher, all things in good time. Without undue haste and without undue delay, without regret and without anxiety, the mind established in wisdom flows toward the real. Under such conditions, illumination is as natural as life itself. And only when it is entirely natural is it real. So-called illumination produced in any other way and by any other means can be but hallucination. The disciple can protect himself in one regard. He can constantly ask himself whether the spirituality which he believes he has achieved is consistent with what he knows about his own spiritual integrity. If he seems to know more than he is, to be wiser than his virtues, to be more advanced than the standard of his thinking and living, then he certainly is deceiving himself. His progress is not real but imaginary, and he should set himself immediately to the task of correcting conditions before delusions further confuse him. We are not worthy of enlightenment merely because we desire it, but only when we have won it, and there are so few who are willing to earn. The masses expect nature to bestow its greatest gifts regardless of worthiness. The contrast between the intellectual and the mystical viewpoint is exemplified by the meeting of Confucius and Lao Tse. Confucius was a man possessing the highest mental and reasoning powers. Not only was his mind profound, but he retained to the end the delightful qualities of humor and curiosity that revealed intellectual superiority. His thought was profound, gentle, and dignified. He sought to educate China and to release through the Chinese consciousness the noble traditions which had descended through centuries of scholarship and culture. But Confucius was not a mystic. His spiritual nature never escaped the conventions of thought. he never denied mysticism, but admitted simply and honestly that he was unqualified to indulge in its abstractions. He honored the mystic, studied the mystical books, and even wrote commentaries upon some of them. His knowledge was encyclopedic, but it is doubtful if he ever experienced that conscious extension into participation with infinites which the mystic terms illumination. This does not mean that Confucius was unenlightened, and here is a fine distinction. The trained mind, properly disciplined, may arrive at the same conclusion that the mystic approaches through realization. The difference lies in the degree of conscious participation in the known. The intellectual approaches truth as something possessing form and dimension, outside of his own nature. But the mystic approach to truth is that of consciousness finding itself as formless and dimensionless reality. Lao Tse, in his life, his teaching, and his personality, was completely the mystic. He moved through his world untouched by the literalisms of life. His scholarship was entirely within himself. He contacted the literature and art of his time without being in any way caught or entangled in the maze of their intellectual or emotional grandeur. He was in this world but never of it, dwelling always apart in the distant heights of his own realization. Somewhat older in years than Confucius, he was far older in spiritual understanding. The mystical difference in age has been adroitly adapted by Taoist painters in depicting these two great men, as is illustrated by a fine old Chinese painting. It bears the title Lao Tse and the infant Confucius. The great Taoist saint is sitting in the shadow of a great rock from which springs the ragged, twisted form of a storm-swept pine. Lao Tse, represented as an aging man wrapped in a somber mantle, is gazing down with the benign serenity of a wise and loving parent at the babe he is holding in his arms. Confucius, with the intent, frank, and trusting expression so often seen on the faces of intelligent children, nestles securely in the old man's arms. The whole conception is noble and meaningful. It is unlikely that there is any historical foundation for the picture. It is a symbolical representation of the parenthood of realization as compared to intellectual accomplishment. Much has been made of the traditional meeting of Confucius and Lao Tse on the steps of the library of the Shu. It was on this occasion that Confucius described the spiritual accomplishment of Lao Tse as being compared to a great dragon twisting and turning in space, flashing through clouds which obscured the mental lives of normal human beings. The dragon soared upward through all the states of being and then streaked downward into the very depths of matter, a great immeasurable spirit ascending and descending at will, flying free in space, unlimited by any mortal restraint. He could admire this free spirit, but he could not bring his own personal experience into rapport with so cosmic a consciousness. To the Taoist, the dragon represents illumination. It conveys to his mind the strange powers of the real. It is the only creature in the Taoist mythological system that is entirely self-sustained, inhabiting the great field of Tao itself. The dragon is space's consciousness. It dwells in the absolute, moving back and forth with perfect freedom in the limitless vistas of reality. Space, or Tao, is eternally moved by the tides of law. Within it are all shapes, all forms, all motions. This mystery is expressed by representing universal extension as a sea of currents and energies filled with nebulous whirling and patterns designed to express immense cosmic processes. Here, self-nourished and unique, one without a second, dwells the dragon, expressing in its form the infinite courage of realization which sustains itself in the mystic ocean of the universal self. Lao Tse perceived instantly with mystical penetration that Confucius was incapable of the mystical comprehension. The men met, performed the formalities, conversed for a little time, and parted. Lao Tse returned to the gray walls of his library, and Confucius to the secluded grove where he discoursed with his disciples. There is no record of any opinion that Lao Tse may have expressed as the result of his meeting with the greatest scholar of his time. But Confucius described to his disciples his impressions of Lao Tse. He was profoundly affected, and sought earnestly to find some spirit of mysticism within himself. He had the greatness to recognize greatness, but not the realization to share in the lofty speculations of the initiated mystic. This brings to consideration two important Taoist doctrines concerning illumination. The first is courage, and the second is sufficiency. Courage is understood to mean that strength of purpose by which the consciousness steadfastly approaches the real. Realization. The consciousness steadfastly approaches the real. Here realization must support the quest. It is not sufficient to desire truth. It is necessary to strengthen desire with the courage of conviction. Truth brings not only liberation, but undreamed of responsibilities to the self. That which is realized becomes the absolute law of living. There can be no departure from inward reality. Once man knows, he must do, or else his knowledge will torture him. Failure to think, to act, and to live that which is realized, or any effort on the part of the lower nature to compromise realization, produces a desperate conflict within the life. It is an axiom that that which is realized is naturally performed. But we must remember that for the average person, realization is imperfect, and the moments of conscious extension are separated from each other by relapses into what may be termed human interludes. Only the most highly evolved mystic, who has devoted many lives to the unfoldment of the mystical disciplines within himself, can continuously maintain his realization. The intermittent flashes of greatness, termed by the Taoists the blinking of the dragon's eye, result in a material condition requiring a high measure of personal courage. There must first be the courage and dedication to depart from the errors of other men and to devote the life to a reality which is beyond the understanding of associates and friends. Then there must be the courage to face the inevitable failures of good intentions. There must be realization deep and true enough to accept these backslidings without emotional intemperance. There must be no self-condemnation, no interludes of remorse, no periods of despair. Realization must be true enough to sustain the consciousness and tranquility throughout success and failure, which alternate in the life of the disciple. To lose tranquility in what some feel to be the right aims of self-censure is again to fall into error. As surely as there must be no spiritual ambition, so there must be no spiritual remorse. The quest for the real must become a continuous, gentle effort. All things in nature will accomplish realization in the fullness of time. Nothing can hasten law. It is its own speed. Nothing can be delayed beyond the limitations imposed by the immaturity which is intrinsic to all mortal creatures. The second Taoist doctrine concerning illumination emphasizes the necessity for sufficiency. The doctrine creates itself, sustains itself, abides by itself, moves impelled by its own nature, and has no home but space. This attacks the fundamental human impulse toward dependency. Even religion subtly inculcates a doctrine of dependency. Man is ever searching for a strength outside of himself upon which he can cast his burdens. Many persons studying mysticism are seeking for some source of security to which they can turn in time of trouble. This insufficiency has no place in a doctrine of realization. The dragon soul abides only in the shadow of eternity itself. The illuminated consciousness must be completely self-sustaining, unaffected by any sense of aloneness. As enlightenment increases, the desire to share it increases, but with this desire comes the realization that it is impossible to share the real. Realization is an inward experience, which can come only to those who have won it in their own right. It cannot be conferred. The impulses which realization bestows upon the personality will not be understood by others less developed. Lao Tse dwelt in the old libraries, wandering like a ghost up and down through the passageways, surrounded by thoughts of other men, yet untouched by those thoughts. In like manner, the mystic, though bound physically to the life of his world, must understand the freedom of his inner life, or he will be very much alone. A few will venerate him from afar, but none will understand him. Jesus, praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, was alone. His disciples could not keep one vigil with him. Their realization could not go with him into the presence of the Father. Realization brings with it sufficiency, but unless the growth toward it be entirely natural and unaffected by ambition, the disciple will find it difficult to maintain sufficiency without leaning on some error for support. His realization will not be continuous enough in its earlier stages to prevent some conflict between the personal and impersonal phases of his life. He must recognize and realize the difference between freedom and aloneness. The man who is alone has a certain freedom which he often fails to appreciate. The man who is free finds in his freedom an aloneness that is often difficult to bear. If such conflict arises, it must be met by realization. When realization is highly developed, time and place cease. Time and place are intimately involved in the pattern of relationships. When time and place have been absorbed by realization, then aloneness and distance are gone. As Confucius said of Lao Tse's spirit, realization moves back and forth, up and down, in and out. The interlude of aloneness lies in the critical amount of adjustment between personal and universal consciousness. Universal consciousness cannot be alone because it is part of everything. It is a participation in life which forever precludes any acceptance of isolation. But this realization is not easily achieved. It is because of certain great problems such as these that I have so carefully emphasized the necessity of developing realization by gentle and normal means. If the development be entirely correct, the motion of the consciousness will be so gradual and so normal that these abrupt interruptions will be passed through almost without incident. Universality will increase to the same degree that the personality decreases, with a corresponding decrease in stress and strain. If for any reason the effort at development is forced, and the flow of consciousness is interrupted by mental or emotional complexes, then such problems as aloneness will inevitably manifest themselves. If this occurs, you should slow your forward motion and gather up the loose ends which enthusiasm or spiritual ambition has caused you to overlook. Proceed no further in the extension of some one part of your consciousness until your realization is sufficient to assure the continuity and normalcy of your living. Not to make such correction will result in misery and temporary failure. Your aloneness may cause you to rush ahead into unwise attachments or to falsely glorify as a spiritual virtue your sense of isolation. The latter course of action produces the hermit, the recluse, and the fanatic, who believe that there is some spiritual virtue in frustration. Such a course of action renders consciousness less suitable for normal realization, and usually ends in a stalemate. From the foregoing, it will become more evident how delicate are the adjustments which are necessary to a normal spiritual growth. When we realize that most students of mysticism are not even aware of the necessity for these adjustments, it is not difficult to understand why most of them turn out to be impractical and intolerant. It is not the failure of mysticism itself, but the failure of the disciple to bring to the subject an adequate background of general knowledge and normal viewpoint. Each must protect himself with his own understanding against what the unbeliever has rather appropriately termed sickly mysticism. It is unfortunate that the world has been trained to accept as virtuous traits of character which are not necessarily superior. The Hindu holy man sitting on a bed of spikes gains a certain popular sanctity because he endures physical discomfort for his belief. It is perfectly proper to respect his sincerity, but not to admire his understanding. The same attitude is appropriate toward the Christian saints and religious leaders. To shorten one's life and to multiply one's sufferings may reflect devotion, but certainly such actions should not be set up as standards for normal spiritual development. The intention may be right, but the realization that is the true spiritual development must be comparatively slight. It is much more appropriate to the ideals of mysticism to symbolize growth by a beautiful, spontaneous, happy unfoldment, like that of the opening flower, than to do so by an example of cruelty which would accomplish heaven by afflicting its own body with a heartless despotism. So be not deceived by the standards of spirituality which others set up. Do not try to emulate the lives of others, even though they may have a high reputation for sanctity. Search for realization associated with beauty, gentleness, peace, and simple dignity. Spiritual progress is not to be achieved by any creed of cruel action or by the heartless inhibition of normal impulses. This realization is your contemplation of the mystery of illumination. Try to experience inwardly a sense of gentle awakening. Go out into the dawn and meditate upon the daily awakening of the world. See how the darkness gives way to a dim light which slowly spreads across the surface of the earth. Observe how this light gradually brings into life all the sleeping wonders of nature. Then the rising of the sun, its own rays reaching into the very consciousness of living creatures, until each stirs and again takes up the tasks of the day. There is no conflict, no struggle. There is light in the world and the acceptance of light as natural, as normal as the simple awakening of that which has known light and darkness before. Illumination is a dawn within the self. The light of the spirit brings into life the innumerable aspects of realization. An empire of effort awakens, and all life continues its search for peace. As the Buddhist disciplines lead to nirvana, or absorption into the universal self, and the yoga philosophy teaches a union with universals through samadhi, so the Taoist doctrines of China have as their goal the identification of consciousness with Tao, the supreme principle of life. To the Chinese understanding, there are two modes or conditions of Tao, its relative and its absolute aspects. Every living creature at every step of its evolution participates to some degree in the mystery of Tao. This participation is relative adjustment, the partaking of Tao. In distinction to this continuous process of adjustment is the ultimate identification with Tao. All growing results in growth. All growth ends in Tao. As absolute Tao is beyond definition, it cannot be contemplated by the intellect. It cannot even be attained by the mind. It may be symbolized, set up as a goal, recognized as an ultimate, yet it eludes definition. Tao is. This fact is the supreme reality which the mind is capable of framing. What Tao is can only be experienced through the mystical disciplines of realization and illumination. When Lao Tse departed from China, riding on his green water buffalo, he stopped for a short time with the keeper of the northern gate of the Great Wall. It was on this occasion that he compiled the Tao Te Ching, his only literary production. This brief thesis, containing only 5,000 characters, is the foundation of all Taoist metaphysical speculation. It is principally concerned with an effort to expound that which is knowable by the human intellect concerning the mystery of Tao. Having delivered this writing to the guardian of the northern gate, Lao Tse rode off into the mysterious depths of the Gobi Desert, and was never again seen by mortal eyes. He left behind him the mysterious symbol of Tao as the law, the way, the means, and the end, one comprehensive idea that embraces both the seeker and the sought, the means and the end. We live in Tao, we desire Tao, we attempt to understand Tao, we strive to become Tao, and at the end of all seeking, we are Tao. It is evident that so mystical a speculation cannot be grasped by the mind which has been trained to the contemplation of formal and tangible matters. We lack the equipment to enable us to visualize in the abstract. To understand, we must bestow form and dimension. To formalize or limit Tao is a philosophical impossibility. Therefore, it remains like the mysterious swirling clouds, a force and a principle realized yet not realized. Its immanence is recognized as necessary, but unrecognizable in its very nature. Buddha and Socrates both refused to attempt a definition of absolute being. Each gave the same reasons. In the first place, it was impossible, and in the second place, Even were it possible, such definition would not be useful to the evolution of human consciousness. The mind, groping with an abstraction beyond its comprehension, will inevitably fall into error. It would invest reality with the limitations and disfigurements of its own imperfect perspective. The mind would then worship these distortions as realities and lapse into error. What the intellect cannot understand, it misunderstands. Religious misunderstandings are especially unfortunate, even tragic. They will affect every other part of the life, reducing integrity and preventing normal growth on the various planes or levels of living. It is not wise, therefore, that the average disciple attempt in any way to anticipate ultimates. His search for Tao should result in a series of personal discoveries. Each new aspect of Tao should dawn upon him. It should come as a beautiful experience in the personal extension and impersonal awakening of the self. There should be no preconceived opinions as to that which lies beyond. There should be open-mindedness, absolute willingness to face truth as it is, and to rejoice in the glory of things as they are. Tao cannot be theologized. It cannot even be taught, but it can be known. The disciplines of meditation and realization are not statements of Tao per se, rather they are an invitation to the Taoist life. They will gradually lead toward the real, but cannot be understood as definitions of reality. Earlier you have had the attempt to explain something of the mystery of the transcendental being, how the spirit of the personality is separated from the grosser parts to become an eighth sense. The transcendental being is the bridge between the objective and the subjective parts of man. Across this bridge, the more refined parts of man may pass to and fro, but it is not strong enough to support the grosser aspects of the personality. In the Nordic mythology, the transcendental being is the Bifrost Bridge, the bridge of rainbows which connects Midgard, the abode of man, with Asgard, the abode of the heroes. Across this heroic bridge, Odin of the single eye passes to and fro. The other gods and goddesses of the mundane order frequently accompany him, all except Thor, the Thunderer. Thor was of such gigantic structure and so heavy of stride that beneath his tread the bridge shook and threatened to collapse. This charming allegory is the story of the difference between the personality and its principles. Thor of the mighty hammer, the destroyer of giants, is the human mind, the objective intellect. The mind is the conqueror of the mundane world, but it is not allowed upon the Bifrost Bridge. The mind analyzes, criticizes, and divides. It is constantly given to opinions and attitudes. Its very processes shatter the subtle stuff of human aspiration. Soul power is too fragile in its early stages to bear the weight of mental criticism and intellectual analysis. Thus it is written in the Eastern classics that the mind is the slayer of the real. As the Minotaur wandered raging in the Cretan labyrinth, so the intellect roams the world, exploring, searching, affirming and denying, building up and tearing down, conquering and being conquered, living and dying according to the laws inherent in itself. As long as there is mind, there will be division. As long as there is division, intellect will contemplate and accept division. While intellect rules, there is discord. But when the self rules the intellect, there is order, relationship, pattern, and purpose. It is mind that has taught death, and according to the scriptures, death is the last great enemy. Death is a belief in limitation, a conception of existence based upon mental experience, and by which the eternity of life is denied. Though all the selves may come and go, may be born and die, the self is imperishable. There is no conflict between reality and time. The conflict is in the mind. Reality is timeless. There is no conflict in the self between good and evil. Evil is in the mind. Good is eternal. There is no conflict in the self between ignorance and wisdom. Ignorance is a conception of the mind. Wisdom is eternal. To perceive that the mind is the interposer of doubt, the very source of the impulse of negation, the root of fear, the origin of unbelief and disbelief, to discover through realization that weakness is not in the self but in the mind, is to emerge victorious from life's greatest battle. Armageddon is the war against the shadows that have been set up by thought. To refer again to our Nordic myths, in the last great day, the Gotterdammerung, the twilight of the gods, the heroic souls prepare themselves to do battle against the powers of darkness. And what are these powers? The armies of the shadow, the souls of the dead, wraiths riding in ships of mist, horrid apparitions loosed from the caves of hell, monsters from under the earth, deceivers, false witnesses and false prophets, a host of vagaries riding in the ship of fools. This is the pageantry of the lower mind, the mind which has filled the world with false doctrines, and then bound man with them, the mind which has filled the air with demons and the earth with shadows, the mind which has conjured up fearsome ghouls and then prostrated itself before the productions of its own fears. The struggle between the self and its lower selves, between realization and opinion, between illumination and thought. This is the last great war. Each must fight this battle within his own nature. Before he can proceed, he must emerge victorious from his battle with his own thoughts. It is a strange war, the strangest war of all. Man must fight without fighting. For if he opposes ignorance with any impulse of the will, his realization fades away and he is left helpless. His victory must be in the simple fact of knowing, which scatters the ghosts opposing him. There is no struggle or warfare between light and darkness. When light comes, darkness fades away. Man wins by the steadfastness of his light. His victory is a gentle attainment of truth. His enemy cannot strike back. Shadows and unrealities have no power except that which is bestowed upon them by one of the numerous attributes of ignorance. As ignorance ceases, the adversary is left powerless, but the ghosts do not return to their caverns and their grottos. All vanish together in the presence of the knower. The disciple must understand this without falling into further error. His realization of the unreality of the mundane order of life must not lead him into the illusion of denial. Thoughts cannot be destroyed by denying their existence or by refusing to accept them. There is not sufficient strength or courage in any man to impel him to think down the thoughts of his world. This is why so many reformers fail. They oppose one thought with another. They try to impose an intellectual formula upon an intellectual chaos, and their formula is torn to pieces by the mind of the world that can be conquered by realization alone. In the presence of wisdom, the world mind is powerless. Possibly, this is why the world persecutes its dreamers, its mystics, its seers, its sages, and its saints. It knows that they possess a power greater than all the scheming of man. The intellect, like the fabled Herod, would protect itself by destroying the firstborn powers of the soul. The philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, the doctrine of harmlessness, is centered about the one fundamental truth, the inevitable victory of soul power over physical power. Again, realization must direct the course of action. The mind has its functions and its purposes. It cannot be ignored or denied, nor its significance neutralized by a gesture. Thoughts have their place in the plan. It is realization that must put all things in their proper places. The impractical mystic, clinging to only part of the truth, develops cults of absolutism based upon the ignoring of the mind and its phenomena. This wrong is discovered only after years of mistaken effort. We cannot deny any aspect of life. We must understand, through illusion, whatever it may be. A concrete physical instance may help to clarify this difficult and delicate problem. Tyranny is evident in the affairs of men. Despots afflict their people, corrupt politicians exploit their states. Ambitious dictators lead their nations into ruin. To deny that such things are occurring is foolish. On the other hand, to accept the reality of tyranny, exploitation, and despotism is equally foolish. Where, then, is the middle ground of fact? How should a person, feeling the weight of the afflictions with which our material world is burdened, react to the conditions of his environment? The solution lies with his own inner adjustment. If his consciousness is dominated by the principle of intellect, he will accept the reality of the failure and seek to reform or oppose it. He can follow no other course for the reason that he has no other instrument of understanding with which to meet the problems. That is real to us, which is similar to our own understanding. There can be no other standard of reality. If, however, through the development of realization and the practice of the philosophic disciplines, the disciple moves his inward foundation across the antaskarana, the bridge of consciousness, the world pattern changes because he brings a different degree of realization to that pattern. The unreality of tyranny, despotism, and exploitation is now accepted as a fact. From that time on, the destructive forces of the lower world can exercise no influence upon the enlightened self. Their significance slowly fades out. They cease, not because they have been argued down or reasoned through, but because there can be no place for them in the experience of one who has passed beyond the sphere of their influence. A Buddhist saint once wrote, "Men drown in water and live by breathing air. Fish drown in air and live by breathing the water." This is a symbolic effort to express the mystery of realization. A condition which is death to one order of life is security to another. Realization causes man to change the order of his life. The enlightened and illumined soul belongs to a race apart. He lives in a different element. Therefore, to him, the laws of life are different. He transcends the world by transcending the world thought in himself. When he accomplishes this, he fulfills the admonition of the Eastern classic, "Take the sword of right and slay the slayer." The next few pages bring the instructions to a close. It will be your responsibility to continue the practice of the disciplines. Beginning with thoughtfulness, you must preserve a continuity of effort which will ultimately lead you beyond the world of thought and into the sphere of union with the mystical principles of life. Always bear in mind the necessity for balancing and rationalizing each step of the way so that nothing impractical or unreasonable shall deflect the consciousness from its noble purpose. Be mystically thoughtful and thoughtfully mystical. Combine a gentle appreciation with the courage of continuous action. Permit nothing to move you from the foundations which you are building. Yet withal, retain as much as is possible of gentle human contact. Realize that wisdom brings you closer to the heart of things and sets up no artificial barriers against the free circulation of human relationships. Do not spend too great an amount of time attempting to visualize some nirvanic state at the end of effort. Do not dream of release as freedom desired because it is the end of striving. Remember that the means and the end are one. We shall never find peace apart from the quest for peace. Beyond us lie endless vistas of progress. The whole cosmos waits to be accomplished. Man's growing understanding and his unfolding consciousness go on in their ageless search for union with the immense principle which sustains all the mysteries of the world. It is not yet our time to contemplate finalities. The incomprehensible fascinates and intrigues, but cannot satisfy. Our greatest peace comes from the recognition of our present place in the plan. When we know that we are trying, when we have the solid assurance that according to our various lights we are earnestly seeking and sincerely practicing the disciplines, we enjoy what Aristotle called well-being. Right mindfulness is the direction of attention to those matters which are first in importance. Strive for a mood of mystic thoughtfulness, not merely intellectual analysis, but a kind of quickened appreciation which causes us to be attentive to the significance of living. There was once an old Chinese scholar who enjoyed the patronage of a certain mandarin. This mandarin, in a moment of generosity, presented the scholar with a bullock cart. Now a bullock cart is one of the slowest methods of transportation yet devised. The ambling ox never hastens his gait, but plods along only slightly more rapidly than the average man walks. The Chinese philosopher rode in the cart the first day, but thereafter walked ahead, leading the ox. When asked why he did not make use of the conveyance, the scholar replied that his newly acquired vehicle was destroying his perspective on life. Lapsing into a truly Taoist viewpoint, he explained himself thus: a journey, regardless of its length, is not a motion from place to place, but an experience in moving through space from place to place. In other words, man grows not as a result of arriving at his journey's end, but by the mystery of the journey itself. He learns most who travels slowly. The sage went on to describe the adventures of his daily travel. He observed the woods at the roadside and stopped to contemplate some small natural creature fulfilling its tasks according to the impulse of instinct. Every step of his journey was alive with living purpose. Each of the objects which attracted his attention was a sermon. Each embodied spiritual truth, and each bore witness to some phase of the divine law. To hasten was to be deprived of the privilege of contact with life. It was to place the journey upon a different footing. In the comfort of his ox cart, the sage could travel, but when he went on foot, he experienced. With true Oriental politeness, he compromised. He took the cart with him, but walked so that he might continue to experience his daily contact with life, and at the same time, might not evade the implication that he must also experience possession of the ox cart. To have rejected or returned the cart would have been, from the Taoist viewpoint, to avoid the responsibility of possession. There is a fine point in spiritual ethics in such a dilemma. Each student would have to solve the matter in his own way, but there is no virtue in rejection, and no virtue in the performance of error to please a friend. The most important lesson taught by the fable is that which relates to the simple journey of the day, to make the journey not because we are striving to cover a distance, but because we rejoice in a series of experiences, each of which is precious in itself. It is common in religion for the spiritual-minded to dream of the journey's end. This is a false dreaming. Rather, we should be attentive to all with which we come in contact along the way. Each day of living is an experience in mystical discipline, presenting new opportunities for realization, new evidence of the spiritual purpose that stands behind the worlds. The mystic is unfolding himself not because he is primarily aware of some specific goal, but because he is supremely happy in the joy of growing, and in the knowledge that he is fulfilling the destiny that was appointed to him at the beginning of all things. To preserve a normal viewpoint in troubled times demands a high appreciation of the dignity and significance of imminent. Do not become discouraged once you begin the disciplines. They must become as much a part of your life as eating or sleeping. They belong to you. They must be practiced from now on throughout time, not merely as a ritual but as a quality of yourself, with the same acceptance of them as is expressed by the natural processes of eating and digesting of food. After a time, you will no longer realize that you are practicing a discipline. It will be part of your life. You will instinctively include realization in all the modes and moods of your existence. It will be as natural to realize as to think, as normal to understand as to feel. Awareness and thoughtfulness will become part of you, and altogether your inward education will result in a great responsiveness to life, which is the basis of true greatness. Under such conditions, it will be impossible for you to determine with certainty where realization mingles with illumination, for each is a part of the other. You never will know the time when you transcend thought and rise into the mindless vistas of true spiritual apperception. Yet as you proceed, all of the transcendental processes which you are building up will manifest themselves, until from their blending and mingling will come the true enlightenment of the initiated sage. Most sublime of all is the mystic truth that long before illumination crowns your effort, you will have forgotten illumination. You will be so absorbed in the experiencing of God that, like the Sufi in his rapture, you will forget to be mindful of yourself. The time will never come when you will rapturously exclaim, "I am illuminated." You will never stand aside to marvel at your own superiority. You will never ponder thoughtfully as to whether you are ready for nirvana, nor will you ever ask yourself what lies beyond the world. As realization brings these great extensions of consciousness to you, you will be so perfectly conditioned to receive them that you will neither wonder nor be surprised. You will be neither glad nor sorry in the terms of human emotion. You will experience merely an extension of the law of cause and effect. Illumination will come because it is necessary. You will need it in order that you may continue to experience your participation in reality. The mystical disciplines are the natural human way to truth. They are available to all men, and each who attempts the living of them is rewarded according to his integrity and his continuity. As time finally mingles in the ocean of eternity, so all creatures who live in time finally will mingle with the one nature that abides in eternity. Our journey is from here to the forever along gentle roads of growth. It is our own lack of understanding that has made these roads difficult and has obstructed nature with 1,000 artificial hazards and predicaments. But as long as men remain, as long as humanity endures, the search for truth will be the same search. The means will be the same, and the end will be the same. The disciples of all ages shall assume the contemplative life, and through the harmless practice of realization seek union. As the closing realization, remember that we must be thoughtful through the years, not during the practice of a series of lessons, or even through a series of lives. Realization must go on until it achieves identity with the object of itself. Let your realization through all this time that simply, naturally, gently, normally, and happily, you are growing up through the many to the one, and that you are accomplishing this through the gradual processes of discovering as a series of joyous experiences the one in each of the many. Realization is the conscious understanding of the unity of life, and of the unity of the living self with the deathless cause which abides in the innermost parts of the world. Be patient, and in all things be kind, and time and eternity will be patient and kind through you. In the old mystical writings are numerous references to the origins and substance of mind. The following brief statements are representative of the opinions of the ancient initiated philosophers, both Eastern and Western. Man is a very complex creature, and the knowledge of his parts and mysteries can come only as the result of a lifetime of study and investigation, but the thing gained is well worth the time that is spent in securing the information. Man, know thyself was the great motto of the ancient philosophers, and in this day of confusion it is especially necessary to understand the occult construction of not only the human body, but the invisible bodies which lie behind the physical. It has been said that man's physical body is only a tail-end appendage of consciousness. This is very true. If, therefore, a person is willing to spend many years in the study of bones and muscles, how much longer must he labor to gain an understanding of his divine nature? The higher octaves of thought. Many great philosophers have studied the faculties of the human mind. They have realized that an individual is what his thoughts are. They have realized also that thinking is the result of the combinations of centers of thought in the mental body of man, and that individuality and the existing differences of mental outlook are the results of the thousands of combinations that can be made by grouping the 43 faculties of the human mind into various geometric patterns. We divide these faculties into 7 groups and list them as they have been studied for years. Amativeness. This is generally called love, but true love is higher than the physical world and belongs to the spiritual worlds. Sexuality, the sexual instinct, the desire to reproduce kind. This is the most primitive instinct of the human mind and is the first that savage human creatures cultivated. Philoprogenitiveness. This includes the love of children, pets, and relatives. We find many persons who love their own children because they belong to them, but who are thoughtless of others not attached by the bond of relationship. Friendship. This is the supreme bond. Friendship is the one and only true relationship. Without friendship, all relations fail, and with it, all other bonds are glorified. True friendship is priceless, but it is seldom found in this civilization, where selfishness is destroying nearly all the finer sentiments. Inhabitiveness. This manifests as love of places that are made dear by memories, love of home and places we remember from childhood, love of country and a desire to defend the home and the country. Continuity. This is the ability to stick at a thing until it has been completed. It is the least developed faculty in the Western world. We start 1,000 things, but we complete very few of the things begun. Vitativeness. This function measures the hold on life. When this faculty is strong, an individual can almost eat nails with impunity, but if it is weak, the life will be short in spite of the greatest care. Executiveness. This is the power of rulership. This faculty leads and controls those who have it less developed. It often adds a hardness to the nature. Alimentiveness. This center in the mind controls the love of food, drink, and the comfortable things of life. Acquisitiveness. This area tends to make the miser. It hoards up and seeks to accumulate. It loves to amass for the sheer love of amassing. Secretiveness. The love of hiding away. Sometimes this mental trend results in persons becoming hermits and recluses. Caution, a saturnine timidity, an unwillingness to take chances. In its best form, this faculty gives prudence. If overdeveloped, it results in failure for lack of initiative. Approbativeness. When this area is well developed, it gives a desire to be popular. It turns the attention to dress, neatness of person, love of jewelry, and trinkets for self-adornment. Self-esteem. The best side of this faculty gives trust and faith in the integrity of self. It places self above conditions and environments. In its perversion, it becomes egotism, the worst enemy that a human soul can invoke out of its own nature. Firmness, fixedness of purpose. This faculty gives balance and stability. If overdeveloped, it may result in dictatorialism and intolerance. Justice. This is the area of integrity. It gives honesty and a sense of duty to others. It may also produce those who worship the letter of the law and crucify the spirit of the law. Hope. The innate realization of ultimate accomplishment, the belief that tomorrow holds the fulfillment of the dreams of today. Faith, the firm belief in the reality of things unseen, conviction that all things work together for good, a belief in law and justice in nature, a trust in providence. Veneration, the religious sense, a feeling of awe for those who are exalted or ancient, the willingness to serve those in either spiritual or temporal power, the love of ancient things. Benevolence, the desire to do good, to serve or assist others, the sense of charity, kindliness of attitude, the desire to distribute one's possessions among the needy. Imitation, the power to copy or reproduce existing things. Table manners and the cut of clothes conforming with that which is being done by others are the result of the imitative faculty. Sympathy, this is the faculty of understanding others and trying to aid them through the hard places of life. True sympathy is impossible without a deep understanding of life and its many complex problems. Suavity, the faculty of presenting the most pleasant side of the nature to the world, the culture of a charming personality, which may hide the most sinister of motives. Individuality. Physically, this center is located between the eyes above the root of the nose, and it governs the general viewpoint on life. The larger the faculty, the more powerful the individual viewpoint. The growth of this faculty separates the eyes, and the width between the eyes reveals the age of the soul in evolution. Form, the ability to note, quickly and accurately, the shape of an object, also to note, almost intuitively, deformity in an object. Size, the ability to measure the mass of a thing. It is also the faculty which makes it possible to estimate the distance from one place to another. Weight, the ability to estimate the density of an object, to measure the power that gravity will exert over it. Color, the ability to differentiate colors, shades, and tones. It is very difficult for some people to tell the shades of colors. As an example, we call your attention to carmine red, rose red, vermilion red, scarlet, to cochineal carmine, madder carmine, burnt carmine. These shades and tones can be finely distinguished only where color faculty is highly developed. Order, this is the faculty that systematizes the functions of life. It establishes chains of sequences and gives neatness to the habits of the individual. Number, the power to count and calculate, to arrange figures, and to master mathematics easily is given by a strong development of this faculty. Motion, the ability to judge the rate of motion of an object, or the desire to travel, dance, ride, or move about. This faculty gives the wanderlust. Experience, this faculty stores up mental impressions from the past and is the historian of the human mind. It also brings forth its information when needed as a guide to future activity. Locality, it is often said that people have bumps of locality, or the ability to orientate themselves easily. In strange places they can find their way about with ease and certainty, while others can get lost in their own backyards. Time, the ability to measure accurately the lapses of time between incidents. Many people have not a sense of promptness or interval. You know the lady who drops in for 5 minutes and stays all day. There are millions like her in America. Tune, the ability to recognize harmony and discord in the combinations of sounds, either in music or speaking. Many who are unable to carry a tune love music. Others, naturally very musical, cannot learn to combine chords scientifically. Constructiveness, that faculty which gives love of combining and arranging parts of a thing into the complete whole. Some inventive power comes with this faculty. Language, the ability to express oneself adequately, includes vocabulary, the control of words, and the ability to command them. Ease and fluency in expression come from this area. Causality, the ability to estimate the invisible or unconsidered cause, which must lie behind each visible effect, the ability to understand the law of action and reaction in the mental world. Comparison, the faculty of weighing one thing against another in order to come to an estimate concerning its value or magnitude. Ideality, the love and recognition of the beautiful and refined, the desire to perfect self, the picturing of ultimate condition. Sublimity, appreciation for the great, the massive, the magnificent. Mirthfulness, the sense of humor, one of man's greatest friends. Besides the 43 faculties, 3 other things must be considered in judging the mental equipment of the individual. The function of a faculty may be modified or changed by the size of the body, the organic quality of the body, the temperament of the individual, physical strength predominating, the vital temperament, courage and ambition predominating, the mental temperament, thought and philosophy predominating. The individual outlook which every person has upon life is the result of the different combinations of these faculties and temperaments. There is no end to the combinations that can be made. The difference in people is largely the difference in outlook and faculty growth. We should look upon these centers as we look upon the keys of a piano. By combining the notes, we make an infinite number of tones and harmonies. As the result of combining certain of these centers in geometric pattern, the character of an individual is the harmony played out by the process of thought. The solar man, the spirit of the solar system, is the one whom we call God. He has 7 bodies, which we call the planes of nature. Every human creature has 7 bodies also, and these connect him with the 7 bodies of the solar man. Man's physical body is part of the physical body of nature, and the physical body of nature is the physical. Each of the bodies of man functions in the world composed of the substances out of which the body itself is formed. Man, in order to be conscious in these worlds, must evolve each of these bodies so that they will support his conscious function in their respective worlds. For example, we realize the physical body is subject to the laws of the physical world. One of the chief of these laws is gravitation. The physical body can never function anywhere except in the physical world. The consciousness of the individual may be awake in the invisible spheres and may travel in the higher worlds, but its physical body must always be left behind. The chronicles of the life of every individual are recorded and preserved in what are called the seed atoms. These are the 4 centers of force, around which are built the 4 vehicles of man. Man's 4 bodies are the physical, the vital, the emotional, the mental. Each of these has its own seed atom. Most people think of the seed atoms as tiny granules, but in reality they are vortices of force, twisting, spinning, and whirling. Each of these vortices forms a nucleus around which the 4 bodies of man are built as he comes into physical incarnation. Each of these seed atoms has a peculiar faculty, which is not that of memory, but that of preserving, in an unbroken chain and in proper sequence, all records of incidents through which the respective bodies have passed. Thus, the physical seed atom, which is located in the heart, preserves a record of all the incidents of physical life. The vital seed atom, in the solar plexus, preserves the records of all uses made of the vital energies. The astral seed atom, in the liver, keeps an unbroken history of all expressions of feeling and emotion, while the mental seed atom, in the brain, keeps tab on our thoughts and preserves them within its own subtle substance, whence any information can be brought to light again when it is necessary. As man's bodies are built around these seed atoms, these records are carried from life to life, and the sum total or balance is carried forward in each of these seed atoms and molds the new physical form or astral form into a vehicle expressing the debits and credits brought forward in the seed atoms. For example, the monk in his cell spent years illuminating an ancient vellum. Month after month he labored, never stirring from his rough oak stool. His mind and soul were glorified, but he neglected his physical body. He forgot to exercise it and to strengthen its parts and members. This neglect was recorded in the seed atom, and future bodies built around the atom would express the neglect which the memory of the body centers preserved. In this way, a mystic bookkeeping system preserves the records of debits and credits and implants upon the center of each of the bodies the records of the activities of its respective forms. The totals are carried forward so that man's physical body, today, in its perfections and imperfections, bears witness to the records of previous incidents recorded in the seed atoms. The same is true of his mental body. And as each preserves its own records and grows through the activity of its own particular form, we can understand why some people have a strong mental nature and a weak physical nature. This inequality of function proves that at some time undue emphasis was laid upon the mental nature and the physical was neglected. We have told you already that the grand man, the spirit of our solar system, has 7 bodies, which are called the planes of nature. His physical body is called the physical plane, his vital body is called the etheric plane, his astral body is called the astral world, and his mental body is called the mental world. These worlds are spheres of substance, separated from each other by the rates of vibration of their tiny particles. Man, the little universe, has a body that functions in each of these 4 lower planes. The 4th or highest plane which man can function in is called the mental world. This mental world is the mind body of the solar god. Man has a limited area of mental substance, which he calls his mind. This area is a tiny bit of the great mental area, composed of all minds, which is called the mental body of God. The mystery schools, by means of 4 initiations, teach man how to function consciously in the 4 worlds of nature. In the 4th initiation, they teach him how to use the little area of consciousness, which he calls his mind, as a vehicle by which he can function consciously within the mental body of the grand man. In other words, he is taught how to wander around in the mind of God. This may seem a very peculiar idea, and yet the system of accomplishing this has been taught by the Egyptians, Chinese Hindus, Chaldeans, and early Christians for thousands of years. Can you imagine yourself, a tiny germ of mental plasma, wandering around amid the vaulted arches and spans of universal thought, thinking with the mind of the eternal thinker, unhampered by physical brain fallacies? Let us imagine for a moment that one of the tiny cells in your physical body, by a special series of culture, was given the privilege to wander around in your mind. This little cell would live normally about 15 seconds, during which time it would be born, mature, and grow old. Therefore, its memory, allowing that it has an active one, would probably cover the span of 12 seconds, which would be equivalent to 75 or 80 years of human life. This little cell, if it could read your mind, would know things that happened years ago, while its own age is only 15 seconds. That is, of course, if it could use your memory to look them up with. Now, in comparison to the age of nature, man is 15 seconds old. With his own little mind, he can look back over 50 or 75 years, or if he be a white-crested patriarch, he might remember 85 or 90 years. But nature has been building and unfolding this planet for nearly 300 million years. There is a way by which man, the tiny microbe, may learn to remember things that had ceased to be on this little planet, eternities before he was born. The records in the mind of the planetary man, his house of memories in which the planet remembers that which happened to itself, are called in the mysteries, the Akashic records. It is by means of these records that the history of planets and worlds and races, long forgotten in the physical world, can be traced and described intelligently and with absolute knowledge of the subject on hand. These records are not engraved on stone, but are composed of the living, scintillating substances of planetary mind stuff. They are the living records of the history and unfoldment of nature. With your own mind, you can remember back through the important incidents of life. You can remember where you lived. Your joys and sorrows are stored away in the human house of memory. In the same way, the planet remembers, and in the house of planetary memory is stored a vast living library of thoughts and thought pictures, which a few, because of their special preparation and training, are permitted to read and profit by. Now, the average individual not only has his memories, but also has his ideals, and he is making at least a few plans concerning things to come. He has, in a hazy way, the outline of tomorrow. As it is true with the individual, so it is true with nature, for this far-seeing power, which molds all things, dwells not only in the past, but also in the unborn tomorrow. So, one who is able to wander about in the world of thought may pass from the house of yesterday into the creative faculties of tomorrow, and here a plan is formulating in the divine mind for things which are to come. And here the tiny figure in the midst of a magnitude of thought may see the plans for God's tomorrow, which with men may be 100 million years. So, we repeat, it is a very wonderful thing to wander around in the mind of God with those faculties awake which enable man to cognize the scheme of divinity, which to most creatures is a sealed book. To those who are interested in developing some of the latent powers of the mind, we recommend a simple form of exercise, which is more far-reaching in its effect than the student realizes. One of the great curses of our modern civilization is its thoughtlessness. Very few people really consider the importance of everyday life. They pay no attention to their own actions, failing to realize that their activity today gives birth to the reactions of tomorrow. Many of these reactions are unfortunate and undesirable, as the causes of them set in action today are thoughtless and inconsistent. Life is the great study. Books, manuscripts, and lectures drop out of sight and are of little importance when compared to the greater education which is to be gained from a careful consideration of the problems of everyday existence. In the mystery schools, there is an exercise which is called retrospection. This is performed after the closing of the work of the day, just before the student goes to sleep. It consists of devoting a few minutes to a careful analysis of the day that is done, a weighing and considering of the decisions that have been made, of the viewpoints which have been held. The exercise should consist of an unprejudiced, impersonal, constructive criticism. It should be neither a justification of mistakes, nor an unkind, destructive abuse of self. It should be impartial, philosophic, impersonal. Among people who have faced death by drowning, fire, or other sudden means, it is well known that in those few seconds when it seems that life is done, there flashes before the mind in a panorama the entire life of the individual, back to early childhood. Many people say they have lived 50 years in 5 seconds. This is, of course, the record implanted in the seed atoms, but it is interesting to note that all of the incidents are reversed. The last things that happened are the first to appear, and instead of living from childhood to maturity, the panorama begins at maturity and leads back to childhood. In the practice of retrospection, the same system is used. Instead of beginning the day in the morning, the student begins it with the evening and goes backward, incident by incident, including in his exercise even the simplest and most trivial points, such as remembering which door he went out of a room by and which shoe he took off first. These points are trivial, but in the training of the mind, the disciple is taught to realize that great things are made up of aggregations of trivia. A great many people, interested along these mystical lines, spend all their time meditating and concentrating, and neglecting their daily responsibilities. I saw in a northern newspaper an item where a woman was sentenced by the judge in a very peculiar way. The court forbade her to go to church more than 3 times a week. The idea of neglecting responsibilities in an attempt to be a great soul is erroneous and foolish, but most people can afford 10 minutes a day to be spent in the training of mind and soul. Retrospection produces 2 decided results. The first is the improvement of memory. I have a number of friends who have taken trick memory courses. The system is something like this. If you will learn 10,000 words by memory, they will help you to remember 15 that you will need every day, but as most people forget the memory system, little is attained thereby. The best way to develop memory is by learning to develop the faculty of memory. This is gained by intensifying the subconscious cognition of incidents through going over them and deeply reasoning out their value. Secondly, from this exercise, there will gradually arise greater care and greater thoughtfulness in everyday life. Consideration will precede action instead of following it, as in all too many cases. If people at the end of the day will live it over again, making right in their own hearts the wrongs of the day, determining to improve where they made mistakes, they can, to a certain degree, nullify the law of karma, or compensation as it is more commonly known. By making right their lives as they go along, individuals make it unnecessary to meet the sum of their iniquities at the end of life. In this way, 2 ends are achieved. Man's mind is a very subtle organism, far more impressionable than most people believe. What a man eats influences his thoughts. The amount of sunlight that surrounds him in the physical world has much to do with the amount of sunlight there is in his soul. If you would function properly, if you would accomplish finely organized thinking, you must eat finely organized food. Physical discomforts influence the mind. The unrest in politics, economics, and religion is due largely to the unrest in our physical systems, which results from the unnatural mode of living, to which mode the Western world is a slave. We must conserve energy in every possible way if we wish this energy to serve us to the attainment of any particular end. If you waste the life fuel thoughtlessly, you cannot have it to spend in higher mental labors. Our life energies come from our food, the air, the water, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the earth. The spleen refines this energy and distributes it as the vital substance of the body. It is this life force called Hiram Abiff in Masonry, which is, indeed, the Savior slain for the sin of the world. The spiritual growth of man is gained by the careful and wise directionalizing of this life energy, which is made to go upward through certain channels in and around the spinal column. Reaching the brain, this energy vitalizes the faculties of higher thought and superconsciousness, giving man that greater mental strength which always distinguishes the philosopher from the thoughtless. The spine has, among other uses, that of being the channel for the ascending of this spirit fire. The spine is divided horizontally into 4 divisions, 4 tiny doors that shut it off, like the joints of a bamboo reed. In the normal person, these doors are shut, thus preventing the vital energies from flowing freely between the upper and lower ends of the spine. The particular form of life substance which works through the spine is called the serpent power. It is the brazen serpent that was raised by Moses in the wilderness, and its symbol is the serpent scepter of the mysteries. The disciple is taught the processes by means of which this serpent is awakened from its sleep in the cave and is caused to crawl up the spinal cord as a ball of fire. This can be felt by the disciple as a decided warmth, sometimes to a degree of serious discomfort. As this fire passes up the spine, it burns away the gates which close the segments and form protections against the devitalization of the mental energies. In the disciple, this energy can be seen ascending the spine with a glow of light, which finally protrudes from the crown of the head in the form of a long pencil-like shaft. At last this fire, burning through the 4th gate, enters the brain itself as a consuming flame. Here, it either coalesces with the higher mental faculties if they have been trained to receive it, or else it burns out the entire brain, leaving only spiritual ash and resulting in the complete mental breakdown of the disciple. The worst part of this is that there is no cure known for that particular type of breakdown. That which has been completely destroyed cannot be rebuilt. In the ages that have passed, man was androgynous. He reproduced his species by cell fission. He broke into parts, and each of these grew to the proportion of the original unit. Slowly, he developed his present human form, and even then he produced his kind out of himself. Both poles of the creative circuit met in the generative system, and the new form was born there between the poles. It was Lucifer who turned one end of this creative force upward to create a mind. With this came responsibility, and by means of this new power which made him like a god, man sent sin and death out into his world. Man was no longer a complete self-creating unit, for now only one pole was left in the generative system. This was accomplished by turning alternate poles into the brain. In some, the positive pole was turned upward and the negative downward. In others, the negative pole was turned upward and the positive pole was turned downward. In this way, male and female were created in the nature of the personality. The mystery schools teach that man must raise the second pole of life circuit from the generative to join the part that has already been raised. When this is accomplished, man will be again a complete self-creative unit, and no longer through the lower animal centers but through the larynx and a group of new organs, which are even now forming in the throat. This is what is meant by the statement that man shall create by the spoken word. The knowledge of this was concealed under the symbol of the serpent, and those who raised the brazen serpent in the wilderness were given immortal life. Let us now go back to the subject discussed in the second paragraph of this chapter. The goddess Kundalini twists her way to the brain as the result of certain forms of concentration, but woe to the student who does not first prepare himself for her coming. He must purify his body from all gross elements. He must cleanse his mind of all impure thoughts. He must be incapable of hate. He must be balanced, consistent, and regenerated in mind and body before he allows Kundalini to rise. The laws of nature must be obeyed before the disciple can safely awaken any spiritual faculty. If man's nature has reached a certain degree of purification, the spinal fire completes his understanding. Before he is given the great secrets, every disciple must take the vow of celibacy. This is not merely to separate the individual from the world, but it is the result of certain changes that are taking place in the candidate. It is very common to find that children of great intellectual souls are deformed mentally or physically. This is because all the vital energies of the parent were turned to intellectual pursuits. It would be both unwise and impracticable to make all the world celibates. In fact, many who are trying would be better off if they would live normal and simple lives. But when the disciple starts to cultivate these mystic powers, he is no longer normal in the accepted sense of the word. He is in the world, but he is no longer of it. Woe to him if he tries to return to the materiality he has left behind. By God, we here mean a grouping of all the superphysical powers of nature. There are other dimensions beyond the fourth, but they are out of our area of understanding. The fourth dimension measures the relationship of form to its own source of life. The thing traveling towards the source of itself must go along a fourth dimensional line, the dot retiring into the center of itself. The relationship between heaven and earth does away with the relationships and dimensions which men have established to measure the material universe. Heaven is not in any particular locality in relationship to the physical world. In the East, the nirvanic plane is recognized as the outer sheath of a planetary system. It is the link that connects the planets one with the other, and also a link between the planets and the sun. Those who reach the end of their planetary incarnations rest in nirvana until the dissolution of the planet at the end of the day of manifestation. In principle, all things are one, but they are divided from each other by the walls of personality. When the wall of personality is dissolved, the individual again becomes part of everything. In entering nirvana, the soul steps out of its own personality and becomes part of the personality of everything. The qualities that it evolved are then urges toward accomplishment in the nature of all creatures having a nirvanic body. The one who enters nirvana is still conscious, still an individuality, in the same way that God is an individual. His spirit is broken up to become the spirits of all the living things in his universe, but still he is one, and in a lesser way, in nirvana, the consciousness of the great initiate is spread all through the nirvanic plane where it manifests as spiritual urges in the souls of countless creatures, yet it is still conscious. But instead of having a body as we see it, his body is all bodies together, for the liberated one continues his progress and growth in the hearts and souls of his fellow creatures. A soul about to retire from the wheel of birth and death comes one last time as a world savior, and preaches his great sermon, telling the physical world the sum of all the wisdom he gained in reaching that exalted position. This is his swan song. He then retires into the soul of all things. He can never come again, except through the souls and actions of his disciples. The experience that this one gained in his pilgrimage is broken up and fed to the ignorant and possessionless. The soul retires behind the veil of Maya. It is possible for one of the higher teachers to connect his own mind to that of his student so that the latter will think with the mind of the teacher and not with his own mind. The student will actually do his own thinking, but he will have the mental power of the master at his disposal. The result is that he will transcend himself for a period of time without, in many cases, understanding where his knowledge comes from. As an example, let us suppose that the disciple, in order to understand certain points he is studying, when the time comes, he asks the help of his teacher, and a second later, he feels himself hurtling through space. A few seconds later, he is walking around amid the craters and caverns of this seemingly dead world. He investigates the things he came to study and then wills that he return to Earth. He is again picked up and whirled through space. As things clear around him, he is sitting in his physical home once more. If anyone has been watching him, he will say that the student has just awakened from a short nap, for in all probability, he has made all his investigations in a few minutes of Earth time. The disciple will feel that he has been to the moon, but if he will think a minute, he will realize the impossibility of such a thing, as it requires a much higher degree of attainment than he possesses to accomplish such a feat. What really happened was this. The master has, in his higher initiation, actually visited the moon. He, therefore, knows exactly what the surface of it resembles. He built a thought form in his own mental body, and the disciple wandered around in the thought form of his master. This is the system always used when it is necessary to instruct a student in any subject when he has not reached the degree of unfoldment necessary to study it himself. It is very wonderful how real these thought forms can be made by these master instructors of human destiny. All accepted disciples are given their higher instructions in the astral world. Here they wander with their masters, studying the mysteries of the invisible nature of things. There are also in the invisible worlds races of creatures that never come into the physical world at all. Some of them are much higher than the human race. This means that they can function in spheres of consciousness that the human race cannot hope to attain in many life waves. But by means of these thought forms, the higher masters are permitted to glimpse through the minds of others the mysteries that stretch without end beyond the range of comprehension. In the invisible worlds, people do not converse with words but with thought forms. You hear words in your brain, but no words are spoken. In this way, differences in language are done away with, and each can understand the thought waves sent out by the one conversing with him. Symbolism is the universal language of the invisible worlds, and it will someday be a very important form of understanding in the physical, but that day is still some way off. This method of thinking with the mind of the teacher is not mediumship, for the student is neither hypnotized nor possessed. His consciousness is not interfered with, but he is linked up with a great source of supply, and for a time he borrows the memory of a person further advanced than himself. This practice is never done, however, without the personal supervision of the master, who is permitted because of his greater understanding to do things that the lower disciples are forbidden to attempt alone. This chapter is devoted to a study in the unfolding of universal consciousness as it takes place in the cosmic system. We begin by taking an acorn and planting it in space. It grows and becomes a great tree, but the tree is only the expression of the germ of life that was in the acorn. Every leaf and branch of the tree was in the acorn. The process of growth merely manifested the powers of the germ by clothing those powers in substance borrowed from the earth about the seed. The spirit of the tree does not actually grow, but as its manifestations increase, it builds an ever-growing form to express them. Now this tree reaches maturity and is itself covered with acorns, each the size of the original one. But all these seeds were also in the germ of the first acorn, or they could not have come into form. Each of these also blossoms forth into a tree, and these again are covered with their seeds, but even these distant acorns are found in the germ of the first acorn that was ever planted. But if the germ of the first acorn were to die, all would be dead. For the one germ lives in all parts of itself. Man must be taught to recognize this unity, which is within and behind the diversity. We know that the universe began as a tiny germ on the surface of space. Like the acorn, it sprouted, and becoming a tree, dropped its own seeds onto the ground about it. These sprouted as worlds and solar systems, but still the power of the stupendous all is founded in the tiny germ, and that germ is all there is or shall be, for all differentiation is merely an objectifying of the powers that existed in the first monad. When the day of activity is done, the first germ is withdrawn, and the entire massive, complex cosmos dies for want of it. The growth of the germ is the result of the growth that is ever taking place within it. No matter how many parts are formed, the germ is always a unit, but it is an ever-increasing unit. Man must learn to play his part in this great unfolding germ. He does his best when he realizes his place as one of the many acorns growing on the tree of the primitive seed. The swelling of the lotus bud from within outward is used to symbolize the unfoldment of man. The growth of man must all take place within his consciousness, for in spite of the parts into which his personality is broken, he must realize that all of these broken parts are enclosed within the primitive germ of his spirit in the same way that all living and growing things are enclosed within the germ acorn of the cosmic one, the one who is the overbrooding sum of all activity and consciousness in the universe. We know that every race has a race spirit. He is called the Manu. He incarnates at the beginning of a race and places his seed in the bodies of the progenitors of the race. From this seed, the race of millions of people is born into objective manifestation, but they are all part of the one race spirit who controls them by means of the seed of life, which seed is within all who come into the race. When the work of the race is done, he withdraws the seed, and the result is the extermination of that people, as thereby they lose the power to reproduce their kind. Animals and races become extinct because the seed of the race intelligence is withdrawn. But whether you view the race as a unit or look upon it with its millions of parts, it is still one little germ of life unfolding its latent possibilities into dynamic powers within the aura of its own unity. The high priest communing in the Holy of Holies with the God who appeared between the wings of the cherubim, and the human consciousness entering into the silence of its holy place to learn wisdom at the feet of its supreme anthropos, are identical. We may say, in order to make it as simple as possible, that man's spirit is twofold. His lower nature is ruled over by the Lord of the world, and his invisible spiritual nature is ruled over by the Lord of life. In the East, the disciples at the feet of their masters are pictured much smaller than their teachers in order to show their inferiority. We are told that at a certain sacred spot where the holy gather, disciples come to hear the lost word. The priest comes out onto the porch of the temple, and the multitudes begin to sing. While they are chanting, he pronounces the word, but the people cannot hear because of their own singing. At the outer edge of the throng sit the disciples in meditation. They are expected to control their minds so that they can blot out entirely the song of the crowd, and hear above it the sacred word as it is uttered by the high priest. There is a very dangerous doctrine being taught at the present time about going into the silence. The idea of making the mind a blank and waiting for something to turn up is most pernicious and is certainly conceived of perdition. People who spend their time trying to make their minds blank will sometime achieve the result in full. The mind will become absolutely null and void, but the result will be idiocy and not illumination. To enter the silence does not mean to make the mind a blank. It means that the Lord of the world, the human spirit of man, enters into the presence of the greater one, the spirit superior within himself. In the ancient mysteries, the high priest took off his garments of glory and entered the presence of the Lord unclothed, for he could take none of the things of the lower world into the presence of the higher one. So, man entering into the presence of himself may take nothing with him but his humility. No hopes, desires, notions, thoughts, or selfish whims may enter here, but as the son that cometh into the presence of a father, as a slave in the presence of his master, the personal eye waits for the words of wisdom that drop like pearls from the lotus lips of the indigo Lord of the invisible world. Man, in his daily life, does not recognize his divinity, nor does he understand the magnitude of his position. But when man has stood alone in eternity with himself, with only chaos about him, time, space, eternity, and distance absorbed into himself, and his true divinity towering over him in splendor inconceivable, he returns to his daily labor with a very different viewpoint upon this thing called life. Such a one no longer lives to accumulate selfishly and destructively, or to hoard up the things of this world. Such a one has learned to realize that the salvation of his soul through perfect obedience to the will of nature is vastly more important than the attainment of any material goal. He also realizes that when he unfolds his own nature by right thinking, right living, and right aspiring, he is building a soul temple within which sometime the shining stranger will take up its dwelling place. But man has not yet finished the temple. He has not yet earned the right to know his own spiritual nature. So now, like the high priest of old, he comes in the silence to the foot of the altar to be bathed for a moment in the glory, and then go forth again strengthened for the true labor which will sometime unite him forever with the glory of the Lord. Today, there is a great lack of reverence for divine things. The most beautiful and sacred things are spattered with the mud of mental and physical sordidness. The spiritual powers of nature are juggled with to buy or sell real estate or canvas waffle irons through a neighborhood. One of the things that a student must remember is that truth is a sensitive thing. No one ever found it who did not approach its mystery with unselfishness and reverence. Man's faculties are always budding and unfolding like flowers. Every day, a new eye opens and gives the soul a new window through which to gaze at the world and study its ever-complicated. Take, for example, the alchemical symbolism of the unicorn. Out of fabulous antiquity has descended an account of a weird animal differing from any creature familiar to man. It was shaped like a horse, but had a cloven hoof. On its forehead grew a long, slender horn of twisted gold. The tail of the unicorn was similar to that of a lion, and its mane was of spun silver. It lived alone in remote parts of the mountains, and there was but one alive at a time. It endured for many ages, and permitted itself to be seen at certain intervals. The unicorn of European mysticism is the Qilin of the Chinese, the lion horse with a single horn, a fabled animal that announced the birth of Confucius. How does it happen that two races dwelling on opposite sides of the earth should share a belief in this mythological creature? How beautifully the story of the unicorn fulfills the purpose of the ancient priests who devised it. Medieval zoologists frequently included the unicorn as an actually existing animal, assigning as its habitation some little known and inaccessible place, such as the Sahara Desert. The museums of Europe include in their collections several drinking goblets that belong to feudal princes, which are reported to have been shaped from the horns of unicorns. Men wanted to believe that the fable was true, therefore to them it was true. There was no mystery to the unicorn. It was merely a rare creature, one that found its way into the heraldry of many nations and families who bore the symbol, but never sensed the meaning. The modern world gave considerable debate to this fantastic creature. One modern school decided that the unicorn was a highly glorified rhinoceros, that the single horn peculiar to this animal had given rise to a strange story in the disordered minds of primitive people. Still, the symbolism was preserved, and the modern scientist was happy at having solved the mystery to his own satisfaction. The alchemical book of Lambspring gives the key to the real meaning. The unicorn, with its one golden horn and living alone, is the human soul dwelling far distant in the impenetrable forest of the senses, compounded from the numerous aspects of the anima itself. This white horse with a horn is a proper symbol for the most profound meditation. There is no way to tell its story to the foolish, nor is there any way in which its mystery can be concealed from the thoughtful. No man can describe the soul in direct and simple words. It is a subjective experience. But each man may restore for himself a certain pattern of the soul by meditating upon the appearance and temperament of this strangely docile animal, described by Basil Valentine as so shy that it runs before the hunter can reach it, so wise that it can never be captured in any net devised by man. A symbol of the soul must likewise be a symbol of soul power. The golden horn, never used to injure any creature but around which the knight-errant tied the silken scarf, is the power of concentration, the one-pointedness of the soul, the harmless strength of truth. But how could this be explained to men who would prize the unicorn's horn as a wine goblet? Whoever the initiated guildsman was who first fashioned that horn into a beaker undoubtedly was acquainted with the mystery, for if there possibly could be devised a vessel to hold the mystic wine of the Feast of Cana, it would be the unicorn's horn. And so the mystery grows, each part fitting into the rest, each circumstance conveying an inference that literal words can only crucify and destroy. As the soul must be sought in the farthermost and the innermost intricacies of our lives, so truth will be found hidden in the mystery of symbols. Symbolism is the old appointed way of telling the story. The universe is the first symbol, man, the most perfect symbol, and truth, the hidden reality behind all symbols. Mystics who are said to follow the cycle of the quest based upon a search for something lost or hidden all belong to the symbolism of pilgrimage. Truth is viewed as separated from man by a strange, intangible sense of distance, a space of time or place that must be crossed. But it is a distance of becoming, a search for that which is farthest from the known, but nearest to the self. It is indeed a foolish mortal who mistakes spiritual distances for material intervals or permits himself to dream of reality in terms of place. Alchemy is devoted to the quest of three hidden truths which are three concealments of one truth. The first of the veils is the transmutation of metals, the second the discovery of a universal medicine, and the third the creation of the elixir of conscious immortality. In an old manuscript left behind by some unknown writer of the 17th century, a mystic alchemist sounds the note of warning, "Woe, woe, woe unto the gold makers." This is the burden of all alchemical writings. The fables are told, but woe to him who accepts them as the substance of the doctrine. They are but the shadow, the substance lies beyond. To the modern truth seeker, alchemy conveys the light of another facet of the philosophical diamond. It gives further instruction in the mystery of the search for the self. But first must come the mystery of the metals. There are two kinds of metals, the earthly metals and the philosophical metals. There is a gold that is mined from the earth, and there is a philosophical gold that is mined from the air. There is a mercury which falls from the rock, and a philosophical mercury that abides as a vapor in space. There is mortal iron and immortal iron. There is a tin in the earth, and a tin in the heavens, a copper that corrodes, and a copper that is incorruptible. There is a lead that is heavy, and a lead that has no weight at all. Words can but imply the meaning, for in alchemy, as in Oriental mysticism, we are dealing with wordless principles and nameless facts. But dimly we may perceive or sense the majesty of the concept. Omar Khayyam knew the secret of the metals when he wrote, "The vine had struck a fiber, which a boutif clings my being. Let the Sufi flout of my base metal may be filed a key that shall unlock the door he howls without." The mystery of the metals is the mystery of the recognition of the twofold nature of all consciousness, all form and all thought. When the alchemist wrote, "You shall take one part of the philosophical iron and add thereto 3 parts of the philosophical mercury, and be sure that they have been properly distilled and augmented," he was using his own quaint, picturesque terminology to convey a truly transcendental secret. Those searching for the mystery of the inner life can use in their quest only the higher and most attenuated faculties of sense and thought. The ordinary human mind is of very little service, the human emotions of very little good. We must seek within and find the spiritual powers of the mind, the spiritual powers of the heart, and the spiritual powers of the hand. In other words, we must use only the spirit of the metals. It is useless to bring only the mortal perceptions and the mortal limitations to bear upon the problems of the immortal self. Our physical experiences are not enough, they must be distilled and augmented. Our physical education is not enough, it is but a base shadow of something greater. Our thoughts, our sciences, our emotions, our arts, our actions, our crafts, are mortal and physical symbols of immortal powers. We must read all the symbols, we must seek all the shadows. This is the beginning of alchemy, that we shall discover our every word and deed to be but symbols, our hopes and aspirations only fables, our histories and traditions merely legends. All that we know, like the symbol of the unicorn, is an indication of that which lies within. The almost inconceivable reality beyond all our experience and all our knowledge is an essential subject for our meditation. It must be a very sane and gentle meditation. It must not lead off into absurdities, but lead inward toward reality. Of all the fables in all the world, we ourselves are the most fantastic. We are a creature stranger than any sphinx or chimera. The sphinx has the head of a man, the body of a lion, but what of man himself? He has the spirit of a god, the soul of a mortal, the body of an animal. He has dreams of space, the longings of the air, and the motions of the cosmos. Yet he is bound down like some Gulliver chained by Lilliputians. He is, of all creatures, the most mysterious composite monster that dream ever fashioned. In the ancient temple of Serapis at Alexandria stood a gigantic image of the weeping god. His body was fashioned out of the twigs and branches of trees. His hair was grass and grain. His eyes were precious stones. His garments were made of metal, and his body was overcloaked in the skins of animals. He was crowned with the feathers of birds, flowers bloomed in his hands, and insects gathered honey from his mantle. This weeping god, upon whose headlight shone down through the open roof of the temple, is man himself, the symbol of all nature, who bears within him all questions and all answers. Thus we learn from the story of alchemy that each must gather the elixir from all the lives that make up mankind, and compound therefrom the elixir of his own life. From all the secrets that are man, shall be fashioned the secret power that shall save man. Retrospection. Retrospection is one of the best known of all philosophical disciplines, the Pythagorean exercise of retrospection. It is recorded that the members of the famous school of Crotona practiced a daily retrospection according to a formula laid down by the great master himself. Retrospection is the mental process of reliving in reverse order the incidents of the day. The purpose of retrospection is to discover the moral weight of action. The average person passing through the experiences of daily living is only partly aware of the significance of passing events. Some of the most valuable lessons go unnoticed. Failure to heed and observe, failure to discriminate and place right emphasis, and most of all, failure to be thoughtful. All these shortcomings deprive the consciousness of the experience of action. The result is that much valuable time is wasted. By means of retrospection, we may live again the incidents which have occurred. We may view them impartially. We may read our own actions as from a book. It is possible to see in greater perspective the intimate relationship between cause and effect. The practice of retrospection offers certain advantages if properly understood. But like most esoteric exercises, it has been gravely misunderstood by most of those who have attempted to use it. It is the natural purpose of the universe to keep the attention of man focused directly upon that hypothetical division of time which we call now. It is written in the scriptures, now is the accepted time, present action is the focusing of all the accomplishments and propensities of consciousness upon the problem of the moment. The now eternally is drawing out of man his resourcefulness, his courage, his integrity, and his understanding. A man working with a present problem is gaining much more of soul growth than can be achieved by dreaming of unborn tomorrows or moping over dead yesterdays. When we become very wise so that we are untroubled by memories and are unmoved by repining, we then may find profit in the contemplation of our own misdeeds. Until such time as we have gained this philosophical equilibrium, too much retrospection is likely to prove harmful. There is a certain fatalism about the past, and so little can be done to unmake or remake that which already has occurred. As we have done. We may desire heartily and sincerely to take back the hasty words we have spoken them there, and the winds have carried them far beyond our reach. We never can bring them back. The kindly deed we might have performed is useless now. The occasion came and went. Performed tomorrow, it will be useless. The opportunity for experience which was offered and which we overlooked has passed on to others. We cannot lure it back. All we can do is settle back in the midst of our realization of failure and disappointment, discouraged by the helplessness and hopelessness of our miserable state. This negative attitude robs us in a very subtle way of a certain vitality. Realization is not a discipline of repentance, it is a positive statement of conviction. Retrospection arises in all instances where the element of forgiveness of sin is present in a religious system. Here there is some compromise of basic integrity. If the human being believes that there is any escape from the consequences of action, the standard of living will be compromised. Thoughtfulness must come first, not afterwards. A little wisdom is more precious than an ocean of repentance. To do what is right first is to be wise, and so it is the first duty of the truth seeker to search for the right. Having performed an action according to the noblest standard of consciousness, there is no cause for regret. If a mistake has been made, universal law will reveal it through karma. There should be thoughtfulness, but not overemphasis upon the daily process of living. Often there is conflict between the larger vision and the smaller vision. I know individuals who have been possessed by regret and remorse for the greater part of a lifetime. Such persons sing their vices, but never have found their virtues. If the retrospection can be performed without any personal involvement, without any sense that the incidents are occurring to ourselves, the retrospection becomes philosophically useful. We should see not the weaknesses of ourselves, but the strength of the law. We should not see ourselves as poor mortal sinners forever wrestling with the hosts of evil like Jacob with the angel, but rather we should see law molding us eternally into the shape and purpose of its own reality. Throughout the whole world of belief, men are trying through their doctrines and their dogmas to save themselves. Through prayer and fasting, through rituals and dogmas with candles and pixhides, self-centered mortals are bending to the task of saving themselves. Through self-depreciation, through self-denial, with flagellation and austerity, with gifts and offerings, the rich and the poor, the humble and the great are seeking divine favor, always for the same reason, always inspired by the same fundamental motive, self-preservation. The soul must be saved, and strangely enough, the salvation of an immortal principle is made to depend upon the ill-founded opinions of a frail and mortal part, the human personality. Men meditate to save themselves, and they practice retrospection to save themselves. Always they are thinking of the self, always plotting and planning for the self. The lay disciple, falling into one of these pitfalls of the way, comes inevitably to the dual conclusion that not only is he worth saving, but that he is in dire and constant danger of being lost. In this wild game of saving and losing, of being redeemed and then relapsing, the beauty and nobility of living, it is the purpose of realization that consciousness shall flow away from the personality toward identification with law and reality. Posit the real, not the unreal. This is not a platitude, but a great spiritual truth, this parable, which originated somewhere in Northern Asia and traveled far to be incorporated in the Christian traditions, is a statement of realization. It is applicable to the daily life of each disciple. By it we should judge others, and by the same rule we should judge ourselves. This does not mean that we should continue to cultivate old faults, but rather that we should strive to cultivate universal virtues. We should not excuse our own mistakes, but rather we should see through them and realize that they bear witness to a failure of adjustment between personal and universal understanding. We should not try to correct faults one by one, but rather with single-pointedness search for the one realization and the one truth that in itself corrects all faults. Retrospection is serviceable if through the aid of it we come closer to the one. But if we are not more aware of good because of the exercise, then the exercise is not good for us. Any discipline that makes us feel our own inferiority is as wrong as one which makes us feel our own superiority. Man is neither great nor small. He is a channel through which eternal principle is flowing. He may think he is great, and then he truly. We regard growth as a natural process, but the phenomenon of unfoldment is actually a revelation of the release of the spiritual potential with which all creatures have been endowed. Evolution is actually a kind of ideation or an expansion of consciousness through bodies. Jacob Boehme, the German mystic, describes the soul as a tree with its roots in the heart and its branches extending through all the regions of space. The fruit of this tree is for the healing of the nations, and the shade which it provides is consolation and protection for those who are weary of worldliness. The sacred institutions of both Eastern and Western nations have taught the science of human regeneration. They have revealed the paths that lead to liberation from mental, emotional, and physical suffering. In this essay, I have attempted to show that growth is a pleasant journey and that those who keep the laws of living place themselves in the keeping of these laws. Some follow along a devotional path, others are led to peace through philosophy, and still others by a scientific kind of alchemy involving a transmutation of character. The victory of the soul over circumstances through physiological changes. The question is asked, what must I do to unfold the divine powers latent within myself? While it is not possible to give a direct answer to this question, we may cast some light on the subject by defining the fundamental principles upon which the mystery schools of all ages were established as institutions of philosophic, ethical, and religious culture. The schools of the mysteries are composed of illumined men and women who have been accepted into the company of the immortals. To reach this exalted position requires an almost inconceivable amount of preparatory labor, for if man would associate with these advanced types of humanity, he must raise himself to their level. Realizing that nothing is more dangerous than the indiscriminate circulation of occult secrets, the mysteries established their schools for the purpose of concealing rather than revealing knowledge. They were the original and sole custodians of all the divine arts and sciences, the secret keys to which they revealed only to those whom they considered qualified to receive them. Inasmuch as man's power increases with his knowledge, the secrets of nature's finer forces cannot be revealed to him until he has passed through these mysteries, which test him as to his motive and demand certain standards of moral and philosophic excellence. The candidate must recognize his debt to society. If, in his zeal to unfold his spiritual nature, he neglects those daily labors which have been assigned to him in the material world, he can never hope to attain true spirituality. Each individual born into the physical world has obligations which, if not assumed by him, must be carried by others. Occult development is an exceedingly slow process. The results of the time and energy expended are often imperceptible. This brings discouragement. The candidate gives up the struggle, considering the task before him a hopeless one. Discouragement is one of the temptations placed in the way of the candidate by the mysteries, for in spiritual matters, he who can be discouraged is not worthy of encouragement. It is by means of discouragement that mediocre minds are eliminated. Recognizing the difficulty of preserving mental continuity, the mysteries demand it of their candidates. For only those who year after year struggle on to the single goal, wandering in darkness, but with one-pointedness and perfect faith, are considered worthy to enter the temple, the house of the immortals. To the average person, it is inconceivable that greatness should not promenade. And yet, An analysis of the men and women who have become great, either in spiritual or material affairs, reveals, in the majority of cases, humble, retiring individuals whose greatness is never offensive. Those who study occultism, hoping thereby to improve their material condition, fail utterly. Before power can be safely entrusted to man, he must become supremely indifferent to it. Perfect unselfishness is perfect consecration to the service of the one universal self. Before anyone begins a study of the mystic sciences with the hope that he will add to the dignity of his position or to the weight of his coffers, he should consider for a moment the social, financial, and worldly position of those who, during the ages past, have been recognized as exponents of occultism and philosophy. In order to serve more effectively, a few initiates were placed in positions of world power. But with this increased dignity came increased responsibility. The crown of spiritual adeptship is a far heavier one than the crown of material rulership. The use of occultism for the gratification of personal ends constitutes black magic. It is for these reasons that the applicant is asked, what motive urges you to take up these arts and sciences? Is it your supreme and all-ensouling desire to be of unselfish service to humanity? To these questions, some reply, gladly will I die for truth. To them, the answer is, that is not enough. Will you live for truth? A few brief moments, and the act of martyrdom is consummated. A few seconds of pain, and the soul of man is beyond the reach of the executioner. This is a tremendous sacrifice, a glorious death. But the daily living, surrounded by problems and worries, year after year of disappointments, this is the supreme test of unselfishness. Until the soul can find perfect joy in giving, perfect companionship in aloneness, perfect sufficiency in the power of truth, perfect abundance in the gratitude of the few and the scorn of the many, until such a state is reached, the disciple is not ready to leave the broad road on which the world walks and take the thorn-lined path which leads to conscious immortality. Years are spent by the masters testing the hearts of candidates. Those who begin spiritual unfoldment find difficulties of all kinds rising before them. The even tenor of human existence is shattered. Temptations of all kinds confront the seeker, and it is only when he rises triumphant above them all that he is usable in the great plan of human progress. In a man of little mind, selfishness is a small sin. Should that man develop a great mind and control the destinies of thousands, the small sin becomes a great menace. The impotent selfishness of ignorance becomes the potent tyranny of power. As the candidate obeys the laws imposed upon him by the mysteries, and as he is faithful in his discharge of the new duties which he is assuming, he gradually and sequentially unfolds the various parts of himself. His faculties become so sensitized that he is able to see at each step of his growth that which is essential for him to see, and sense that which is essential for him to sense. Clairvoyance is an effect and not a cause. It is the result of certain adjustments of the life and a gradual regeneration of the bodily parts and members. True occult growth is so slow that it is almost imperceptible, the faculties unfolding from within outward like the petals of a flower. To hasten these natural processes beyond a certain point is to endanger the sanity and health of the candidate. So-called clairvoyance may take many forms. A student may reach a comparatively high degree of keliship and still be unaware of any extension of sense perception such as is commonly associated with spiritual growth, while a person possessing many psychic powers may be totally unfitted even to enter upon the path of cheliship. One of the surest signs of true occult unfoldment is a peculiar extension of sense perception, or of the mental sense of awareness, which might be called claircognizance. The average person would describe this condition as a form of mental clarity or acuteness. Instead of presenting itself through the organs of vision or hearing, occult cognition sometimes comes in a purely intellectual form, the mind becoming actually aware of occult truths and philosophic verities without any involvement of the lesser senses. An example of this is the student who desires to learn the color vibration of a certain invisible organ or part of the body. The mind instantly replies that it is red, without actually giving any color impression, the information coming more as words imprinted upon the mind than in any other form, yet the mind itself registers no awareness of words spoken either physically or spiritually. Apparently, the mind of itself announces the color. In things pertaining to occult philosophy, this faculty seems to be the particular reward of the teacher. If the lay instructor is actually in contact with the higher worlds, he will learn far more while he is teaching than will those to whom he is explaining the subjects under discussion, the claircognizance revealing spontaneously that which the faculties of the mind under normal conditions could not reason out in months. This is the only so-called psychic faculty, the coming of which should not be viewed with a certain amount of apprehension. The premature development of clairvoyance and psychism is a serious impediment to the spiritual growth of the student, who is all too likely to wander astray in the byways of the astral plane and end in the blind alley of transcendentalism. All over the world, there are hundreds of individuals and institutions claiming to represent the secret schools of the ancient wisdom. Few of these organizations, and still fewer of the individuals, can successfully defend their claims in the face of a critical analysis of their principles and policies. Those disciples truly consecrated to the service of the invisible schools have made it their policy to refrain from even mentioning the august bodies which they so inadequately represent, until that time when the invisible order no longer could be discredited by their actions. The true disciple would rather die than compromise his master or the school into which he hopes sometime to be initiated. He can protect the institution only by assuming personal responsibility for all that he says and does. Then his faults disgrace no one but himself. Only when he has reached the point of complete spiritual illumination does he reveal the source of his knowledge, and then only to a limited few. One of the laws of occultism is that in order to receive, one must give. Those desirous of greater insight into things spiritual must earn the right to that broader understanding by the intelligent use of that knowledge already possessed. The student teacher must realize that he is personally responsible for whatever effects his theories and doctrines may have upon the minds and bodies of others. By instruction, we actually change the course of others' lives. We direct them into new channels of mental and physical activity. We change the tenor of their existence. If, directly or indirectly, these changes are not beneficial to them, we who gave them the knowledge become responsible, before the gods, for the results of our indiscretion. In a similar manner, those who teach us are responsible for our actions and the use we make of the wisdom they have shared with us. Hence, when the disciple fails, it is the master who suffers most. Most of all, we are responsible if we place in the hands of those unfitted to receive it that knowledge of nature's forces which enables one person to injure another. If we are not mentally developed to that point where we can determine beforehand with a reasonable amount of certainty the integrity of the person to whom we intend to reveal occult secrets, we are not far enough advanced to possess such secrets ourselves. In justice to himself, therefore, no one should be in a hurry to go forth serving humanity, lest in his impetuosity he destroy not only others but himself with them. The groundwork should be laid first. When such a one feels that he is equipped to disseminate a message, he should do it reverently, with deep consideration, and no little trepidation, saying to himself, I am responsible from now on for the use and interpretation placed by others upon the words that come out of my mouth. Therefore, I will choose them with care, consider them in the light of my truest and highest intelligence, and send forth with each a prayer that it shall serve only the cause of good. I will not claim to be anything or anyone, but will let my works speak for me, for I am only as great as my works. But until the day of that supreme achievement, if a man should ask me who I am, I shall answer that I am a voice crying in the wilderness. If he should ask who sent me, I shall answer that my soul sent me. If he should ask by what authority I teach men, I shall answer that I am my own authority. If he should ask what message I bring, I shall answer that I bring no message, but only interpret according to my light that message which is eternally here. And if he should ask, what reward have we if we follow you? I shall answer that the accomplishment of labor is the reward of labor. The candidate must maintain a constructive mental attitude. All thinking people are dissatisfied with existing conditions. They also realize that the universe is ruled by the law of cause and effect, and that in order to improve affairs, it is first necessary to establish those remedial and corrective causes, the natural result of which will be universal peace and enlightenment. It is imperative that we accept things as we find them in this world, and instead of complaining or criticizing if they are not in accordance with our desires, let us set about with diligence and intelligence to create newer and better conditions. If his mind be soured or his nature be established in the habit of complaining, the prospective candidate bars himself from the service of the masters. Since life is so serious an affair, it has well been said that the sense of humor is a saving grace. We become useless to our fellow creatures if we permit ourselves to be oppressed by the weight of the world's woe. It is a mistake to believe that seriousness can take the place of integrity. There is no substitute for the happy smile or the normal, healthy attitude toward the problems of life. The candidate need not cultivate thoughtless optimism, but rather that attitude of mind which sees the hand of God in everything and realizes that all things are working together for the ultimate good of each. The iconoclast is a useful and important member of society, but he never attains the highest state of usefulness because his mind is on a tangent. Man is much like an apple. Some people mellow with age, while others rot. Some are deepened and sweetened by experience, while others are hopelessly soured. Those who become soured have failed utterly. They are mentally diseased and incapable of constructive thinking. Sourness is often the result of self-pity, one of the most subtle and terrible forms of egotism. It is egotism that makes people actually believe that they are so important that nature singles them out to heap infirmities upon them. No one who pities himself has any inherent sense of justice. Without a perfect faith in a natural justice, man cannot attain the heights of either philosophy or religion. Make it one of the fundamental rules of your life that you will never be sorry for yourself. If you become the slave of self-pity, you will soon become a legitimate object of pity on the part of intelligent people. Man cannot prepare himself for philosophic pursuits in a few weeks or even a few years. He must build slowly and solidly, realizing that one step properly taken is worth many taken haphazard and without direction. When the general self-improvement is fairly well advanced, it is then time for the student to prepare himself along certain special lines of endeavor which will peculiarly fit him for occult attainment. This is not the first step, but the second, and is not to be taken until the initial groundwork has been thoroughly established. With each advancing step, the candidate finds the standards of life more exacting and difficult of attainment, with deviation from these ideals productive of ever-increasing sorrow and suffering. The requirements of the law for the initiate are much more strict than for the average individual, for the initiate can possess his transcendent powers only by sacrificing everything else. The would-be disciple of the ancient wisdom, after having schooled himself in the 7 principles described above, must now turn his attention to the choice of that particular line of endeavor and that particular school of the mysteries in which he feels he will be most useful. The qualities previously developed by the first ethical training are now tested, for only by their aid can the selection be intelligently made. While the path of accomplishment differs in each school, all the mystery schools teach the same fundamental doctrines and ultimately attain the same results. Let us suppose that you have chosen one of the Eastern schools. Before you can actually begin your studies, you must familiarize yourself with the particular ethical code which it disseminates. The school will educate you in certain concepts and attitudes which, when incorporated into your life, have a marked effect upon the invisible nature. Only when these effects reach a certain point is it safe for you to begin any special system of so-called spiritual development. Although the 7-fold cardinal requirements are applicable to persons in any walk of life, the more advanced requirements are concerned directly with the individual needs of the student. This more advanced code is open to the consideration of all who have conducted themselves worthily, according to the primary requirements. But woe to those who, ignorant, selfish, and otherwise unqualified, dabble in any form of occult science without first overcoming the more important faults of the lower nature. The proof of man's sincerity is his willingness to sacrifice, and the occult student must sacrifice his own lower nature if he would enter the temple of wisdom. Again and again, the student of occult philosophy deplores the fact that he cannot discriminate between the true and the false. He reveals his dilemma by saying, "Oh, if I only knew which of the paths of discipleship I ought to take, if I were only sure that this teacher is really qualified to instruct in these subjects, if I could only be certain that this book is the one I should study. But I am afraid to trust my decision on these matters. Won't you please decide for me?" Such questions demonstrate beyond all doubt that the mind of the student has not matured to the point where it is capable of discrimination. Not knowing right from wrong and incapable of dividing the real from the unreal, too many students are seeking advanced spiritual instruction when their ethical education is hopelessly inadequate. If you do not know what you want to do, you are not ready to do anything. You must first develop sufficient ethical perception to be cognizant of what you want to accomplish. The lack of such discrimination is much too common among occultists, and is often the unsuspected cause of their inability to attain spiritual unfoldment. Many students feel that this ethical training by itself is a waste of time, and that it is far more desirable to become immediately engrossed in arcane traditions. The lack of this mental and moral culture effectually disqualifies a candidate for the steps which follow. The inevitable result is sorrow, suffering, incompetence, and disappointment. Assuming that you have carefully considered the 7 cardinal requirements already described, it is now in order to analyze the more specific factors with which the candidate must familiarize himself. The first, and most important, is the selection of the person or institution whose instruction will constitute your course of occult procedure. Consider with us for a moment the attitude of the Eastern mystics on this vital subject. The assistance of a properly qualified teacher is essential to the progress of the student. Just as a plant grows in the light of the sun, warmed and vitalized by its pranic emanations, so the disciple unfolds, flower-like, nurtured and assisted by the spiritual radiance of his master. The aura of a highly evolved adept is also of great assistance to a young student who as yet is unable completely to create certain atmospheres for himself. Gradually, the perfect and continued communion between master and disciple brings them very close together in spiritual understanding. A beautiful friendship is born between the two, which gradually merges into a perfect and impersonal love. The guru comes to know the innermost thoughts of his disciples. He tests the student by bringing him into the presence of temptation and encouraging him to be strong. He perceives where the student is weak. He discovers the faults in the nature which inhibit attainment, and by wise counsel aids his spiritual son to avoid pitfalls and blind alleys. While the guru may have many exoteric students, he seldom takes more than 12 at one time into the esoteric phase of his instruction. He realizes that no one can properly direct the studies of too large a number at one time and give each of them the individual help which is so necessary. He realizes that he is the parent of a spiritual infant who is being nurtured in the nature of his disciple, and that this spiritual child needs almost constant attention during the early stages of its growth. By carefully observing these requisites, the master protects the life and health of his disciples and leads them step by step to the state of accomplishment which they could not reach unaided. To study for a few weeks or even months with an unknown teacher, and then to attempt to work out by yourself future exercises and systems of development is the height of madness, for the daily unfoldment resulting from occult exercises requires intelligent supervision by a teacher who is prepared for any and all emergencies. Hence, the disciple who undertakes the actual operative processes of spiritual regeneration generally lives with his teacher, so that every hour of the day or night the master is within call. In India, the chelas remain with their teachers for an entire lifetime to make certain that each step in their attainment is properly completed and the subsequent work correctly outlined. Who is qualified to instruct in the operative mysteries of either Eastern or Western occultism? The answer is only an initiate or the disciple of an initiate. An initiate is one whose attainment to a position of spiritual understanding has been in harmony with the laws of attainment. Therefore, he must be and is in consistency with the laws which have produced him. Not only this, but he must be of that ray of the mysteries which is devoted to teaching. We should also bear in mind that there are few, if any, Westerners who are qualified to teach the esoteric principles of Eastern occultism. Many are attempting to do so, but their bungling efforts demonstrate their incompetence. The East deals in subtleties, and occultism is a subtle science, everything depending upon inflections which are totally beyond the average Western intellect. While Western scholars may learn to understand the general outline of Eastern occultism, even a lifetime in India or Tibet will not qualify them as teachers of Eastern esotericism, unless during their sojourn in the Orient they have actually been initiated into the Eastern mysteries. Even then, there are certain key secrets which the Brahmins, for instance, will not reveal to any person of a race or caste different from their own. For this reason, most of the concepts promulgated by Westerners are hopelessly erroneous or, at best, incomplete. None but the East apparently can understand the East, for it is a world totally different in attitudes and concepts from the one with which we are familiar. If the student will eliminate from his list pseudo-occultists with axes to grind, he will escape the majority of the pitfalls. The second point is the consideration of the time element. Time is the primary prerequisite of occult growth. The disciple may expect it to require at least 20 years to attain success in even the first degrees. In the early part of the disciple's training, he will probably find it necessary to receive his instruction from someone in the physical world, but as he goes higher and acquires the ability to separate his consciousness from his lower vehicles, he may receive his instruction from teachers and initiates working through the subtle essences of the invisible worlds. No layman, either in the East or in the West, is qualified to begin the practice of so-called occult exercises without special preparation covering a period of years. Even in the East, where the mind is concerned with occultism and philosophy from infancy, special preparation is required before even the simplest of the exercises are begun. Even though a student has delved into occultism for years and has attended countless lectures, he is not justified in thinking that he is ready for deep esoteric work. Unless, during those years, he followed a certain prescribed and systematic course of training, he must begin to do so, and until he has achieved success therein, he is not ready for deeper or more complicated forms of culture. Notwithstanding the fact that he considers himself a highly developed person, he must begin at the bottom and pass through his years of probationary work just the same as the disciple, who apparently is far less informed. The true occultist realizes that it is not always how long we are at a thing, but how intelligently we pursue our labors that counts, and many who have spent an entire lifetime have achieved comparatively little. It is for the guru to decide when the period of probation is completed, for the teacher is capable of investigating man's invisible spiritual nature, upon which the record of accomplishment is imprinted. The period of time for the first probation is usually from 2 to 5 years. Pythagoras of Crotona demanded 5 years of self-purification before he would even discuss the matter of spiritual unfoldment with a candidate applying for membership in his university. During these years of preparation, the disciple adjusts his entire life to the work to which he looks forward. He becomes permeated with certain spiritual and intellectual attitudes, and thus comes en rapport with the holy science. It means that every atom and molecule of his quaternary constitution must be purified and made over. The organism must be unfolded, and every part of the structure must thrill and vibrate in a peculiar manner. What does this mean? It means that the attainment of spiritual power is impossible unless the life, mind, and body are dedicated entirely to that labor. It also means that so much depends upon the teacher into whose hands the student places himself that it is, in reality, a matter of life and death. The third point for the candidate to realize is the necessity of remaining silent concerning any esoteric secrets which may be revealed to him. He may discuss the theoretical part of occultism with any whom he feels deserving of such information, but the operative secrets he must reveal to no one. They are given to him as master to disciple, and are for him alone. The curse of the gods is upon the head of the man who reveals the hiding place of his lord for 30 pieces of silver. The Christ in you is the secret and powerful spiritual nature, the miracle worker, the divine invisible man, the one who reveals the nature and power of the secret Lord, betrays his divine master, and turns its power over to the hands of the mob. At the hands of the mob, the Christ is crowned with a wreath of thorns and taunted as a king. He is given the kingdom of death to rule and is scourged by the soldiers. In the hands of the mob nature in man, the secret and divine power, which has thus been betrayed, is crowned with sorrow. The divine science is prostituted that ignorant mortals may, by the aid of spiritual powers, secure material prosperity, marital happiness, or improve lagging business conditions. Approach with the utmost care, therefore, the subject of occult exercises. Remember that the esoteric secrets of occultism are designed for the use of only that illumined few who, having first consecrated their lives to the unfoldment of the spiritual powers latent within them, have reached a point after many years where they are qualified to assume the responsibility of liberating their spiritual natures from the bondage of matter. By operative secrets, we mean that knowledge which will assist the individual to personally unfold, by secret but scientific processes, the latent forces or faculties of his own nature. These must not, shall not, and cannot be bought or sold. When a man is decorated by a government for a deed of valor, he does not have to buy the medal that is pinned on his breast. The same rule applies with respect to the secret doctrines which are revealed to man as the reward for spiritual, moral, and intellectual valor. When the disciple is ready, it is an inconceivable and unpardonable sin to deny him that which is his by right of merit. To sell the secrets of the invisible world to one unworthy to know them and incapable of earning them is sacrilege. To try to sell them to one who has already earned that wisdom by virtue of the superior qualities of his own nature is also a sacrilege. To place the great secrets of occultism in writing is dangerous and brings a heavy karmic debt down upon the head of the one so foolish as to do it, and to sell a document containing such secrets compounds his karmic obligations. When revealed to the public, all material dealing with operative occultism must be veiled. When it seems desirable to reveal the theory behind these processes, certain keys must always be omitted, so that a careless reader may not be able to hurt himself by experimenting with the information thus gained. These facts are well known to those entrusted with esoteric information, and any who break these rules demonstrate their total unfitness to instruct students in the mysteries of the occult sciences. The candidate must beware of unbalance. Equilibrium can be safeguarded by continual emphasis of the ideal of symmetry. The student should always bear in mind that one virtue is not sufficient to make a saint, no matter how excellent that one virtue may be. Man must grow symmetrically. His heart, his mind, and his body must coordinate and complement each other. He must achieve the condition of mental, spiritual, and physical equilibrium. If the mind is overdeveloped, the scientist results. If the heart dominates, the religious fanatic and emotionalist is produced. If the physical nature controls, the materialist is the inevitable product. It is only when all three of these parts unite in the glorification of the divine nature that the composite unit, the spiritual philosopher, becomes a reality. The most common occult exercises taught to the general public today are various forms of concentration and breathing. Many of these exercises are hopelessly incorrect. Both concentration and breathing have their place, for both profoundly influence the entire constitution of man, but neither of these alone nor both together will produce any permanent or satisfactory results unless at the same time the nature possesses certain other virtuous qualities and has adjusted itself to the general plan of spiritual unfoldment. You may use a perfectly correct form of yoga breathing, but if your body is impure, you will never attain any but harmful results. All occultists know that true spirituality is not to be gained through either extremes or excesses. Those who try to become ascetics by retiring from the world and rejecting the problems of life, those who fast, those who neglect the problem of daily existence, such cannot achieve, for in the last analysis, only that which is natural and in harmony with common sense can produce permanent benefit. It is the failure to observe these requisites that has caused so much misunderstanding with respect to occultism today. People desire to unfold clairvoyant powers and enter a nirvana of happiness, peace, and selfish enjoyment. They believe that occultism will vicariously solve their problems. All this is wrong, for no one can attain occultism who has not first given up the desire for earthly happiness and proved his courage and ability to master the problems which beset him in this mortal sphere. The candidate must next consider the esoteric interpretation of the so-called material arts and sciences. Astronomy, mathematics, music, rhetoric, geometry, grammar, and logic are often called the 7 liberal arts and sciences. There are, in reality, 49 great arts and sciences. An extract from Occult Anatomy will show how esoteric science differs from material or exoteric science. Turn to the painting of the 7 spinal chakras. In the picture, the general form of the chakras has been carefully preserved, special emphasis being placed upon the correct number of petals. In the secret teachings, to each of these petals is assigned a letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. The human figure has been made semi-transparent, as it might appear to one actually gazing upon a yogi in meditation. The yogi is apparently suspended in the air, for the power of sight which would enable one to see the chakras would take no cognizance of the physical earth upon which he is sitting. The plate is, of course, diagrammatic and must not be considered too literally. Study carefully the flower-like centers upon the spinal column of the yogi. Through the center of the 7 flowers passes the tube Sushumna, which corresponds to the 6th ventricle of science, a tiny tube passing through the center of the spinal cord. On the left side of Sushumna is another tube called Ida, and on the right side, a third called Pingala. These are the poles of the central tube, the sharp and flat of Sushumna itself. These 2 tubes are profoundly influenced by the nostrils on their respective sides. The Ida and Pingala cross at the base of the skull, and both rise out of the 4-petaled lotus at the base of the spine. The Ida, Sushumna, and Pingala together are the chief of the nadis, and of these 3, the Sushumna is the most important. In the ordinary individual, the tube of the Sushumna is closed. But by yoga, it is open so that there is a direct connection between the sacral plexus at the base of the spine and the pineal gland in the head. Let us now consider the centers from the lower upward. That division or step of yoga called pranayama is devoted to awakening Kundalini from her coils and causing her to rise upward through the chakras. As she contacts these in turn, they result in an extension of consciousness. Each of the 5 lower centers distributes one of the 5 forms of prana, or the broken up energy of the sun. Each of the 7 chakras also has a corresponding tattva, or breath, a motion or condition of spiritual air. Beginning at the bottom of the spine and working upward, the centers are as follows. First, Mulada. This has 4 petals and an inverted triangle in the center. The tattvic power of smell is associated with this chakra. It is probably correlated with the Church of Ephesus mentioned in the Book of Revelation and corresponds to the sacral ganglion of modern science. Second, Svadhisthana. This is the second from the bottom and contains 6 petals, with a crescent in the center. Its tattvic correspondent governs the sense of taste. It probably corresponds to the Church of Pergamos and is the prostatic plexus of modern science. Third, Manipura. This is the 3rd chakra from the bottom, containing the red triangle. It has 10 petals and is associated with the epigastric plexus and the navel. Of the 7 churches, it is probably Smyrna and is associated with the tattva of sight. Fourth, Anahata. This is the 4th from the bottom, and its symbol is 2 interlaced triangles. This chakra has 12 petals and is associated with what is commonly called today the cardiac plexus. It is probably the Church of Thyatira, and its tattvic power is the sense of touch. Fifth, Vishuddha. This is the 5th chakra from the bottom, and consists of a white circle surrounded by 16 petals. It is known to modern science as the pharyngeal plexus. Its tattvic correspondent gives the sense of hearing, and it is probably related to the Church of Sardis. Sixth, Ajna. This is the cavernous plexus of the brain and is the 6th from the bottom. The lotus consists of 2 petals caused by the fanning out of spiritual rays, 1 to either side. It is probably related to the Church of Philadelphia, and its tattvic power is to give the quality of thought. Seventh, Sahasrara. This is the 1,000-petaled lotus, the highest of the sacred 7. Its tattvic power is purely spiritual. It is probably related to the Church of Laodicea and corresponds either with a pineal gland or an unknown center directly above it. When Kundalini reaches this point, divine consciousness is attained. The passage of Kundalini upward towards Sahasrara is marked by a gentle warmth. As it rises, the lower part of the body becomes cold, until only the head remains warm. The condition is also accompanied by other phenomena. Woe to the unhappy mortal who raises Kundalini prematurely to the brain. The sting of the fiery serpent is most deadly, as those well know who have seen the results of her premature raising. She will burn her way to the brain and destroy the reasoning qualities of the mind. Such, in brief, is the story of the chakras and that science called yoga, the art of developing and controlling them. The story of these centers is clearly set forth in the Book of Revelation, where the 7 seals, the 7 trumpets, the 7 vials, and the 7 voices all refer to the spinal centers and the various mysteries concerning them. The warning cannot be too strongly emphasized that, while the study of the theory of yoga will acquaint you with many of the mysteries of nature and of your own constitution, the practice of it should be limited to such as have united themselves with those schools of Eastern philosophy, of which it is the esoteric work. It is well that all should know the theory, but woe to the foolish mortal who attempts the practice, without proper instruction and guidance. The system of training, through which disciples must pass in order to prepare themselves for the highest honors of occultism, is rigorous. Take, for example, the 8 steps which the yogi is expected to climb to union with his divine self. While these processes differ in each of the schools, they are equally severe and exacting in all, for it is only after the neophyte has shown his ability to master and directionalize every force in his organism, that he is given the secret keys by means of which he can control the destiny of creation. The 8 steps of the yogi school are yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. What does each stage imply? What qualities must the disciple unfold in order to reach the final stage of perfect spiritual union with his Supreme Self? These are questions which we shall try to answer. The first step is yama. Under the heading of yama, an exceedingly strict control of the mental nature begins, for the disciple is placing his foot upon the first step which leads to self. Here he must cease destructive activities forever. He must become absolutely truthful. His words must be carefully thought out before they are spoken. In spite of his truthfulness, he must never hurt. Unquestionable honesty must be cultivated. He must not even desire after a thing which is not his own, and he must also give up the sense of possession over that which is his own, realizing that it is only loaned to him that he may use it for the glorification of God. He must gradually cultivate a beauty within his own soul so that he radiates peace, tranquility, harmony, and strong yet merciful sympathy. He must live to do good, serving all things and loving all things. He must have no enmity, but must love his enemies as he loves his friends, and both of these he must love impersonally. Only when he has accomplished this has he actually achieved the first step in his long path toward the liberation of self. It is only when we have achieved this perfect peace within ourselves that we are ready to go on. Yet how many American students are trying to concentrate and develop spiritual powers who have not even begun the conquest of their lower natures or the purification of their bodies? This is one of the chief contributory causes behind the tragedies of modern occultism. The second step is niyama. This stage is even more difficult than the first, for it demands perfect self-control. It also requires the perfect conservation of energy. Wasteful expenditures of life energies must cease. Nothing shall be wasted. The tongue shall be held in restraint to speak only when speech is necessary. The energies of all parts of the body shall be conserved and used only to accomplish that which is essential. Then must come cleanliness of mind, soul, and body, for unless all parts are clean in their structure and expression, spirituality cannot be attained. There must come the development of the sense of peace, the realization that all things are as they should be, that all activity is united to the attainment of good, that the Supreme One is actually controlling his world. In this stage, the disciple reads the books of wisdom, familiarizes himself with the secret scriptures, and ponders and meditates upon the symbols and allegories. To consummate this stage, he surrenders himself and all that he is to God, living only to serve God, existing only to fulfill the dictates of God, offering his hands and his feet, his heart and his mind to God, and claiming nothing for himself. He must withhold nothing. Regardless of his own likes and dislikes, he must offer himself to the Supreme One without reservation or hesitation. Whatever God wills to be done, he will do it. At all times of the day or night, he is at the command of the Father. When he has achieved this perfect condition of willingness to be that which God would will him to be, the disciple is then ready to begin the study of body postures, an art which serves many purposes. The third step is asana. The purpose of this step is to gain control over the muscles and members of the physical body. It is one of the secret sciences and consists of a series of body postures, the assuming of which causes various muscles and nerves to come into play, which otherwise are not used. Its consummation is the ability of the mind to control the function of every organ and part of the human body, so that when the mind so wills, the heart will stop beating, and the individual still live. This complete bodily control has a considerable influence upon the length of life, and, according to the Hindus, will considerably lengthen the span of human existence. A careful consideration of these stages will reveal the fact that they are all devoted to the problem of mastering the not-self and bringing the tangible nature under the control of the intangible spiritual man. When this stage has been successfully passed, the candidate comes to the next step, which is the control of the solar force within the body. The fourth step is called pranayama. This involves, to a certain degree, the science of breathing. Prana is the life power from the sun. The flow of this force can be controlled by the mind and, to a certain degree, by the breath. There is a certain individuality in breathing. This individuality can be affected by timing the breath and is somewhat governed by the nostril used in inhaling and exhaling. Pranayama is closely related to the science of the chakras, for by means of its exercises, the goddess Kundalini is caused to rise through the spinal canal. It also has to do with the purifying of the nerves, for the pranic energy flows through the nerve canals. This is a hazardous procedure, however, for the average Occidental, and he is warned to leave it entirely alone unless he has already advanced through many stages of spiritual growth. It is far better and wiser not to discuss the exact method by means of which this breath force is directed. The fifth step is pratyahara. At this point, the disciple begins one of the most difficult of all occult processes, the control of the mind. Few people realize how wild and erring their minds are. The mind wanders ever from one thing to another. Control seems almost impossible, for the very element with which it must be controlled is the element which is wandering. Pratyahara may be termed the process of separating the mind from the illusions of the senses and turning it more and more upon the contemplation of reality. The mind must be controlled. It must think only when it is told to think, and as it is told to think, it must be directionalized by the will of the individual. When man is master of his thoughts and feelings, when he is in perfect possession of his mind, he has accomplished the fifth step. Today, the average person cannot think clearly because interest sways his judgment. He thinks in favor of the things he loves and against the things he hates. He blames some people and exonerates others, when both are guilty of similar offenses. This is because the mind is a servant of the senses and is incapable of free and unprejudiced thought. To the correction of this, the mind and the senses are gradually separated so that the desires, lusts, greeds, and passions are no longer capable of turning the mind from the contemplation of things as they are. When this has been accomplished, the disciple is then ready for the next step. The sixth step is dharana. The mind, having been controlled, is now directionalized. It is turned to this point or to that and held there unwaveringly. In order to be most useful to man, the mind must be capable of pointing. It must reach such a condition that, like a single beam of light, it can be turned in any direction and held there for any desired length of time. When placed in a certain position, the mind remains there until the will of the operator moves it. When the stage of dharana is achieved, the center of intelligence seemingly can be moved so that it is centered in almost any part of the body. The sense of feeling can be restricted to any given area. By this means, the mind also can be forced to turn inward and see the internal parts of the body. It profoundly influences whatever point to which it is directed, because it is so finely pointed that its shaft is almost solid enough to affect the physical organs. When all thought can be enclosed and limited to certain areas at will, it is called the accomplishment of dharana. The seventh step is dhyana. This is a continuation of the previous step and is the natural outcome of it. When the mind has become capable of pointing itself to any part of the human structure and of being held there continuously, a condition of contemplation results. In this way, an understanding of the invisible causal nature of the object contemplated is achieved, or, as one Eastern mystic says, the mind begins to flow towards the point established. Gradually, everything else ceases to exist except the point, and the mind, absorbing its lower illusionary nature, draws near to a perfect knowledge and consciousness of itself. The eighth and final step is samadhi. It is attained when the mind is capable of ascending higher by its pointing or focalizing than the sense of I. The individual lives, he is conscious, and he thinks, but he is above the sense of I. He is temporarily universalized, and when he returns to his normal state of consciousness, he brings back with him an overwhelming sense of the relationship of things which he never before possessed. Samadhi is brought on by a tremendous exertion of willpower, in which the mind turns its focal ray to contemplate something greater even than itself. Thinking of this tremendous thing, it is temporarily part of the thing of which it thinks and dwells in limitless space, and man is becoming increasingly aware that he lives in a world filled with life rather than mechanistic processes. He is beginning to estimate the importance of maintaining natural order and recognizing that all forms of life are indispensable to the common survival of the universal plan. We have long taken the attitude that man is a unique and superior creature and that the universe was made very largely for his support and comfort. This idea is fading rapidly, however, and we are looking around for a more reasonable explanation of life. Unfortunately, Western learning does not give us very much support, encouragement, or consolation. Generally speaking, the history of Western man is almost completely centered upon the individual himself. It is assumed that animals were made for food or to act as beasts of burden, or a few to be regarded affectionately as pets. However, it would seem that even from an early date, there was something in the consciousness of the human being that made him choose not to be unnecessarily cruel to animals or to other forms of life, particularly to beasts in whom he found so many of his own attributes. All in all, however, man lived in a world fashioned for his own use. Philosophy did very little to help this, although it encouraged kindness and also rose against wastefulness. Religion had very little to say. If man, becoming compassionate of man, also became concerned for other forms of life, it was good. There was no rule against it, but it was considered a little eccentric. Animals in religion and culture. The Bible mentions over 120 different types of animals, but for the most part, the references are according to the common experiences of the people of that time. Animals also play an important part in the art and architecture of the early church, and nearly all Gothic cathedrals include figures of birds, fish, and a variety of mammals among their decorations. An outstanding example of this is the Cathedral of Laon in northern France. Two of the towers flanking the facades include huge figures of oxen. This was not an artistic contrivance, but a tribute to the memory of the patient animals whose strength had contributed to the building of this great church. Animals are included among the attributes of saints. Even Christ has the lambs as his most familiar companion, and the Holy Spirit is nearly always pictured in the form of a dove. Other instances include the stag of St. Hubert, the lion of St. Mark and St. Jerome, the raven of St. Paul, and the eagle of St. John. Theologians of the 12th and 13th centuries had very little to say on behalf of non-human creatures, and it was customary to consider the animal kingdom as a mystery not to be approached without awe. One writer of that time noted, however, that St. Francis d'Assisi, in his gentleness, solved the mystery for himself by admitting animals into the pale of Christian sympathy. He was accustomed to call all living creatures his brothers and sisters, and it is reported that when he walked in the woods or fields, various animals were drawn to him as if by instinct. Above all other creatures, he seemed to have the greatest love for his birds of every kind, as being the most unearthly in their nature and soaring into the heavens where men can only gaze. Observing an assemblage of birds, St. Francis approached them, and they seemed to wait expectantly. Then he admonished them, saying, "Brother birds, greatly are ye bound to praise the Creator, who clothed you with feathers, and giveth you wings to fly with, and a pure air to breathe, and who careth for you, who have so little care for yourselves." Bestiaries and moral virtues. A class of moral writings associating animals with moral virtues suitable to the human being originated in Egypt, probably before the beginning of the Christian era. They were written at a time when zoology was a branch of theology. These collections of pious reflections were called bestiaries and contributed to the art of physiognomy, according to which persons resembling certain animals also portrayed some of their characteristics. Although favorite reading for centuries, bestiaries were among the intellectual casualties resulting from the rise of physical sciences. With the dawn of science, a large part of man's conscience bearing upon non-human creatures seems to have been blighted. Science regarded the other kingdoms of nature as expendable. Anything that tended to advance the cause of man was legitimate, no matter how much it plundered the natural resources of the earth. Industry followed this general point of view, and as a result of this trend, we find ourselves in the presence of a number of commodity shortages which are giving concern. It is quite natural, therefore, that we should look around among people in other parts of the world to find some consolation for the growing conviction that our attitude has not been especially wise. Buddhist perspective. Buddhism is the only major philosophy which has really considered all kingdoms as democratically equal. Buddhism does not recognize any second-class or underprivileged form of life. In its cosmotheistic concepts, Buddhism takes the position that, actually, there are no lower forms of life, unless a child is a lower form of adult. Very few people would justify the attitude that children are exploitable and expendable simply because they are children. We now recognize that different forms of life are unfolding from one basic equality, and that no essential difference exists between an acorn and an oak tree. If one appears to be less than the other, and a careful exploration of the acorn does not reveal very much about the oak tree, the only way that we can determine the true facts is by planting the acorn and watching it grow. If there is foundation for a new camaraderie between the kingdoms of nature, this can be justified by the fact that all living things are alive, and that all living things are alive because of one life. Just as the sun contributes to the growth of an infinite diversity of living forms, so every form of life upon the planet is dependent upon one great source of energy, and in this dependency, man and the mineral share together. Man does not have a basic life in him that is different from the life in the star or the stone. Man is part of the unfolding of one universal principle, which the theologically minded like to think of as God, and the scientifically minded prefer to consider energy. The unity of life. Life itself is essentially indivisible, and its purposes have to be regarded as one, though appearing to be many. If we wish to accept the ideal that all life is one, then existence becomes like a huge tree with its roots in eternity and its branches in time. This vast tree supports upon itself every manifestation of existence in all the kingdoms of nature and includes the most minute atom and the vastest cosmic sun. If this is the final archetypal fact, we can build upon this a new concept of immediate relationship with living things. The theologian who firmly believes that God is the source of life is faced with the following questions. Can God destroy that which he has created? Is life expendable or is it eternal? To those who assume that life, consciousness, and reality are all synonymous terms, there can be no death without compromising the existence of God. Many philosophically minded people have come to the conclusion that there is no death. If this is true, it applies not only to man, but to any creature that is capable of being destroyed physically. For if life is one, eternal and inevitable, then physical destruction can only occur on a level of phenomena. truths, principles, and integrities are also indestructible and play a part in our concept of relationships with kingdoms around us. Life in the mineral kingdom. We can accept without reservation that plants and animals are alive, but we have more difficulty in trying to rationalize the idea that minerals are alive. One of the evidences of this, however, is their crystalline formation breaking into geometric patterns which can be considered the signature of life in the mineral kingdom. As the mineral, with its keynote of stability, consists of a simple element with its magnetic counterpart, its vitality is used exclusively to perpetuate its existence. As long as it is a living mineral, it is assured of an indefinite continuance. There are, however, both live and dead minerals. When a stone is cut from a quarry, it is severed from its vital life supply. We speak of living rock, meaning that which is in its natural place as part of an enduring rock formation. Once it has been fitted into a building or made into some monumental object, its life expectancy is shortened. We have examples of this well-known fact in the field of archaeology. Two important monuments, the Temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia and the Borobudur on the island of Java, are dying. The enduring power of the stone is exhausted, and unless artificial means are used to preserve the remains, they will gradually fade away. It is also well known that metals become exhausted, and construction steel usually shows definite indications of fatigue after 50 or 60 years. Minerals also gradually unfold the instinct for survival from within themselves. Paracelsus was for many years employed by the Fuggers, a famous mining concern, and while working with them, this great Swiss physician devoted considerable attention to the magnetic fields of metal. His findings have contributed greatly to the modern pharmacopoeia. Minerals all have properties that are especially evident in the lodestone. They attract to themselves various forms of magnetism from the atmosphere and become impregnated with various combinations of sidereal forces, including energies from the stars and constellations. A physician I knew in New York many years ago successfully treated heart disease with meteoric iron. No mineral is valuable in medicine for its chemical content, but for the poles of energy which it sets up when it is introduced into the human body. Among my friends of long ago was a practicing alchemist who was himself Swiss and had lived in very much the same environment as Paracelsus. He said that metals actually grow in the rocks. The growth is very slow, but each tiny speck of gold is like a seed. It is not only undying, but it is also self-renewing. If you go over an area which has been mined 100 or more years ago, you will find that the precious ores have been at least in part restored. He also showed me a gold plant, a tiny little bush-like growth resembling lichen, which had been growing for many years in a hermetically sealed vessel. It certainly resembled a living plant. One famous German chemist of the 17th century said that the roots of the grapevine drew gold out of the earth and incorporated it into its own structure. It was for this reason that wine was used medicinally by ancient physicians. If dead grapevines were burned, gold could be reclaimed from the ashes. Alchemy and the mineral kingdom. Alchemy, or divine chemistry, gave us our first philosophical approach to the mysteries of the mineral kingdom. By the judicious use of the Hermetic concept of analogy, these early chemists believed that if they could explain the mysteries of the mineral kingdom, they would have the key that would unlock the secrets of heaven, earth, and man. These alchemistical thinkers endeavored to separate the spirit of minerals and metals from the bodies which imprisoned them. They set forth their method under the symbolism of the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. The outer body of gold, for example, had to be separated from the life principle within it before it could be combined with the essences of other metals. Those great objectives of alchemy, the transmutation of base metals, creation of synthetic gems, and the compounding of universal medicines, were of course symbolical. It was assumed that the gross bodies of the elements could not be brought into perfect union. The spiritual essence in each, however, could be mingled into a mystical compound, and when this was accomplished, the chemist became the ruler of the world by transcending all physical objectives. Paracelsus made rings out of metallic antimony and placed them on the fingers of persons suffering from certain diseases. According to contemporary witnesses, these maladies were absorbed into the rings, which became liquid, like wax, and finally fell off of the fingers. He was also one of the first to recognize the medicinal properties of mercury, which he considered to symbolize the universal solvent associated with the qualities of the planet Mercury, and which in turn controlled the functions of the human mind. By this philosophy, mind itself became the reconciler of all opposites and the transmuter of all base materials. Folklore and magical properties of stones. It is not always wise to ignore folklore, and there is much relating to stones in the common knowledge of our forebears. It has always been assumed that both metals and stones can influence human life. In both Europe and Asia, it was believed that these substances not only gathered force from the planets and stars, but also accepted into themselves the toxic forces of human thought and emotion. The Chinese regarded jade as a living substance. They not only admired its color and texture, but cherished it for its magical qualities. It preserved health in this world, and when buried with the dead, assured a happy transition to the afterlife. For certain purposes, acupuncture needles were made of jade, and this precious stone also protected the person who wore it from evil influences, robbers, and would-be assassins. George F. Kunz has written several interesting books on the lore of precious stones and their use in sympathetic magic. Birthstones were believed to protect persons born under the different signs of the zodiac, but there are many well-documented instances of famous jewels which have brought tragedy and death to those who owned or wore them. If there is any truth in these beliefs, the jewel must exude some type of evil force. Psychometrists on many occasions have been able to pick up vibrations from mineral and metallic objects. Common stones have also played a part in the natural magic of primitive people. The fetish is often a natural stone of unusual shape, or one that has been crudely carved into the likeness of some natural creature. The Greeks and Egyptians held that statues were impregnated with a divine power derived from the deity whom they portrayed. On the assumption that like attracts like, the appearance of the divinity drew part of its force out of space. In Japan, Buddhist figures are often carved from sandalwood because it was believed that the aroma which they continued to exude represented the presence of the spiritual power which the image signified. All of this thinking is based on the firm conviction that minerals and plants are alive and that their magnetic fields can be variously influenced to the benefit or disadvantage of mankind. The plant kingdom. The evolutionary process produces the plant by adding the vital principle of propagation to the enduring power of the mineral kingdom. To accomplish this, a compound must be created, two magnetic fields must unite to produce a twofold body. The moment this happens, the newly formed compound becomes subject to dissolution. No compound can be permanent, and for life to continue its evolutionary process, it must therefore perpetuate itself through procreation. Plants, therefore, become the first kingdom of self-reproducing creatures. In order to accomplish this adjustment, many other factors become involved, and even the animal kingdom must participate by assisting pollination. The plant grows, incorporating into its structure colors drawn from the earth, forms adapted from crystalline structures, and means of nutrition which are supplemented by the element with which the plant is especially adjusted, water. Probably there is no form in nature which comes closer to pure archetypal patterns than the flowers, shrubs, and trees, which have inspired artists from the earliest times. Leonardo da Vinci developed his concept of dynamic symmetry from the study of spiral forms in the plant kingdom. It has also been ascertained that branches from many plants alternate between male and female along the stems from which they come. The sensory band of the plant gradually develops, producing a number of trees and shrubs that have the power of limited motion, and it is reasonably certain that plants are capable of picking up the thought vibrations of human beings. In other words, the germ of a future animal existence is beginning to develop within them. As growth is often defeated by extraordinary longevity, trees that are several thousand years old are becoming ever more scarce, as they lock the life within them for too long a time. Most of your highly developed plants build temporary structures, incorporating into each the experiences of previous form building. Plants are very useful, nutritious, and beautiful, and we are generally fond of plant life. Flowers are used for the most solemn occasions, for decorations in churches and shrines, and at the altars of old temples. Solomon the king advised us to contemplate the glory of the lilies of the field. He regarded them as proof of the divine presence and as a constant manifestation of the infinite wonder of life. Plants, however, for the most part are remote from our daily experience, and unfortunately botany is one of the most neglected fields of education. Metaphysical experiments with plants have become increasingly prevalent, and a considerable amount of evidence has been accumulated to indicate that communication between human beings and plants is possible. Plant consciousness. One researcher created a labyrinth-like structure with several blind alleys. A vine was planted in the closed end of the labyrinth. The only way the vine could reach light was to find its way through the labyrinth. It did so without making a false turn and ultimately came out in the air at the opposite end, making a perfect trip through. Some people like to call this instinct, but there is certainly a guiding power available to all forms of life. In 1907, Luther Burbank published a little book entitled The Training of the Human Plant. A few years later, the work was translated into Japanese and was well received because it so perfectly expressed the Oriental attitude, which assumes that all forms of life can contribute something to man's understanding of himself. In this comparison between plants and children, this great horticulturist notes, do we expect a normal plant to begin bearing fruit a few weeks after it is born? It must have ample time to be prepared for the work before it. Above all else, the child must be a healthy animal. I do not work with diseased plants. They do not cure themselves of disease. They only spread disease among their fellows and die before their time. Universal laws are more obvious in the non-human kingdoms. Man has so complicated his existence that he no longer has the genius to face facts. If we want plants to be beautiful, we take care of them. We see that they are properly nourished, have the sun or shade which they require, and, if necessary, are regularly pruned. It is only by proper cultivation that human beings reveal their highest potentials, but we seldom feel that the human plant deserves the affection and regard which will bring it the proper maturity. Luther Burbank made a very simple and direct statement as to his convictions on the subject of plants. He said that plants are intelligent and can communicate with human beings. Obviously, they communicated with him, for most of his experiments depended upon mutual cooperation between Mr. Burbank and his plants. He secured this by getting down on his knees and explaining to the shrubs the entire purpose of the experiment. Because of the fact that the plant organism is not as easily influenced, even by the life within it, as the animal or human organism, the changes are slower and less noticeable. However, we now know that plants do have a rudimentary nervous system and can react to pain. They are also capable of a minor degree of movement, as in the case of the sensitive plant and the flycatcher. Plants do respond to special cultivation, and experiments involving the use of prayer and meditation to influence plant life have been highly successful. Scientific evidence of plant consciousness. Researches in plant consciousness are farther advanced than is generally realized. Present findings all agree on one point, namely, that the plant is not only alive, but that it has a wide variety of functions paralleling those of the animal kingdom. Royal Dixon, in his book The Human Side of Plants, makes a statement that should deeply impress thoughtful persons. Spirituality is a condition of responsiveness to and membership in the universal spirit, the spirit of the Creator, the infinite substance, God. The assertion that plants have spirituality, have souls, has been held up to ridicule wherever and whenever made. Nevertheless, many scientists of great reputation and ability, realizing that the best part of our universe is hidden from the unassisted sight, and that the music of the spheres altogether unheard by the ordinary ear, have given to the idea of plant spirituality more than a passing glance, with absolute conversion, in frequent cases, to the affirmative side of the question. There is a very interesting book by James Rodway, FLS, entitled In the Guiana Forest, which is concerned with studies of nature in relation to the struggle for life. After establishing that plants exhibit many traces of self-interest, the author writes, "We can hardly conceive of selfishness without a self, and if we go a little further, must admit that the world also implies consciousness." He supports his point by his studies in the forest of Guiana. He observes, "We cannot watch this intense struggle in the forest on the bank of the creek, and beside the great waters without coming to certain conclusions. Here before us is strong evidence that every plant is straining after several things: light, room to grow, a secure anchorage against the wind, wave, and flood, and above everything, perfection in flower and seed. All have succeeded so far that they still exist, and more than that, thrive to an extent far beyond what could be expected from a mere fortuitous concurrence of circumstances." James Rodway goes so far as to compare trees with a mob of human beings struggling with each other to gain the best points for observation. The procedure is highly competitive, and in the struggle for survival, self-interest appears to be supreme. This reminds us of a delightful observation which appears in Dodona's Grove, or the Vauxhall Forest, by James Howell. This book was published in London in 1640. In this instance, the writer is decidedly ahead of his time. It fortuned not long since that trees did speak, and locally move, and meet one another. Their airy whistlings and soft hollow whispers became articulate sounds, mutually intelligible, as if to the soul of vegetation, the sensitive faculties and powers of the intellect also had been co-infused into them. They traveled to strange countries, crossed seas, made peace and war, alliances and leagues, assumed names and character of distinction, and discharged all the functions of rational creatures. In 1959, the Reverend Franklin Lair published a compelling treatise on the power of prayer on plants. He builds a strong case to show that plants which receive the direct benefit of prayer and meditation grow more rapidly and retain health longer. He also applied his researches to human problems to demonstrate the healing and restoring power of the spiritual potential in man. While in India, it was my privilege to see an exhibition of conjuring which included the miraculous growth of the mango tree. Although there are many accounts of this amazing feat, most Westerners and some Orientals regard it simply as a clever illusion. Theoretically, at least, a prayer can make plants grow more rapidly than usual. Is it not also possible that certain Indian sages, through the intense cultivation of will and yoga, could achieve even more miraculous results? Western science is just beginning to explore the esoteric sciences of the East. Mental and emotional activity in plants and animals. Minerals, plants, and animals have a much wider area of mental and emotional activity than is generally recognized. In the mineral kingdom, only traces can be found of human personality traits, but among plants and animals they are numerous. Plants, for example, have strenuous likes and dislikes. Some are somewhat more selfish than others, and a few defend their right of eminent domain to the bitter end. There are misers and wastrels. Many enjoy association with their kind, and others prefer to dwell alone in mountains or deserts. All the kingdoms of nature also exist within our own bodies. Minerals, plants, and animals continue in our bones, muscles, lymphs, and nerves. They have made possible the gradual specialization that must sustain the conscious function of man. To understand them, therefore, is to understand ourselves, thus learning to cooperate with the silent life in our own bodies to which we give so little attention and understanding. Contributions of Sir Jagadish Chunder Bose. One of the greatest plant physiologists was the Indian physicist Sir Jagadish Chunder Bose. Sir Jagadish developed experimental techniques for recording plant growth and plant responses to various types of stimuli. By means of his exceedingly delicate instruments, he was able to magnify plant reactions as much as 10 million times. In his Plant Autographs and Their Revelations, Sir Jagadish Bose writes, "The immense possibilities of life in the plant are at times latent and all but imperceptible. The gigantic banyan tree exists potentially in a body smaller than a mustard seed. Within the enclosure of the seed coat, life lies long in a state of suspense, to be awakened at the proper season and under favorable conditions. Extraordinary is the power of resistance possessed by life in its latent phase. Seeds have been subjected to cold so intense that under its action, air becomes liquefied and mercury solid, and yet, within the defensive armor of the seed coat, life persists, resisting all dangers from outside. Storms and hurricanes scatter the living seeds. The cocoa nut rides the waves till anchored safely in some island yet to be inhabited. In due season, there commences a series of astonishing transformations. The latent life awakens. The seed coat bursts asunder and growth begins." Bose, with his delicate research equipment, was able to demonstrate that plants seek to escape injury by a slight but measurable movement. They also react to trimming and pruning and do not appreciate having their blossoms plucked. Each plant has a will of its own and an instinctive impulse to survive. In one of his experiments, Bose recorded death spasms in plants. When the plant is subjected for a time to a temperature of 60 degrees centigrade, its electric response, generally speaking, disappears. This temperature is, therefore, fatal to most plants. When the leaf of mimosa is continually raised in temperature, there is produced a progressive erectile movement, but at a critical temperature, the erectile movement is suddenly reversed into a spasmodic contraction. After death, a repetition of experiments shows no further inversion. Various other plants, sensitive and ordinary, exhibit this characteristic death spasm at or about 60 degrees centigrade. The death contraction in plants is similar to that seen in the animal. The death point is found lowered under physiological depression. Thus, in a certain case, fatigue lowered the death point of the plant from the normal 60 degrees C to 37 degrees C. In another case, dilution of poison lowered the death point by 18 degrees C. In summarizing his findings, Bose writes, "In surveying the responses of living tissue, we find that there is hardly any phenomena of irritability observed in the animal which is not also found in the plant." The conclusion reached by this celebrated East Indian physiologist has been further supported by the findings of other naturalists, botanists, and horticulturists. There seems to be no way of denying mental impulses in all members of the vegetable kingdom. The presence of mental and emotional powers in the structure of plant life seems to require the acceptance of consciousness throughout the plant kingdom, which further would be dependent upon a spiritual factor. To quote again from Royal Dixon, "The spirituality of the man and the spirituality of the plant being of one source and one existence, ineffably link together the two natures into the one great chain of life, offering to each a sympathetic perception of the other, joining both in the eternal kinship of universal nature." The animal kingdom. The greatest handicap to plant survival is its inability to move. Evolution, therefore, added another energy field to the two already possessed by plants and produced animal structures. Through animal forms, motion and emotion come into manifestation. Animal structures, as we know them, evolved from simple monocellular organisms and, from a physical standpoint, follow the processes now recognized scientifically. We should pause and point out that each kingdom divides into 7 parts, which in turn further divide and subdivide. Each of the main orders of life can be diagrammed like a tree, and hypothetically at least, there are 7 major divisions to the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the animal kingdom. The animal kingdom is obviously highly diversified, for it is unified principally through the classification of attributes, and many of the divisions are largely hypothetical. Animals began to form themselves into groups, and we observe the beginning of social existence. From animals we can learn many of the rules necessary for human survival. Their sensory perceptions are far more acute, and their instincts are almost infallible. We can observe the fundamentals of education, and among insects especially, such forms of government as kingdoms, republics, democracies, and even communistic organizations. The struggle for survival goes on, but life purpose is no longer completely centered on propagation. That some animals have highly developed means of communication is certain. The dolphin, which was greatly admired by the Greeks, is at present a center of scientific interest. It seems to have both extrasensory perception and a delightful sense of humor. With the Greeks, the dolphin was the special friend of man, the savior of the shipwrecked who conducted souls to the sunny isles of the blessed in the west. Hence, it became a favorite Christian emblem in Europe, as for example on the 4 corners of the fountain roof, which stood in the atrium of St. Peter's in Rome. In the same work, Lady Gordon notes that Dainichi Nyorai, the universal illuminator, appears in the form of a dolphin on the roofs of many Buddhist temples. Another example of an animal possessing a faculty no longer generally functioning in man is the carrier pigeon. While it has been suggested that the higher apes are the missing links between the animal kingdom and humanity, this is by no means certain. Actually, the hypothesis has been built largely upon superficial evidence, and further research suggests that other members of the animal kingdom are more advanced in terms of consciousness. Asia considers the elephant to be the noblest and wisest of the quadrupeds, and those best acquainted with this animal are inclined to agree. The Hindus deify the elephant, and the Buddhists considered it to be an appropriate symbol of Gautama Buddha. Domesticated animals that have been in considerable contact with human beings have probably benefited from their proximity to man's magnetic field. Certainly it divides them from their own kind. And animals that have been guarded and protected by their human friends have difficulty adjusting to the wild conditions from which they came. There is strife in the animal kingdom, and much of the competition obvious there is perpetuated in human life. However, no animal can be evil, as it does not possess self-determinism and is moved by universal processes arising in the group consciousness of its own kind. It cannot sin. Universal consciousness. Every day we are becoming more convinced that our universe is alive and consists of one great life, which in Eastern philosophy was called the Illuminator. All things reveal life because life is in them, and all things move toward the fulfillment of their own eternity because eternity is in them. Life is innate, containing within it the potential of universal consciousness which will cause all beings ultimately to attain the infinite illumination. Why is such a procedure necessary? If all these forms of life have eternity within them and have the potential of completeness and perfection, why were they not fashioned complete and perfect in the first place? In this case, we must have recourse to philosophy. Infinite and universal life is locked within those material substances which are aspects of itself. Because a spark of the infinite exists in all things, life gradually releases itself through the forms which it generates for its own manifestation. The process by which consciousness releases itself from body is called evolution. Ultimately, the life principle achieves complete freedom, becoming aware of its own nature and identifying itself with original source. Eastern philosophy symbolizes this total release as the attainment of nirvana. According to this concept, growth is not only our opportunity, but our responsibility. The four elements and kingdoms. Various kingdoms of life have often been combined and involved in symbolic patterns, one of the most interesting being the cross, which has been used as a means of differentiating the levels of the so-called kingdoms of nature. These kingdoms have also been associated with the four elements recognized in antiquity: earth, water, fire, and air. Earth was associated with the mineral, water with the plant, fire with the animal, and air with man. The analogy between the moss and the four kingdoms of nature is based on the concept that the beings evolving through the four kingdoms are sustained by the flow of magnetic currents, represented by the arms of a cross. The mineral kingdom is sustained by an energy that is constantly diffusing itself, like mist from the Earth's deeper magnetic field, permeating every minute particle which makes up a unit of the mineral kingdom. The energy of the plant kingdom moves upward from the center of the earth, and plants are formal structures through which this ascending energy moves. Plant energy rises like fur from the surface of an animal, and this fur adorns the earth. In Nordic mythology, vegetation was fashioned from the hair of Ymir, the primordial frost giant. It is obvious that plants differ, not only in structure, but also in size. Some seem to crawl along the surface of the earth, and others cling to the rocky sides of hills. Trees, the oldest living things, are symbolical tombs which have imprisoned the life within them for several thousand years. The energy flow of trees is from below upward. But in the animal kingdom, the energy flows horizontally around the earth, and this magnetic field passes through the horizontal spines of the animals. In man, the energy descends from the circumference of the magnetic field and passes downward from the top of the head along the spinal cord, and finally out of the body through the feet. Therefore, man is an inverted plant, with his root above. The Egyptians sometimes represented man as an onion, with the bulb of the onion for a head, and in the medieval period, the mandrake, which resembles the human being in shape, was believed also to have human attributes and cried with pain when taken from the earth. Since the human energy descends, the normal waking posture of man is more or less vertical. The kingdoms of nature, according to classical thinking, also corresponded with the dimensions of the material world. The mineral lives in a one-dimensional state of existence, the plant in 2 dimensions, the animal in 3, and man, at least potentially, in 4 dimensions. Continuance is the virtue of the mineral, growth of the plant, sensory perception of the animal, and intellection of man. Evolution and growth. The factor of growth must now be considered. It is not consciousness that grows, but the body through which this consciousness manifests. From a physical standpoint, it seems that life is unfolding, but in reality, life is ideating by overcoming the limitations of the form which it occupies. Hinduism traced the evolution of forms through the incarnations of Vishnu, and these are recapitulated in the development of the human embryo prior to birth. Evolution makes possible the production of vehicles suitable to the needs of the being that inhabits them. The degree of the development in each kingdom is determined by the species to which the creature belongs. In the case of the human body, the mineral kingdom contributes the skeleton, the plant kingdom the muscular system, the animal kingdom the circulatory and reproductive processes, and the human kingdom the nervous and glandular systems. The average person does not remember much about his first 2 years in this world. He is alive but lacks awareness of self. He complains, he grows psychologically, he probably knows how to control his parents by the time he is a year old, and he goes on perfecting all kinds of shrewd and clever techniques, which he does not remember developing, but ultimately finds very useful when he revives them in his mature years. Inner lives of animals. What relation is there between the body and the essential life of the creature? Can we solve the mystery of the dandelion merely by looking at it? Can we look at any form existing in nature and immediately become aware of the internal intentions of that life, how it is integrated, and where it is functioning? These things we cannot do, and this is one reason why human beings have such hearty anxieties about each other. There seems to be no way of communicating inner meanings. No one apparently is able to understand the inner life of anything except himself, and he generally clouds this understanding by building an elaborate series of defense mechanisms, of self-justifications for his own mistakes. We do not know what is happening inside of other forms of life, but we should not conclude that nothing is happening. If a person sits quietly and does not move an eyelash, it is not wise to assume that this person is not thinking. He may not be, but there is always a possibility that he is deep in thought, for thinking is best accomplished in quietude. After studying the outer forms of the natural kingdoms, we can patiently endeavor to estimate their inner lives. Although this is difficult in the plant kingdom, it is quite possible to come into intimate contact with domesticated members of the animal kingdom. We can get to know something about animal mentation. We learn about their little conspiracies. We discover that they have certain types of memory and show real genius in getting what they want. Like human beings, they enjoy being spoiled and have a subtle manner of working their way into the affections of those around them. Even though the animal is not a complete mystery, we still wonder what it thinks about. Does it have an inner life beyond our understanding? Is it a good citizen of a world we have never been able to penetrate? Animals are believed to possess mediumistic ability and frequently see persons or objects not visible to us. Does the animal contact while it is alive, a realm we can only know after death? Has our pet dog ever thought about its own survival, and does instinct picture itself in the animal mind? Explorers claim to have seen animals performing what appeared to be religious ceremonies. Is it possible that to the faithful dog its owner is a kind of deity? There are also instances in which deer, to escape a predator, have run to a hunter for protection. It is sad that such faith should be misplaced. There are many cases recorded of remarkable animal loyalty, and not a few have sacrificed their lives for their masters. Many of the higher mammals are completely monogamous, and having created a family, protected for life. Once they have mated, mandarin ducks are inseparable, and if one dies, the other will probably commit suicide. Because animals cannot vocalize their feelings as we do, it requires a degree of intuition and a great deal of skillful observation to estimate their inner lives. I had a pet dog that dreamed almost every night and occasionally had nightmares. It was impossible to mistake the symptoms. If we compare the structure of an animal with that of a highly developed plant, we observe that there is an extraordinary integration in the plant kingdom. The Jesuit scholar, Athanasius Kircher, experimented with sunflowers. He floated them in jars on the surface of water and found that they turned to the sun and followed its course, as the compass needle always seeks out the north. In many ways, plants reveal much more internal beauty than would seem appropriate to its place in the evolutionary process. There is considerable speculation at this time as to whether the type of brain that we know is necessary for mental activity in more rudimentary forms of life. It is possible that some organisms experience mental activity through all parts of their bodies, sensory perceptions, and heredity. Luther Burbank was convinced that plants possess at least 21 sensory perceptions against man's 5, but that these perceptions are not focused on our physical plane. He also proved that the law of heredity works in the plant kingdom. He cross-pollinated a red and a white flower of the same species. The result was some red, some white, and some mixed-colored flowers. He then took one of the white flowers and cross-pollinated it with another white flower which had been pollinated only by other white flowers. He continued this process through 8 cycles of reproduction, and there was always nothing but white flowers. But in the 9th cycle, the red flower came back. Ethical communication and survival. Man is an individual, but members of the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms share a more or less communal existence. In these difficult times, thoughtful persons are attempting to restore ethical communication between the various levels of society. We want to learn to think together, and for the common good. The rugged individualist, who was considered so admirable by the last generation, is now viewed with extreme anxiety. We are learning that every order of life, including our own, must be properly governed. When we are confronted by the inherent differences in human capacities, the happy, peaceful life is hard to establish as a practical reality. Every order of living things, including man, must be protected in the early stages of its growth. Most advanced animals take care of their young, and nature has provided many ways to ensure the continuance of the plant kingdom. Everywhere, that which endangers survival is punished. Psychic affinity. Psychic affinity between human beings and animal and plant life is well substantiated. My old friend Ernest Thompson Seton explained to me what he called animal men. These are well known in circuses, menageries, and zoos. The power which they possess is not cultivated. They are born with it. Animals are drawn to them, trust them, and will obey their instructions whether spoken or unspoken. They can work with the most ferocious carnivores in perfect safety, and a genuine affection results from sympathy and understanding. Animal men are seldom armed and mingle with their charges on the most friendly terms. Seton considered it possible that the secret of this compatibility was fearlessness. He believed that human beings exude an invisible atmosphere which he called the smell of fear. If this is lacking, the animal does not react defensively. This explains part of the mystery but does not completely cover the factor of telepathic communication. This seems to arise as a form of thought transference. The animal does not understand the verbal or mental command, but is aware of the intent which impels the wording. Seaton himself had many personal experiences influencing and controlling animals. If there are animal men, there are also plant people. Many horticulturists are well trained in their specialization, but only a few achieve outstanding results. This may explain why the Japanese people in particular are so skillful, not only in flower arrangement, the control of bonsai trees, and the cultivation of unusual types of orchidaceae plants, which they call ran. Their love of natural beauty is innate, and is to be found in every stratum of their society. Religion plays an important part because of Buddhist emphasis on the kinship of living creatures. There is a small garden in Kyoto in the grounds of the Rengeji Temple. They tell me that vandalism is unknown in temple gardens, and even in periods of political and social stress, the atmosphere of peace and harmony exercises a protective influence. The plant person is nearly always successful because he basically loves the flowers and shrubs with which he works. We say that such people have green thumbs, and under their ministration, even the desert blossoms as a rose. Even less recognized are the mineral people. Most accounts of them are found in older writings, but these are updated by occasional contemporary accounts. Long ago, I knew the old gentleman who claimed to have been the man who discovered gold in the Klondike. He told me many stories that could have been lifted directly from Irish folklore. He was certain that metal decided for themselves who was going to discover them. Some miners seemed to be led directly to a pocket of nuggets, others searched the same area for years and found nothing. Perhaps the lucky ones are related in some way to the dowsers, who discovered metals and water, and now even petroleum with divining rods. One thing is certain: the ability to discover treasures hidden in the earth is not equally developed in everyone. George Kunz, for many years a gem expert at Tiffany's, gives many accounts of the fatal influence of gems and semi-precious stones. Those that have had association with crime or tragedy usually bring ill luck to their owners. Many persons cannot wear opals, and their luster varies with their owners. Pearls have a reputation of being mysteriously lost, as though they did not wish to remain in the possession of certain persons. In days of medieval magic, treasure hunters attempted by spells and magic diagrams to win the approval of lost mines, pirate gold, and valuable metallic objects. The habit of wearing birthstones comes from the ancient belief in their protective virtues. Crystals have always been associated with magic, and are still used by many modern psychics. Obviously, evidence of mineral intelligence is difficult to estimate, but as my old miner friend observed, some things are just hard to explain. Animal social structures. Traces of patriarchal government are to be found among many animal groups. The system is almost identical with that described in the Old Testament, but less advanced. Those familiar with the habits of elephants understand, at least in part, the Hindu myth that the great deity Shiva placed the head of an elephant on his son, Ganesha. The elephant-headed child is one of the most popular of Asiatic divinities and combines the powers to bestow both wisdom and wealth. The prudence of the elephant, its phenomenal memory, and its great strength are appropriate characteristics to those who aspire to the accumulation of riches. The Asiatic elephant, in particular, is said to have a brain structure most near resembling that of man, and travelers have reported that these great animals performed rituals that could well have religious significance. In East Indian iconographic art, the elephant, curiously enough, is usually depicted seated on a mouse or rat. This rodent is a proof of the wisdom we accumulate and the wealth in the rich man's house, for the rat will not live in the home of the poor. Guardians of nature. The older religions and philosophies of the world taught that infant humanity was protected by God-like beings, who acted as administrators of the divine plan. These gods possessed extraordinary knowledge and were believed to have been members of previous cycles of evolution. It is always required that protectors shall be appointed to assist forms of life not yet old enough or wise enough to guide themselves. How do these thoughts apply to the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms? It has been taught that they are guided by a group consciousness which has not yet been differentiated, as in the case of mankind. When the proper time comes, this group consciousness will become the basis of individual consciousness in its respective kingdom. Buddhists might call these archetypal guardians the bodhisattvas of the subhuman kingdoms. They operate through the internal psychic structure, teaching and leading from within the separate organisms. This is not difficult to understand if we have the Vedantist point of view. According to their beliefs, the spiritual center in each human being is only apparently separate. Actually, there is only one spirit manifesting through the human kingdom. It is obvious that animal instincts and sensory perceptions are more acute than those of man, and that they learn by direct observation of the habits of the groups to which they belong. The plant kingdom seems to be almost entirely under the control of an archetypal plant consciousness. Ancient peoples trying to explain obvious facts believed that there were invisible gardeners who took care of the growth of plants. The plan seemed so intelligent that there must be intelligent beings to administer it. Another point to consider is the comparative isolation of the individual members of the animal and plant kingdoms. Many years ago, a small bird took up residence in a light fixture over the front door of my house. Here, the bird built its nest, laid its eggs, hatched them, and cared for its young until they were old enough to be citizens of their airy commonwealth. There was no indication that the mother bird suffered from isolation, insecurity, or inadequacy. There was no doctor to call in an emergency, but also, there was no emergency. The bird received no charity, although it did accept our small contributions of food. We also cooperated by not turning on our front door light for several months. Self-reliance and survival. Self-reliance is a major virtue among the so-called lesser forms of life. It is obvious that nature accomplishes something of real importance by requiring each of its creatures to be strong or perish. Strength includes perfect conformity with the pattern of instinct which dominates in the plant and animal worlds. Physical evolution is advanced most rapidly when only the fittest survive. If weak strains are allowed to continue and propagate, unfitness slows down the evolutionary advancement. This does not mean that immature creatures perish simply because of their immaturity. Physical structures provide opportunity for the life within them to unfold, and everything possible must be done to make sure that healthy vehicles are provided for the lives that must ultimately inhabit them. All this procedure is focused upon the gradual unfoldment of forms which will provide instruments for conscious beings like man. The same rule applies in the human kingdom, where survival must be earned if the improvement of the species is to be continued. If the quality of physical organisms is lowered, entities entering these bodies will be of a less evolved type, so that the composite development of the human race is hindered, and if hindered too long, could cause further social difficulty. One way in which plants and animals are taught to strengthen the survival instinct is through the hazards of environment. Nature does not intend that any of its creatures enjoy security without constantly developing its own resources. Problems are like the gadfly of Zeus. Every creature, including man, must develop the skills necessary to meet the challenge of the day. In the animal world, the first mistake is usually fatal. Every faculty available must be used to the utmost to provide food, develop defense mechanisms, and adjust to the climatic conditions of the environment. Nature also exhibits a certain compassion for its creations. As the subhuman kingdoms have no way to cope with the infirmities of age, departure from this world is as merciful as possible. There are no terminal diseases. If the older animal has been able to survive the hazards of living, it gradually wears down its teeth. Unable to feed properly, it may fade away from malnutrition. Otherwise, it will be killed almost instantly by some other animal. Extrasensory perception. Many animals seem to possess an extrasensory perception band that contributes to individual survival. Huge herds of cattle were grazing along the coast of Peru shortly before a major earthquake disaster, in which a considerable length of the coastline actually fell into the ocean. When the earthquake occurred, there was not one animal in the endangered area. The Parsis of India used a dog to determine whether or not a person was actually dead, thus preventing funeral procedures, while an individual was in a state of suspended animation. Thomas Edison was led to an investigation of psychical phenomena when he was able to prove to his own satisfaction that dogs howl in a peculiar way when there is a death in the neighborhood. Cycles of life. Minerals, plants, and animals pass through cycles involving birth, growth, maturity, decline, and death. An East Indian philosopher described death as the servant of life, contributing continuously to the ultimate goal, immortality. As the cycles of embodiment are inevitable, it must be assumed that they are nature's intention, and not an accident of circumstances. Only a perfectly enlightened being would be suited to physical immortality, but would probably decline continuous embodiment. The term karma is applied to the sequences of cause and effect as they occur on the human level. Among the non-human kingdoms, where the process is without moral overtones, it is simply called cause and effect, or the law of consequence. Man greatly complicates the patterns of his own existence through efforts to interfere with universal integrities. He seeks to bind natural laws to his own purpose, thus bringing upon himself the effects of his own self-centered ambition. In the non-human kingdom, effects arise from natural causes, and each form of life unfolds its own patterns. The most permanent of such patterns is that which contributes to the continuing refinement of plant and animal organisms. Nature's parental role. Nature's parental relationship includes all the kingdoms. Man is an older child, animals, his younger brothers and sisters, plants, very small children, and minerals, newborn babes. Mother Nature must be very wise indeed to arbitrate the differences of its numerous offspring without either spoiling or neglecting the members of any group. Nature is also responsible for the greater good of all, and to a degree sacrifices lesser good for greater good. With the exception of man, the natural world has existed in a state of relative harmony. Because the human being has rebelled against the domination of nature and is resolved to live according to his own concept of values, he has fallen into the dilemma so well described by Mephistopheles in Goethe's epic poem, Faust. The demon is standing before the throne of deity, without what might be considered a proper attitude of respect, and all the angels are singing the praises of the divine, when the spirit of negation makes his contribution. Of gods and spheres I nothing have to say. I see alone man's self-inflicted pain, how the little world god his stamp retains, as wondrous now as on creation's day. Reason he calls it, but doth use it so. Each day more brutish than the brutes doth grow, compassion and human responsibility. The Empress Kogo, who flourished in the 8th century AD, was one of the most beloved of all the Japanese rulers. On one occasion, she was impelled to gather a bouquet of flowers to place upon the altar of a temple. In the gentleness of her heart, she paused and wrote a poem instead. If I pluck these flowers to offer them to Buddha, the touch of my hand will defile them, therefore, growing in the fields as they stand. I offer these wind-blown blossoms to the Buddha of past, present, and to come. Man has been consistently thoughtless in his relations with other forms of life. If there had been greater gentleness in his own heart, many of the difficulties which he brought upon himself could have been avoided. It is true that flowers are fragile, and the blossoms soon fade, but the concept of compassion is one that humanity must come to understand. The problem is further complicated by modern man's philosophy of life. Most persons doubt their own immortality, or at least they do not allow this belief to influence their actions. How much less, then, do they respect the possibility that the consciousness of animals and plants can survive the body? When the materialist kills, he assumes that he destroys forever. He is not simply interfering with the processes of life, he is terminating existences which he can never restore, and whose purposes he does not comprehend. To do this is certainly to set up karmic sequences of retribution. Nature, however, punishes him more promptly, and today we are faced with the consequences of our own cruelty and wastefulness. Human isolation and nutrition. Years ago, I discussed with an East Indian holy man the dilemma of human isolation. Man is unable to share in the inner experiences of any of the forms of life that surround him. He rules over that which he feels he was created to dominate in sad and lonely splendor. The Hindu sage assured me that this isolation was unnecessary. One way to bridge the interval is to cease abusing the creatures that we would like to understand. One simple way of sharing in the life of nature is to refine our own forms of nutrition, especially the use of animals for food. By this procedure, we simply strengthen or nourish our own animal propensities. When we do this, we become ever more closely locked in materiality. The extrasensory gamut by which we might be able to intuitively share in the consciousness of other forms of life requires the improvement and refinement of the organic quality of our own bodies. The same old scholar believed that the tremendous upsurge of violence throughout the world is the result of human beings who are attempting to rise above their physical bodies, continuing to burden these bodies with both animal flesh and animal magnetism. It seems that this condition will ultimately correct itself, and we are already seeking new types of nutrition. The Egyptians had an interesting variation on this theme. They believed that grapes not only gathered precious metals from the earth but also the blood of the dead. They believed that the earth was a vast graveyard and that on almost every part of it men had hunted and waged war. When the grape was transformed into wine, men becoming intoxicated were obsessed by the violence, foolishness, avarice, and sensory passions of those who had died long before. Future evolution. If we assume that the numerous forms of life which accompany man in his journey through time and space are growing, becoming more in terms of quality, is it not also probable that the human being is expected to ultimately excel his present state? We seldom consider the possibility that the next billion years may produce many changes in both the inner and outer aspects of human character. It has long been believed that when the brain is sufficiently refined, man will become clairvoyant. When this occurs, he will be able to see the life processes operating behind all the natural kingdoms. Under such conditions, we might discern the etheric world as a kind of ocean, a semi-fluid and continuous motion. In this ocean, he will see countless forms of life, a wonder garden of patterns, designs, colors, and shapes, all alive. Here are located the energy centers from which the physical forms are generated and controlled. In a sense, this is the mystical realm described by Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, who declared that all souls are radiant blossoms suspended from heaven.